What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 175 Zhang Yu works hard to earn money. In the eyes of the Dragon Man, powerful families will be gradually swallowed up by more powerful families. This is the trend of the first layer of Kung Fu in the future. Under increasingly fierce competition, mass production and tuning of offspring like Hongta will inevitably become the reproduction model of more and more powerful families in the future. Continuously combine the advantages of blood to breed descendants that are stronger than the previous generation. He has always believed that Hongta has a considerable advantage in this regard and can quickly occupy the market. The only pity is that the Hongta group in the past was too immersed in the monster market, lacking enough and excellent human seeds. In particular, the excellent genes of many powerful families will not be easily leaked, and it is very troublesome for them to get them. Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, the Dragon Man felt that he saw a future fist product. He thought to himself, Songyang City's Go Yu is a talented person who has won many awards and competitions. Especially before he was in the second year of high school, his data had already reached the level of a third year of high school. As long as we can extract the superior elements in his blood, we can even use his seeds directly to improve his blood and breed excellent offspring, which should attract the interest of many rich people. If we can sign an exclusive agreement, the benefits will be even higher. Thoughts flashed through the Dragon Man's mind like lightning, and he laughed and said, "Don't be restrained. If you want, you can call me Godfather now." Zhang Yu didn't say anything. If he had come to Kung Fu for a week or two, when he was the poorest and most powerless, and didn't understand Kung Fu very well, he might have knelt down and called him Dad. But now, especially after knowing a lot about Hongta animal husbandry, he didn't dare to call the other party Godfather. Zhang Yu understood that Godfather and Godson were just packaging, and the various contracts and agreements that followed behind were probably all traps. The Dragon Man said, "Oh? You don't want to? I can offer you good conditions. How about the fertility director of Hongta Animal Husbandry?" The Dragon Man slowly walked to Zhang Yu and said in a tempting tone, "After becoming the fertility director, as long as they are employees of the company, you can arbitrarily restrict his personal freedom, deprive him of his self-will, and squeeze everything out of them. Don't you want this kind of power?" Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. "Isn't what you said illegal?" The Dragon Man laughed, snapped his fingers and said, "Shang Haohong, work overtime tonight. I want to see the planning plan for the next fertility advertisement tomorrow morning." Shang Haohong's respectful voice came from the communicator. "Okay, I'll do it right away." The Dragon Man then looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Don't you want to try it? As long as you are willing, there will be countless monster descendants like this, who will obey you." Zhang Yu frowned and said, "Aren't they all your sons? The treatment of sons is just like this. Will the treatment of adopted sons really be good?" The Dragon Man said, "Don't you think it depends on the specific details of the contract? I'm not the kind of guy who is limited by blood. If you don't sign a contract with me, you are not my son even if you have my blood. If you sign a contract, even if you don't have my blood, you can still be my son. I can give you a contract with good enough conditions that will definitely satisfy you. As long as you sign it, you will be my adopted son, a son with better treatment and higher status than my son. Maybe in the future, I can pass on my position as a director to you." The Dragon Man's words were very tempting. If it were an ordinary high school student, I'm afraid it would be difficult to restrain the desire to negotiate a contract. But Zhang Yu had experienced all kinds of temptations and encountered all kinds of pitfalls. Facing the temptation of the Black Dragon director, he didn't dare to agree at all. Zhang Yu waved his hands and said, "Alice, I want to sign too, but it's really not possible. You should know that I have already signed Zhang Pianpian. Limited by the contract, I can't be your adopted son." Zhang Pianpian. The Dragon Man looked at Zhang Yu deeply, but he was a little surprised. This kid, can't you see any emotion at all? Is he so clear-headed? No, not just clear-headed, he knew that even many clear-headed people would not be shaken at all when faced with a pie in the sky. And the feeling Zhang Yu gave him was already very similar to many old guys who were badly cheated. How badly did Zhang Pianpian cheat him? How could you be so alert? The Dragon Man then said with a look of sympathy, "You are restricted by the contract, I can understand. It doesn't matter if you don't become my adopted son. How about borrowing my seed?" The Dragon Man clapped his hands, and immediately all around him, tall, short, fat and thin beauties with different temperaments rushed out, and there were even many fox demons, cat demons and other demon descendants. The dragon man said, "Leave the seeds in their bodies. For each one you complete, I'll give you 100,000. How about that? As long as you have enough physical strength, I'll pay for as many as you want." Looking at Zhang Yu, who was breathing heavily, the dragon man thought to himself, "Sure enough, this kind of high school girl is full of vitality. After recovering her fertility, her resistance in this area will be even worse. Plus the price I offered." Zhang Yu shook his head with difficulty, throwing away the 100,000 yuan figures. No, I'll just sell the research rights." The dragon man narrowed his eyes slightly. "I've given you enough sincerity, right? Since you don't want to call me Godfather, you don't want to accept my invitation, am I too easy to talk to?" The terrifying pressure came over him, as if it was going to force Zhang Yu to kneel on the ground. Zhang Yu could only hold on and say, I signed a contract with Zhang Pianpian after all." The dragon man frowned, thinking to himself, the contract Zhang Pianpian signed with him even covers this? It covers such a large area. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Yu with a trace of pity. The dragon man couldn't help but think of thousands of years ago, when slaves and domestic servants were still popular in the world. At that time, whether slaves could give birth to offspring, how to give birth to offspring, and how many offspring they gave birth to were all managed by their masters. However, the slave market gradually disappeared, and then the talent market came into being. Things like managing reproduction and offspring became less common. "I didn't expect Zhang Pianpian to be so lenient with you." The dragon man sighed slightly, patted his shoulder and said, "You've worked hard too. What if it's a man? Will he also breach the contract?" Zhang Yu just felt a shock in his heart, and saw that the dragon man in front of him had changed. The original androgynous face became more charming, and there were many more female features on his body. The dragon man smiled and said, "Or if I am neither male nor female, neither dragon nor human, will I still breach the contract? If you don't like the way it is, give me 10 minutes to do the surgery and I can change it at any time. What do you think?" Zhang Yu stepped back repeatedly and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "No, this also violates the contract." The dragon man smiled faintly and changed back to his original form. "Okay, research rights are research rights. You go and sign the contract." Looking at Zhang Yu leaving, the dragon man's eyes suddenly turned cold. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart, as if the pity and kindness just now were just an illusion. A fox demon came to the dragon man, hugged him, and whispered, "Director, do you value Zhang Yu's seed so much?" The dragon man said, "Originally, I just thought his bloodline should be good. I want to keep it as material for the fertility bank, and I should be able to make a lot of money, but if he is really restricted by the contract, I am more curious whether there is any secret in his bloodline. I just don't know whether this kid is telling the truth or not. But in any case, this kid doesn't seem to be the kind of poor guy who can be fooled by a little temptation. Let the research team study his seeds as soon as possible. If there is really a secret, then we will find a way." A few hours later, in the apartment. As the door of the apartment opened, Zhang Yu walked in heroically. Bai Zhenzhen turned her head and looked at Zhang Yu's weak appearance, and asked curiously, "Did it succeed? How much did you sell for?" Zhang Yu smiled proudly and said, "I was not well prepared this time, and the quantity was a bit small. I sold about 150,000, if they still want it next week, I can sell it again." "So much?" Bai Zhenzhen said with envy. "It's too much profit, right?" At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen only hated that she could not make money as easily as Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "Zhen, don't worry about the money. If you don't have enough, ask me for a loan first, Dad." Bai Zhenzhen hurriedly hugged Zhang Yu and said, "You've worked hard to make money." Zhang Yu nodded with emotion. "It's very tiring, and it consumes a lot. Is there anything else to eat at home?" Bai Zhenzhen hurriedly ran to get food. "There is still some food that was not finished last time. I'll give it to you." She brought the food and gave Zhang Yu a massage while encouraging him, "Dad, eat more and increase your protein. Try to sell more money next time. Our family depends on you." Zhang Yu sighed secretly, knowing that this money would not last long, and thought to himself, "I still have to improve my potential quickly." Thinking of this, he quickly contacted Yu Jinghan and asked him to go to the spirit world to ask for a visit. In a quiet room in Bailong High School, Yu Jinghan sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, and was silently breathing in and out. But the mature figure of Li Zulian kept flashing in his mind. disturbing his mind. Alice, this won't work. The harm caused by this evil root is too great, but if I just get rid of it, how can I practice Shaoyang Kigen? I can't stop practicing this martial art forever, right? After thinking for a while, Zhang finally contacted Zhang Yu and decided to ask his master for advice. Hello? Master, I have a friend, that's Zhang Yu. He has encountered some problems. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang hung up the phone with a frown. Zhang Huozhenren's advice to his friend was very simple, just to either leave the evil root, temper your will, overcome the desire in your heart, and continue to practice Shaoyang Kigen. This is the way of the strong, but it will inevitably delay his performance improvement for a period of time. Or get rid of the evil root and don't practice Shaoyang Kigen for the time being. Although this is a kind of escape, it will not affect his performance improvement in the near future, but if he has to practice Shaoyang Kigen in the future, then if he escapes this time, it may be more difficult at that time. Both paths have their own advantages and disadvantages, and Zhang was unable to make a choice for a while. Just then, he saw Zhang Yu's call, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Chapter 176 Stimulating Zhang's Potential. Bailong High School. In the training room. With the door of the room completely closed, only Zhang and Zhang Yu were left in the training room. Looking at Zhang, who was full of fighting spirit, Zhang Yu asked curiously, "You are so anxious to call me here? It seems that it is not just about practical training." Zhang looked at Zhang Yu in front of him, and the first time he met him flashed in his mind. At that time, he could easily surpass the other party in sports competitions, but it was a pity that he was suppressed by Li Zulian and failed to win the championship in sports competitions. Thinking of Li Zulian suppressing him in sports competitions, Zhang's fists could not help but harden. But he immediately shook his head, put aside this distracting thought, and continued to look at Zhang Yu. In the past period of practical training, he could feel that Zhang Yu had been making progress and had been trying hard to catch up with him. But he never thought that the other party seemed to have surpassed him unknowingly. Especially the other party's performance in the foundation building exam, at least the physical control shown in the gluttony battle was already better than him. In the subsequent martial arts learning, the opponent showed an amazing learning ability. Thinking of this, Zhang said, "Recently on the road to immortality, I have encountered a very important choice. Should I face the challenge or take a detour? To be honest, I have been hesitant." Zhang Yu understood, nodded and said, "The hesitation between difficulty and ease. In the final analysis, you want to face the challenge, but you are afraid of failure." Zhang heard this and smiled helplessly. "You are right, so I want to put some pressure on myself and find some determination from you. Today we will compete behind closed doors, and no matter the victory or defeat, it will not be disclosed to the outside world. I just hope that Zhang Yu can show your full strength and fight with me." Feeling the strong fighting spirit in Zhang's eyes, Zhang Yu could see that the opponent was here to seek defeat. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "This guy, through this foundation building test, he should have felt that my actual combat power might be higher than his, right? So he wants to make up his mind by losing to me." Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Zhang, I have already felt your fighting spirit and your determination, but it's none of my business. Go all out? Win or lose in actual combat?" Zhang Yu didn't have the time for that. Whether he got hurt or Zhang got hurt, it would be troublesome. If he smashed the flowers and plants in the training room, he would have to pay for it. Looking at Zhang Yu's back as he turned and left, Zhang had expected it. After spending some time together, he had already seen that Zhang Yu, like him, had a strong talent for immortality, would never do a business that would lose money, and his money-making skills were also perfect. Zhang said immediately, "Let's stop pretending. If you can beat me, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Zhang Yu paused slightly and said, "You are a Zhang disciple, the top student in Bailong High School. You want to pay more, right?" Zhang said, 20,000 is enough? This is all my private money, this is the most I can give." Feeling the determination in the other party's eyes, Zhang Yu knew that it would be difficult to raise the price, so he nodded and said, "As friends, 20,000 is 20,000, I'll give you a discount." Before he finished speaking, there was a bang under Zhang Yu's feet, like the roar of artillery fire, and the whole person was already shooting towards Zhang. "What a sneak attack!" Zhang shouted, and a move of Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Palm had already hit Zhang Yu who was attacking. Zhang Yu also fought back with Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Palm. The two sides faced each other with palms, and the air exploded and collided violently. Yu Zhenghen took a step back, looking at Zhang Yu, who was motionless, and his fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Continue. The two first fought fiercely with a dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm. Zhang Yu immediately gained the upper hand with the protection of the subcutaneous Genki and the force-releasing techniques of Wuji Yanxiao and the immortal seal. So Yu Zhenghen suddenly burst out with his amazing speed, and sprinted to fight Zhang Yu in close combat. In the extremely close-range battle, fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, all parts of the body turned into Yu Zhenghen's weapons, accompanied by the display of practical martial arts, strangling Zhang Yu like a storm. And Zhang Yu faced Yu Zhenghen's violent attack, and his whole body suddenly burst out with white wuxiang yanggang, like a vortex formed by clouds and mist, taking all the attacks. Wuji Yanxiao 10th level promotion. It has been more than half a year since Fasei obtained the Wuji Yanxiao technique. So in recent weeks, Zhang Yu has gradually used the 10th level of this skill without any scruples. At this moment, he was surrounded by white clouds and mist, which turned into a group of vortices. He used various techniques of pulling, moving, unloading, absorbing, and rebounding. Not only did he dissolve Yu Zhenghen's offensive one by one, but he also shook the opponent's blood, muscles, and constantly damaged Yu Zhenghen's body. Yu Zhenghen didn't care and continued to bombard Zhang Yu, as if he wanted to use his true strength to tear the clouds in front of him to see the blue sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides were like two giant beasts tearing each other apart, and every move and every style burst into thunderous noises. After fighting for more than half an hour, Zhang Yu looked at Yu Zhenghen, who was slowly retreating, and said, "Are you giving up?" Yu Zhenghen breathed deeply and felt a wave of soreness and weakness in his muscles and meridians, as if he had been repeatedly beaten with a big hammer hundreds or thousands of times. It was difficult to continue the fierce battle. Yu Zhenghen looked at Zhang Yu, who was still surrounded by clouds and mist in front of him, and thought to himself, "Isn't this kid too tough?" Recalling the process of the fierce battle just now, Yu Zhenghen felt that every time he hit the seemingly light Wuxian Yungang, it was like hitting a piece of extremely tough steel bar. After finally breaking the cloud-like Yang-Qi, Zhang Yu was able to replenish it quickly, and his mana still didn't feel exhausted until now. The key is that every time Yu Zhenghen made a move, he was constantly hit by the opponent's back shock of blood, muscles, which made his muscles tired. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight. Although he had known for a long time that Zhang Yu's skill of using the opponent's force to counterattack was very powerful, he still failed after using all his strength at this moment, which made Yu Zhenghen feel a strong sense of frustration and shame. "I was the one who was chosen by the master to become a giant and disciple. I accepted so much investment and training from the master and became a student of Bai Long High School, but in the end, I lost to Zhang Yu." Seeing Yu Zhenghen's lost expression, Zhang Yu said, "Are you okay? If you are okay, can you pay me?" Yu Zhenghen glared at Zhang Yu, and with the operation of Xian Wu Liang Xinju, he forced himself to raise a raging fighting spirit. He tried hard to remember the reluctance, shame and frustration in his heart just now, and he wanted to turn these negative emotions into his own pressure to face the next challenge. He told himself in his heart, "Still stubborn? You have already lost to Zhang Yu. How can you still be stubborn?" At this moment, Yu Zhenghen made up his mind that he would overcome his physical instincts with his supreme will and give up that desire from today. Yu Zhenghen opened his phone and recorded on it, the first day of overcoming instinct. When Yu Zhenghen was transferring money to Zhang Yu, Fuji suddenly said, "Did this guy undergo a sterilization recovery surgery? Didn't you feel that some details were different when he was fighting?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Your eyesight is too good, right?" But the next moment, he suddenly remembered that during the foundation building exam, Yu Zhenghen seemed to have been arranged by the gods to undergo an operation before continuing to practice martial arts. Could it be that the martial arts he chose is similar to the yin-yang Hidafa? So he has to undergo an operation to recover before he can practice. He took advantage of the foundation building exam to get a free recovery surgery. It must be said that with Zhang Yu's understanding of Yu Zhenghen, he felt that the other party was completely capable of doing such a thing and taking such an advantage. Just when Zhang Yu was thinking about this, Fuji said again, "You can take this opportunity to introduce him to Hongta Group to sell seeds and earn a commission. With Yu Zhenghen's money-hungry personality, he is very likely to agree to this. The director who was very interested in you yesterday will definitely focus his attention on this giant and disciple. After all, to be honest, the quality of this guy's seeds is definitely better than yours. You can get rid of a trouble and earn a commission at the same time." Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he was a little worried whether Yu Xinghan would be restricted by the contract with Xinghuo Zhenren. As if sensing Zhang Yu's hesitation, Fuji laughed and said, targeting the bloodline and calculating the cause and effect of offspring are things that only the middle and upper classes of Kung Su have to consider. They also have the strictest control over the descendants of the bloodline, otherwise the entire Kung Su would have been filled with the descendants of the immortals, and the reason why I kept it for you in advance is that I believe you can climb to the upper level of Kung Su. As for these guys on the first floor, even a useless golden elixir like Xinghuo Zhenren who fell down, how could they consider these things, when Yu Xinghan becomes more famous and his strength reaches a certain level? Maybe Xinghuo Zhenren will take the initiative to perform a recovery operation on Yu Xinghan, and then pull him to sell protein. Zhang Yu decided to give it a try. Looking at Yu Xinghan, he asked, Xinghan, I have a way to make money easily. Do you want to try it? Yu Xinghan raised his eyebrows and said warily, easy money? Is there any such good thing in the world? A few hours later, inside the Hongta building. After completing the physical examination, Yu Xinghan sat in the quiet room a little nervously. Looking at the beautiful men and women flashing on the screen in front of him, he waved his hand and said, don't arrange real people for me. He thought to himself, now I have one more trouble than other students. Just like a disabled person, if I come into contact with real people, if I fall in love prematurely, won't my life be ruined? A voice came from the screen. Our company is committed to providing the most comfortable working environment for every seed provider. May I ask if you should arrange a puppet for you? Yu Xinghan waved his hand and was about to refuse when he heard the other end of the screen say, the puppet can adjust its appearance freely. After a moment of silence, Yu Xinghan asked, can you upload photos? Will you adjust it according to the photos? So a few minutes later, Yu Xinghan uploaded Li Zulian's photo. An hour later, Yu Xinghan, who looked exhausted, lay on the ground and found that his mind was empty of distracting thoughts and he no longer felt uncomfortable. He tried to practice Xianggang Kigen, but found that without the disturbance of distracting thoughts, the condensation of pure Yangangki came naturally, and his practice was rapid. After practicing for an hour, he felt the desire in his body rising again, so he called the puppet over again. In this way, when he had distracting thoughts, he made money, and when he didn't have distracting thoughts, he practiced. While making money and practicing at the same time, Yu Xinghan felt that he was getting more and more energetic, but his body was a little exhausted. Ho ha, there is such a wonderful thing in the world, although I am a little tired and my protein consumption is a bit high, but I can make money like this. At most I can eat more monster powder to recover. Chapter 177 The hunt begins. Soon after Zhang Yu returned to the apartment, he received a response from Shang Haohan. Shang Haohan, thank you, Zhang Yu. The quality of the seeds you introduced this time is very good. The company is already going through the process of remuneration and will transfer the money to you today. Soon, Zhang Yu received a commission of 100,000 yuan, and he was delighted. Zhang Yu calculated the money he earned yesterday, and his deposit had increased to nearly 300,000 yuan. However, Yu Xinghan had not replied to his message, which made Zhang Yu sigh. I wanted to find him to continue discussing the spiritual world, but this guy never stopped working once he started. He works so hard, he is worthy of being a giant disciple. A few hours later, Zhang Yu received a message from Yu Xinghan. Yu Xinghan, Zhang Yu. This job really makes money, and it also helps with cultivation. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, this kid won't be addicted, right? Will I hurt him? Fuji said, it was originally a hurdle he had to pass. Selling protein for money is better than giving away protein if he spends money somewhere, right? Zhang Yu took the opportunity to ask about the spiritual world. But he received a generous reply from Yu Xinghan, it's a small matter. I'll give you a 50% discount on tomorrow's spiritual practice as a thank you. Zhang Yu felt the excitement in the other party's text. Without waiting for his reply, Yu Xinghan sent another message, don't refuse, it's just a small amount of money, wait a minute. Yu Xinghan, okay, I've earned the 50% discount. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this kid, his immortal potential has become more terrifying. After agreeing with Yu Xinghan on the time to land in the spiritual world tomorrow, Zhang Yu knew that he would hunt the evil god next, so he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he had made up his mind not to act rashly without sufficient confidence, Zhang Yu still felt nervous. Zhang Yu asked, are you ready for the false information that will be sent through the spirit world tomorrow? Fuji said, we have discussed it so many times, How can I not be prepared? But Zhang Yu, there is one thing that you don't want to hear, but I still have to say it, that is about Bai Zhenzhen. Are you going to continue to hide the information about the evil god from her? Zhang Yu frowned when he heard this, and said coldly, you guy, still want Zhen to perform the ceremony with you? Fuji said as a matter of course, why not? With our current relationship, we are partners. Would I harm you? Perform the ceremony and gain potential improvement. Why can't we do such a good thing? If you give Bai Zhenzhen such a chance, do you think she will give up? She is a top student. With such a good opportunity to improve her grades, I dare say she will accept it quickly. As for betraying you or something, it is even more impossible with your friendship. This is definitely a great thing for her, a great opportunity that can greatly increase her chances of passing the foundation building exam. It's the same for you. For example, if Bai Zhenzhen helps me in hunting my colleague this time, the success rate will be even higher. This is a win-win situation. I don't understand why you are so reluctant. Zhang Yu's reluctance is naturally justified. Because according to Fuji, the premise of improving potential is to complete the contract ceremony. The ceremony itself must have the requirement of satisfying the evil god's wishes. This is related to the essence of the ceremony. It is the ritual rule set by the evil god kings, and even Fuji cannot change it. In other words, after Bai Zhenzhen's potential is stimulated, she will also be bound by the ceremony. Zhang Yu said, what if after Zhen finishes the ceremony, you make a few simple wishes and let her fulfill them on the spot? Fuji sighed, if I can promise you, I will definitely agree, but the ceremony is like a talisman. It contains many rules that you can't change just because you want to. Every surge of wishes will be sensed by the evil god. If I casually consume all the wishes of a contractor, it will be regarded as slacking off and betraying the interests of the company. Bai Zhenzhen and I will suffer the backlash of the ceremony. Hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned even tighter, because he thought that if what Fuji said was not false, then erasing the influence of the ceremony would seem to be more troublesome than he originally thought. Fuji said, Zhang Yu, I'm always by your side. What do you have to worry about? Without Bai Zhenzhen's help, if you fail in hunting my colleague, won't it affect Bai Zhenzhen? Besides, this is an opportunity for Bai Zhenzhen to become stronger, so that she can pass the foundation building exam and be admitted to the top 10. Shouldn't you let her choose for herself? Hearing about the foundation building exam, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly in his heart. It was precisely because of the pressure brought by those top Xiandu masters in the foundation building exam, and the urgency of the second round of foundation building exams in 2 months. These forced him to promote the plan of hunting the evil god. But even if he improved his potential, what about Zhen? In her current state, will she be able to defeat those Xiandu masters and pass the foundation building exam in the future? If Zhen was born in a wealthy family in Songgang, with her talent and strength, even if she didn't take the foundation building certificate, she would be enough to be admitted to the top 10. But as a poor person, Zhang Yu felt that he couldn't make this decision for Bai Zhenzhen, so after thinking about it, he gave the choice to Bai Zhenzhen. That night under the bridge, after hearing Zhang Yu's information about the evil god, Bai Zhenzhen was surprised and said, evil god? Isn't this an urban legend? Is it true? Fuji at Zhang Yu's neck turned into a doll and said, of course it is real. Zhang Yu's potential was stimulated by me. Looking at the talking doll, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes widened suddenly and fell into shock. After another explanation, after confirming that Zhang Yu was not controlled by the evil god and that the evil god in front of him was not dangerous for the time being, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes suddenly became hot. She looked at Zhang Yu and seemed to say, you kid really opened it. It took you so long to open it before taking me with you? I have already lent you my true spirit root to play with. Fuji asked, so if a wishing ceremony is performed to stimulate your potential, what are you willing to do? Ever since taking the foundation building exam, Bai Zhenzhen has felt that there has been a surging pressure chasing her from behind. No matter how fast she progresses, no matter how bravely she advances, she always feels that it is not enough. Hearing what Fuji said at this moment, Bai Zhenzhen said with sparkling eyes, do you still need to ask? I can't wait to improve my potential immediately. Zhang Yu sighed, as expected, but he still warned, but after the ceremony is completed, you have to agree to her 3 wishes. Like the first wish of this guy before was for me to fulfill 1,000 wishes for her. These evil gods are not well-intentioned. Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu and said, but haven't you temporarily controlled her now, Yuzi? I must be admitted to the top 10, since there is a way to increase the probability of this matter now, and I don't have to spend money, then take a risk. I'm willing to. This is my own choice. Even if something happens in the future, it is the price I have to pay." Zhang Yu nodded slightly. "I understand." Bai Zhenzhen looked at Fuji and said, "Let's start? Is it okay here? Hurry up and improve my potential." Fuji smiled awkwardly and said, "My current strength is too weak. I can't do these things. Before improving the potential for you and Zhang Yu, we have to hunt another evil god." The next day, when Zhang Yu and Yu Xing'an landed in the spirit world together and came to the Daodang again, not long after, in a dilapidated apartment, an old computer screen suddenly flashed slightly, and lines of information emerged, which seemed to be all about Zhang Yu's information. A big man with a beard was attracted. The big man's name was Li Quan. He was a high school student who had graduated many years ago. After being optimized by the company at the age of 50, he is currently a top delivery man. But he secretly has another identity, that is, a believer of the evil god. At this moment, the evil god who signed a contract with him was sitting in a corner of the room in the appearance of a bear doll, playing games seriously. Li Quan looked at the evil god and said, "Master, the shadow poison that Song Su asked you to place has sent a message." The bear doll nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah." Li Quan could only ask again, "What should we do next?" The bear doll tutted, pressed the pause button impatiently, and said, "Are all these sent from the puppet machine?" Li Quan nodded. The information was sent after jumping through the triple puppet machine. "The other party should not have discovered our location." The doll sighed. "Oh, it's really troublesome. Song Su is just too hard-working. What's the point of trying so hard?" The bear doll's name is Huishan. Although he is an evil god, unlike Fuji, who is determined to climb up and think about wealth and freedom of cultivation, Huishan has always felt that it is good to mix in the first layer. Wire roll up. In the end, the big head is not earned by the evil god king. Instead, he is at ease in the first layer. He doesn't need to go to work or do temporary work. If he is short of money, his own believers will work for him. The housework at home can also be done by the most loyal believers for free. As for what he lacks, he can ask his believers to work hard to buy it for him. Although he is not rich, it is enough for him to stay at home every day to eat, drink and have fun. At least this kind of life is much better than struggling for performance in the way of evil gods in Huishan's eyes. So his goal for a long time in the past was to sign social slaves, specifically looking for couriers, takeout men, and construction slaves to sign contracts. They can make money for him and are not easy to attract attention. No one will care if they die, and they are easier to deceive. It was not until Huishan signed Song Su that the situation began to change. Song Su is too greedy. "Oh, why don't we forget about hunting colleagues this time? It feels too troublesome. What if something goes wrong? Isn't life good now?" Chapter 178, 10 Million Temptations. In Huishan's opinion, Song Su was a believer who worked too hard for him. Studying hard, practicing hard, and making money hard were all good. But working hard to develop believers, managing believers, and improving Huishan's strength, this made Huishan feel bad. Song Su's mumblings came to his mind again. It was one afternoon not long after he converted Song Su into a believer of the evil god. The other party said to him earnestly, "Master, you can't go on like this. The times are developing, the righteous gods are progressing, and the supervision and competition in Kungsa will only become more and more intense. If you don't want to be eliminated by this world, internal reform is imperative. The first thing to do is to speed up the recruitment of talents. We can't be as casual as before. We should take the initiative to collect talent information, go to campus, actively snatch talents, conduct face-to-face inspections, and speed up the efficiency of the entire recruitment process. I also suggest that you participate in all aspects of believer recruitment as an observer and participate in the preliminary examination of key believers. If you want to work hard to develop more believers, you need to spend more time looking for suitable candidates, from collecting information, to secretly investigating, and then to recruiting. This process consumes time and energy. It is much more troublesome than sitting in the office, picking and choosing resumes one by one, and calling the interviewee to ask questions. After all, the evil gods believers have very high requirements for confidentiality, and they must not recruit people easily. For example, the investigation and recruitment of each of the 8 believers under Huishan took him hundreds of hours of work. From this point of view alone, Huishan feels that being a company boss is much better than being an evil god. You can receive hundreds of resumes by casually offering a position. You can work diligently after recruiting them, and you don't have to worry about leaks. Expanding the number of believers is already troublesome, and working hard to manage the believers is even more troublesome in Huishan's view. At this moment, Song Su's mumbling came to Huishan's mind again. Song Su, this is my analysis of our current team after observing it for the past 3 months. The main problem of reduced efficiency lies in the information gap. For example, the courier believers do not submit work lists and bank statements, the wear and tear of their running shoes does not match the mileage of their food delivery platforms, and there is no financial staff to review them. They decide how much they earn. The believers on the construction site are even more lacking in supervision. We know nothing about the daily working hours, income, and expenses. I suggest that starting from next week, every believer must submit a 300-word structured daily report before 9 p.m. every night, focusing on today's achievements, tomorrow's plans, and bank statements. Secondly, we will hold a half-hour regular meeting every Sunday at 1 a.m. in the future, ban PPT, and only talk about card points and resource allocation. We must also establish a problem escalation channel. All problems that have not been resolved within 12 hours will be directly connected to me, although Huishan felt a headache every time he just listened to the other party talking. But Song Su's actions did make Huishan earn more money, allowing him to move from the basement to his current shabby apartment, allowing him to shop online, and even giving him more money to recharge and draw cards in the game. So with Song Su pushing and Huishan moving, they have come to where they are now. But Huishan still doesn't want to hunt the evil god. Why do we have to fight and kill? Isn't it good to eat, drink and play games every day? At this moment, Huishan doesn't want to continue to participate in the work of hunting the evil god. Instead, he wants to turn around and continue playing the game he has not finished. But Li Quan, a believer on the other side, exclaimed, "Master, there are 10 million. When he heard the 3 words 10 million, Huishan immediately became alert and quickly jumped in front of the screen to look at the information sent by the shadow poison. He read 10 lines at a glance, and in a blink of an eye, he learned the general situation of the other party from the information sent by the shadow poison. It turned out to be the evil god who escaped from Chiante City. Tomorrow, the believers left in Chiante City will bring the more than 10 million cash he hid outside Chiante City. Let me see the transaction location." Seeing the news of more than 10 million cash, Huishan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't want to roll, as the evil god of Kung Su, it was impossible to say that he didn't love money. He just doesn't want to make money by his own efforts. If there is a chance to grab more than 10 million in one go, then he is not only interested, but will also work hard to spare his believers. Pass the information to Song Su, tell him to take people to the transaction location tomorrow. If there is a chance, grab the 10 million. In the apartment. After practicing in the spirit world for 2 hours, Zhang Yu returned to reality. However, after taking off the spirit world mask, his expression looked a little weird. He recalled his practice in the spirit world today. In the illusion, he became a security guard in a high-end club. Under the oppression of the boss, he rose up to resist. While constantly fighting with the thugs, he tried to find evidence of the club's crimes. He kept fighting in desperation. The boss of the high-end club was Yu Zhenhen. The other party exploited Zhang Yu, the security guard, and also exploited the beautiful employees in the club day and night. He kept fighting in the club. After coming out of the illusion, Zhang Yu couldn't help asking the other party in the hall of inquiry, "Does your cultivation have any effect?" Yu Zhenhen smiled and shook his head. "Zhang Yu, you are sterilized. You can't understand my current state." Obviously, although Zhang Yu introduced Yu Zhenhen to Shang Haohan, he didn't tell Yu Zhenhen about his physical condition. After experiencing the growth of these 2 days, Yu Zhenhen felt that his spirit and will had greatly improved. In his eyes at this moment, although Zhang Yu's strength is strong, his spiritual realm is just a sterilized child. Unlike him who has passed the puppet in illusion, he can be said to have experienced wind and rain and been tested for a long time. It is said that you can pass through a bush of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Only when hobbies and interests become work can you kill desires and return to your true self. This is what I have comprehended. The true meaning of how to overcome lust. Haha, remember what I said? It will definitely be of great help to you in the future. At this time in the apartment, Bai Zhenzhen stopped exercising, looked at Zhang Yu who had just woken up and asked, "How is it, Yuzi? Did you succeed?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Let's go out and discuss it." So Zhang Yu took Bai Zhenzhen to the familiar bridge arch and beside the stream. Bai Zhenzhen immediately asked impatiently, "What's the situation now?" Fuji said, The information has been sent over. 3 puppet machines have been transferred, and the location of my colleague has been tracked, Bai Zhenzhen said. Then let's go to his house now and kill him by surprise, Fuji said. Although the opponent's location has been tracked, it is not to alert the enemy. I didn't take the opportunity to investigate them, so I still don't know how many believers and how strong my colleagues' subordinates are, but don't worry, I have sent false information over, and I should be able to lead their main force away tomorrow. Then we will collect intelligence according to the plan, Zhang Yu said nervously. Will they not find out? Fuji laughed and said, your sister said something right. Information is very important in this world. Information gap is sometimes even more important than strength gap, just like this time we used Shadow Gu to track the opponent. The enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. By using this information gap, we can be invincible. The next night, a large container truck was heading towards the suburbs. In addition to Zhang Yu, there were 5 other evil god believers at the peak of key training in the truck. Each of them was vigorous, exuding the sturdy aura of the takeaway, construction site, and express delivery industries. A slender believer with an erratic figure said, when we see someone, we will just hit them with a truck and see if we can kill one first. Another dark-skinned, fleshy man said, although the location is in the suburbs and there is no surveillance, don't forget to do the shielding ceremony first to avoid being discovered by the running dogs of the righteous god. Another person said, although the other party is also an evil god believer and should not dare to call the police, we still have to act quickly to prevent them from jumping off the wall in desperation. At the same time, Zhang Yu was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the truck with his eyes closed, listening to other believers chatting, and didn't say anything. In his mind, he was still recalling the evil god intelligence he received yesterday. 10 million. When Zhang Yu just learned this number, his heart also jumped violently, and a strong greed rose in his heart. After all, in the Kungsa world, money is potential, it is the future, it is the wings on the road to immortality, it can help people to advance bravely and break through the class. For the sake of the 10 million, Zhang Yu had an idea in his mind at that time. Should I ask Mo Xianyi and others to help? But in the end he still suppressed this impulse. After all, the Poor Alliance is not a follower of the evil god. It is a force he formed by himself. It is also considered to be his real people. The money earned for him is also his personal treasury. He doesn't want to expose it to the evil god easily. And that 10 million. Even if this 10 million is snatched, Huashan will definitely take the bulk of it. With so much money, this lazy guy will definitely not want to work hard. Zhang Yu seemed to have seen the other party lying down and having fun after saving the money to earn interest. With his understanding of Huashan, the other party is definitely capable of doing such a thing. By then, this guy will definitely not want to help me hunt the evil god. Besides, we don't know where the other party's evil god is yet. Once the 10 million is moved, it will inevitably arouse the other party's vigilance, and then the matter of hunting the evil god may be difficult. Although Zhang Yu's greed was aroused when he heard about the 10 million, he quickly restrained himself after careful consideration. After all, the 10 million would not belong to him even if he robbed it. On the contrary, robbing it would affect his plan to hunt the evil god and improve his potential. Just like when he endured the pain, waited for the opportunity, and finally sold his grandfather's grave. Zhang Yu felt that this was not a good opportunity to rob the 10 million, especially compared to the 10 million. He wanted to hunt the evil god and stimulate his potential more. He flicked his fingertips and stroked the palm-sized civilian-grade flying sword in his hand, thinking to himself, I will use the flying sword to investigate the situation later. If there is no chance, forget it. Chapter 179 Zhang Yu's thunderous attack. Under the same night sky. Located outside the city. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen stood in an alley, looking through the dark alley shrouded in rain and fog, looking at an apartment building not far away. Bai Zhenzhen asked, are you sure it's here? Fuji said, huh? How can this evil god who is mixed in the first layer control the rituals as well as me? Besides, I found him with the other party's Shadow Gu. There is absolutely no problem, you'd better go quickly. Although those people were led away by me with false information, they will come back soon once they find something wrong. Zhang Yu nodded and said, then I'll go first. I saw his muscles twisting and shaking all over his body, and soon his whole body shrank and twisted slightly, and then his facial muscles also changed, becoming a completely unfamiliar look. Then Zhang Yu changed into the courier's clothes he had prepared before, and came to the dilapidated apartment building. The dilapidated exterior wall, the dim lights, and the corridors filled with things. Zhang Yu swept the moss growing in the cracks of the steps, and only felt a faint stench in the air. The whole apartment building gave him a feeling of being old and decayed. Even the surveillance had been broken for a long time due to the aging of the lines and the deliberate damage by the evil god's followers. However, because the rent was relatively cheap, the whole apartment was complex and full of people. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the evil god should have deliberately chosen such a broken and old apartment? It is convenient for our actions today. Zhang Yu came to the door of room 606 and rang the doorbell, but found that no one answered. So after ringing the doorbell again, he said, "Is anyone there? The express has arrived, I'm in a hurry, so I put it at the door. You can come out and get it later." After that, Zhang Yu stood there and took a photo of the express package, and then hurried away like an ordinary courier. Not long after he left, Li Quan opened the door, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, he looked at the express box in front of the door with a vigilant face. Seeing that the address was indeed here, Li Quan took it into the room and asked, "Master, it seems that the express you ordered has arrived." "Oh," Huashen jumped over and shouted, "is it the new mouse I ordered online? Hurry up and open it for me to see." At this moment, in the room, in addition to the evil god Huashen and his believer Li Quan, there was also a black-faced man who was quietly taking the Dao heart buffer and lying on the sofa, looking very happy. Li Quan and the black-faced man had graduated from high school many years ago and had already reached the peak of key refining. They were also the two most loyal believers of the evil god Huashen and had always protected his safety. Even if Song Su took people to seek the 10 million today, they still guarded Huashen. At this moment, after Li Quan opened the express in a few seconds, he saw a high school general mathematics book inside. "What the hell?" Huashen said angrily, "Did the merchant send me the wrong thing? I want to complain." At this moment, the sound of a police car came from afar, and soon it was getting closer and closer to the apartment. Huashen and the two believers were startled when they heard the noise, and they quickly opened the window and looked downstairs. As evil gods and their believers, they were always very sensitive to such noises. When they saw the police car parked downstairs, they became more and more nervous. "Isn't this coming for me?" Just as Huashen was worried, Li Quan said, "In addition to the police car, there is also the security team of Xianian Group. It should be related to the company's affairs, which has nothing to do with us." Huashen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt something was wrong. It was not until the knock on the door by the constable that Huashen suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The numbness of lying down and playing for a long time did not completely corrode his vigilance as an evil god, and he suddenly grabbed the math book beside him. Huashen quickly flipped through it and his eyes widened immediately. "I saw that the math book copied a martial arts called Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. Damn it! Who is trying to harm me?" At the same time, the voices of the constable and the company security team rang out from outside the door. "Routine inspection, please open the door and cooperate." Li Quan, who was standing by, grabbed the math book and wanted to throw it out the window, but was stopped by Huashen. "Have you never watched the news or the movies? There must be company dogs staring at our windows downstairs and taking pictures. Throwing it down is not just giving them evidence, you have to burn it. Burn this book quickly," Huashen urged again and again. "Burn it quickly. Burn it quickly." One of the two believers lit the book, and the other brought an iron bucket, but found that the material of the book was extremely tough and burned too slowly. At this time, the knocking sound outside the door became louder and louder. The police officer said, "As citizens of Songyang City, you have the obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Please open the door immediately." A company employee said, "Do you smell the burning smell?" The police officer's voice became more and more urgent. "We now suspect that you are related to the spread of illegal exercises. If you don't open the door, we will break in." The three people who heard this were scared to death, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. "Fuck," Huashen cursed in his heart, and at the same time, he said in a low voice, "Pour some oil. Take it to the gas stove and light it. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. If you are caught, you will be fined a huge amount. Burn one more word, and the fine will be reduced." "Li Quan, you go and deal with them first." Delay time. As the knocking sound became louder and louder, the warnings of the police officer and the company security team became more and more urgent. Feeling the strong fluctuations of mana surging outside the door, Li Quan said to the room with sweat on his head, "They are about to come in." At the same time, the whole book finally caught fire. Huashan looked at the math book that was thrown into the bucket and gradually became charred, and he was relieved. With a loud bang, the door was broken open. Seeing a large group of detectives and members of the company's security team coming in, Li Quan and another black-faced man quickly raised their hands, not daring to resist at all. Huashan was also like a real teddy bear, lying quietly on the sofa, without a sound. The leading company security personnel looked at Li Quan and said, "Why did you open the door so long?" Li Quan said nervously, I don't know who you are. Why do you want to open the door?" At this time, a team member said, "Sir, something was burned by them just now." Everyone immediately looked at the iron barrel full of scorch marks. Looking at the company people who were searching in the burning residue, Huashan and the other two became nervous all of a sudden. The company people looked at the charred books and flipped through them, and finally shook their heads helplessly. "I can't tell what's on them." Just when Huashan was completely relaxed, another company person suddenly reached into the iron barrel and took something out. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he took out a palm-sized piece of iron. Seeing this, Huashan immediately realized that someone had put the iron piece in the book. He secretly said in his heart, "Who is so cruel? Want to hurt me like this? Damn, I will be punished to death this time." Looking at the two believers at the scene, he has begun to consider whether to abandon these two guys. The company man glanced at the handwriting engraved on the iron piece. His face changed and said, "It is the spring and autumn endless Zen, a top expert level technique." Hearing this, the constables immediately retreated, fearing that they would see the content on the iron piece. The company people immediately surrounded them and sealed the iron piece. "You two, now we suspect that you have purchased pirated techniques. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." In the alley downstairs, Zhang Yu, who had taken off his courier uniform, leaned against the wall, and looked like another stranger, quietly watching Li Quan and the other person being taken to the car of Xian Company. Watching the company and the police car driving away quickly and disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu sighed. Anonymous phone reports are so useful? The effect is better than expected, Fuji said. After all, the leaked is the level of spring and autumn endless Zen. These company people must be as active as dogs that smell shit. Zhang Yu recalled the two people who were taken into the car in his mind, and thought to himself, these two people should be believers, right? Fuji laughed and continued, "This is the advantage of information gap. Just this information gap that we know his address, but he doesn't know that we know his address is enough to kill him." Zhang Yu did not relax at all. After the company arrested two believers, as long as the fine was enough, it would be fine. Or even if these two believers were sacrificed, the other party's evil god was still there. Zhang Yu looked at the apartment building and thought, in theory, the believers in that room should have been taken away by the company, but, after thinking about it, Zhang Yu decided to try it again. So he picked up his phone and ordered a takeaway. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by a residual shadow cutting through the air, a delivery man, carrying a drink, appeared at the door of room 606 like a ghost. Looking at the violently broken door, he was slightly stunned and asked, "Is anyone here?" No one responded. Looking at the notes on the takeaway order, the delivery man sighed helplessly, and his figure flashed, bringing a gust of wind, which had swept around the room. Then he walked out of the room, picked up his mobile phone, typed to the customer and asked, "I looked around, no one is here, what should I do with your order?" The customer replied, "Thank you for your hard work, it doesn't matter if he is not here, you can drink this drink." Not long after the delivery man left, the bear doll on the sofa moved slightly, jumped off the sofa, and wanted to run out. But the next moment, he stopped abruptly. "No, what if the other party's real target is me, the evil god? Maybe they are waiting outside right now, waiting for me to fall into their trap. I can't just go out like this. I am now without the protection of believers, and this is the most dangerous time. What I should do is..." Thinking of this, the bear doll sent a message to Suang Su and others. "At their speed, they can arrive in more than 20 minutes at most, and I just need to avoid being found in these 20 minutes. Thinking of this, Huashan came to the wall behind the sofa, slowly opened the secret door, and disappeared into the room. Chapter 180 Blocking the Six Powerful Men. After entering the secret door, Huashan saw a mezzanine space that was more than 10 centimeters wide and less than 1 meter high. This was a small dark room that Huashan specially prepared for himself after moving to this apartment. Since the small dark room was completed, Huashan has never used it once. The space of this dark room is also very small, and it can only hide a bear doll like him. But because of this small dark room is difficult to be discovered. After entering it, Huashan felt a little relieved and was very grateful for his decision to build this small dark room. Then Huashan turned on his mobile phone and quickly sent a message to Zhang Yu, urging his believers to come and protect him. Damn, if they are in the city at ordinary times, they will be here soon. This time they are all in the suburbs. At this moment, Huashan's body stiffened slightly, and he heard something in the apartment. Is anyone coming in? Then someone seemed to be rummaging in the room. Huashan hurriedly looked out through a gap left in the mezzanine, and saw a stranger rummaging in the room. Neighbors who took advantage of the situation, or is someone looking for me? Huashan quickly turned off the silent mode on his phone after sending a message to Zhang Yu, and then did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. He lay quietly in the mezzanine space like a real doll, without making any sound. At the same time, in Huashan's apartment, Zhang Yu was turning into a stranger, wearing a hood, and searching the room quickly. But the things in this room were too complicated and too many. Zhang Yu felt that it would be impossible to search them all without a few hours. Fuji said, he must be hiding in this room, but each evil god can show different forms. It may be a toy, stationery, or a pen, a glove, a necklace. It's definitely too late to search one by one now. Smash it. Smash everything in the room as fast as you can, and you will definitely find him. Zhang Yu's body suddenly gushed out layers of Wuxian Yun Gang. However, in order to hide the characteristics of his attack, he had already activated the Great Sun Key C before activating Wuxian Yun Gang. As the light was absorbed, the Wuxian Yun Gang that Zhang Yu gushed out was pitch black, like a rolling black cloud, bombarding everything in front of him. A series of smashing sounds rang out one after another. However, this kind of movement was considered common in this old apartment with a complex population. It was mixed with the quarrels, music, video sounds, etc. on other floors, and did not attract much attention. In the mezzanine, Huashan looked through the gap and saw that things were constantly being smashed outside, and his heart tightened. He knew that if it was a neighbor who took advantage of the fire, he would not come to his house and smash it. This kind of smashing operation made him feel a little cold in his heart. Are you really here to find me? When he thought of the various electronic products, game consoles, computers, figurines, models, that he bought were constantly being smashed, Huashan felt his heart bleeding. Damn, smashing my house, you dare not call the police to bully the evil god, right? Wait for me. Huashan hurriedly pressed the phone and urged Zhang Yu and others to come to the rescue again. Not long ago, in an unfinished building in the suburbs, after using the flying sword to explore and finding nothing unusual, Zhang Yu and 5 other believers walked in from different locations of the unfinished building. Nothing. A believer frowned and said, is the information correct? Or is the time wrong? Zhang Yu frowned and said, I feel something is wrong, let's evacuate first. Just as Zhang Yu and the other 6 were leaving the unfinished building, they saw a beam of light suddenly shining over. 2 security guards looked at them and said, what are you 6 doing? You come here to steal things in the middle of the night, right? Do you know that this is company property? Zhang Yu glanced at the Wanli Group uniform on the security guard and thought to himself, is this building owned by the Wanli Group? Is there anyone watching the unfinished building? Isn't this coming too fast? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's bad premonition became stronger. As for beating the security guard in front of him, rushing out directly, Zhang Yu and the other 6 dared not do that. After all, these security guards represent the company behind them, and they have cameras connected to the internet at all times. In the eyes of the 6 evil god believers, these 2 security guards were much more dangerous and difficult to deal with than other evil gods. After all, when fighting with another evil god, even if they were covered in blood, neither side dared to call the police, and everyone just kept their heads down. If they beat the security guards in front of them, they would be sued by the company. Especially among the 6 people of Zhang Yu, there were 2 takeaway believers and 1 courier believer. At this moment, they were already exhausted when they saw the security guards. Let alone fighting, they lowered their heads and looked like they didn't even dare to talk back. Zhang Yu sighed secretly, knowing that they were suffering from occupational diseases, so he could only stand up and say, we didn't steal anything. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. The security guard raised the electric baton and said, we received a report that someone stole construction materials here. You all should go with me to register your information first. The believers at the construction site took out a Taoist heart buffer and handed it over with a smile. 2 big brothers, We accidentally ran in at night. We really didn't take anything. The security guard slapped his palm and shouted angrily, "Who is your big brother? Come with me to register." The 6 evil god believers dared not speak out, and could only explain in a good tone. The leading security guard became more and more arrogant. Although there were 6 people on the other side, he had the entire company behind him. How could these 6 poor people in front of him fight against him? Especially with his decades of experience as a security guard, these guys were full of the temperament of express delivery, takeout, and construction sites, and it was reasonable for him to suppress them. As the 2 sides were entangled, Zhang Yu touched his mobile phone that had vibrated several times, and finally took it out to look at it. Then his face suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, has Huishan been reported? Pirated skills. Someone is looking for Huishan. Recalling today's experience, Zhang Yu's mind was immediately like a flash of lightning, and then a strong anger flashed through his heart. The evil gods are fighting among themselves, and they are reporting? And they are looking for the constables. The other evil gods are too unruly. Zhang Yu glared at the 2 security guards in front of him, knowing that he could not be dragged down here. The other 5 believers on the side felt the change in Zhang Yu's temperament, and they all looked at him. The 6 people looked at each other, and their temperaments suddenly changed. If they were still timid when facing the security guards just now, they suddenly stood up at this moment. We can't delay, so we have to. Zhang Yu's figure flashed, blocking the other party's camera with one hand, and stretched out his hand in front of the other party. Brother, it's the company's good, not yours. Please be flexible. The security guard looked at the thousands of yuan that the other party stuffed in front of him, and his attitude softened all of a sudden. Zhang Yu sneered in his heart, HMPH, just 2 company security guards. I just didn't want to spend money just now, so I had to explain it to you. Now I'm in a hurry. Why should I explain it? Just when Zhang Yu and others were entangled with the security guard, Bai Zhenzhen was watching the screen transmitted by the monitoring software on her mobile phone. Since Zhang Yu and the other 6 people entered the unfinished building, Bai Zhenzhen has been watching the content in the monitoring screen. She thought to herself, fortunately, the surveillance camera placed yesterday can be used, but the price is not cheap, considering the power, networking and clarity. The surveillance camera hidden in the unfinished building by Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu, as well as batteries, network cards, cost them thousands of yuan. But it was really worth the money. Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu's appearance and recognized his identity directly. It's him. More than half a year ago, when Bai Zhenzhen tried to investigate the leader of the Pearl Alliance, she had screened out several suspected people from Bailong High School. Zhang Yu was one of them, and Bai Zhenzhen still had his photos and information on her phone. Are they leaving? Bai Zhenzhen breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the security guard greet Zhang Yu and the other 6 people. Wanli Group's response was very quick. They came so soon. It was Bai Zhenzhen who made a phone call to report that someone was suspected of stealing steel bars in the unfinished building, which attracted the security guards of Wanli Group. However, Bai Zhenzhen knew that these 2 security guards were at most a few thousand or 10,000 guys who could be sent away, so she immediately sent a message to remind Zhang Yu. Bai Zhenzhen, they are about to leave the unfinished building, you speed up. Bai Zhenzhen, I recognized one of them as Zhang Yu, I will send you his information. A moment later, when Bai Zhenzhen looked at the surveillance screen again, Zhang Yu and the other 6 had successfully gotten rid of the security guards and left the unfinished building. But Bai Zhenzhen was not too worried. She opened the navigation software and looked at the road from the unfinished building to the evil god apartment. The road was already red. This time and location were not randomly decided by Yuzi and me. It's the midnight rush hour, and the road here is congested. It should be able to delay them for a while. In the apartment room, Zhang Yu looked at the message sent by Bai Zhenzhen and thought to himself, is he coming back? He glanced at Zhang Yu's information, raised his head and looked at the various furniture that he had smashed, frowning. Why is there so much stuff in this broken place? Zhang Yu looked at the various messy sundries, which seemed to be clothes for pets, massage pillows, rows of sports shoes, detergents, figurines, models. It's just a garbage dump. In the mezzanine, after watching Zhang Yu smashing things for more than 10 minutes through the gap, Huishan felt heartbroken and extremely fortunate. Who the hell said I bought things indiscriminately? If I hadn't bought so many things, how could I have delayed for so long? Fuji looked at Zhang Yu smashing so many things and still not finding the evil god, and reminded, it feels wrong. Is there any secret room in this broken apartment? A mezzanine or something like that? Zhang Yu frowned and said, do you want to smash the wall? Fuji said, smashing the wall will attract too much attention. Maybe the neighbors will call the property management. At this moment, Zhang Yu's mobile phone vibrated, and a message from Bai Zhenzhen came. Zhang Yu knew that Bai Zhenzhen had been keeping watch for him in the alley downstairs while watching the surveillance of the unfinished building. The message must be very important, so he immediately picked up his mobile phone and started to read it. Bai Zhenzhen, they are coming. Bai Zhenzhen, get out of here. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed. So fast, Bai Zhenzhen, hurry up. They are too fast. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Looking at the garbage heap in front of him, Zhang Yu snorted coldly, as if with a hint of strong reluctance, and left the room. Chapter 181, Hunting the Evil God Successfully. At the same time, below the apartment building, at the intersection in the distance, Song Su and others were speeding towards the building. Humph, Song Su thought to himself, the big truck is just for hitting people. If we really want to hurry, we have a top courier and 2 top takeaways. Whether it's speed or weight, they are amazing. At this moment, Song Su and the other 2 construction site believers were carried on the backs of 2 takeaway believers and a courier believer, leaving a series of afterimages and quickly bypassing the traffic. Seeing that Tuoshin was still urging him, Song Su replied, hold on, we've arrived. Inside the apartment, Huishin listened to the other party's unwilling sigh and watched the other party finally leave, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw the message that Song Su had arrived, and he felt relieved, finally safe. A moment later, Huishin looked at Song Su who came in from the outside, and he was delighted. He immediately opened the mezzanine and rushed over. You are finally here. But when he saw the other person's face turning around, Huishin suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is this guy's face a little stiff? This guy seems, isn't it Song Su? Huishin looked at the other person's pants and suddenly reacted, damn, isn't this the guy just now? He changed his face shape and disguised himself as Song Su? This guy knows Song Su's information and knows that Song Su is here. The person who walked into the room at this moment was Zhang Yu, who changed his face shape according to Song Su's information after running the red marrow and primordial energy, and dressed up as Song Su. But in fact, this kind of dress is very rough. If Huishin observes carefully, he will soon recognize that Zhang Yu is not Song Su. However, Huishin was in a hurry, but he did not find the problem with Zhang Yu at the first time. Seeing Zhang Yu walking towards him with a smile, Huishin screamed and wanted to retreat. But Zhang Yu flashed and had Huishin in his hand. Finally I caught you, Fuji laughed and said, Zhang Yu, quickly suppress him with a method I taught you. Don't let him move. Zhang Yu slammed out with one palm and slammed it on the bear doll, causing Huishin to shake violently. According to Fuji, these evil gods have great magical powers when launching the ceremony, but their bodies are not strong, otherwise they cannot avoid the detection of the righteous gods. Although this doll bear looks like a toy, it can cause damage to the evil god by hitting it with physical attacks. Moreover, because the consciousness is hidden in it and has complete perception, the strong vibration can disrupt the evil god's consciousness through the evil god's perception. According to Fuji, this is like motion sickness. Looking at Tuoshin, who was unable to move after the shock, Zhang Yu grabbed the black bead that Fuji had transformed into and pressed it hard on the head of the bear doll. With a trace of evil power stirring, Fuji had temporarily suppressed the consciousness of the bear doll. In an instant, Fuji quickly searched for the ritual power in the other party's body, and cheered, haha, it's Zhang Yu. This guy has been temporarily suppressed by me. One ritual record after another flashed in front of Fuji, and Fuji murmured, let me see what rules he has set for his believers. At this time, a series of air-breaking sounds came. And it seemed that 6 figures broke through the night sky and quickly approached the position of this room. Bai Zhenzhen, Yuzi. Why the hell don't you come down? They have already gone up. Zhang Yu had no time to read the mobile phone message sent by Bai Zhenzhen. Listening to the sound of breaking air that was getting closer and closer, he realized that the other party was about to rush to the door of the room. Song Su and the other 6 came at high speed and rushed into the broken door, and saw all kinds of smashed things everywhere in the room. The bear doll was sitting upright on a chair, and a person was kneeling in front of him. From the side, it seemed to be Li Quan. Seeing that the bear doll was intact, Song Su and the other 6 breathed a sigh of relief. However, a question rose in Song Su's mind. Li Quan came back so soon? Did he pay the fine and bail and rush here? Seeing the arrival of everyone, Li Quan snorted coldly and said, "What are you doing? Why did you come so late? Do you know how scared the master was? As a believer of the evil god, how did you protect the safety of the evil god? Why don't you kneel down immediately?" At the same time, the bear doll on the sofa shook and snorted coldly, as if it was dissatisfied with their attitude. Although the evil god believers still had many questions in their hearts, they all knelt in front of the sofa and began to admit their mistakes to Huishan. "Sorry, Master, we are late. Master, we have come at full speed. Master, we will definitely help you get revenge." The more Song Su looked at Li Quan, the more he felt that something was wrong. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that his appearance was actually different from Li Quan. However, Huishan commanded them remotely most of the time, and Song Su and Li Quan rarely met each other on weekdays, so they did not recognize each other at the first time. So Song Su flashed and blocked the way out directly, then his eyes fixed and said, "You are not Li Quan." Feeling the gazes of everyone at the scene, Zhang Yu's face changed slightly, and with the circulation of the red marrow and primordial energy, he had turned into another strange appearance. "Yes, I am not Li Quan, so you revealed your identity as a follower of the evil god." After hearing this, everyone's face changed wildly, and then they felt a heat wave rolling all over their bodies, as if there was a flame burning out of their bodies. "Not good," Song Su said in shock. "Catch him. Kill him." Unlike Zhang Yu, who was abandoned by Fuji at the beginning and then suppressed Fuji, Song Su's 6 followers have been under the control of Huishan, and have been set up with a series of wishes such as not to hurt Huishan and not to reveal the identity of the follower of the evil god. Seeing the excitement of the 6 people, Zhang Yu's mind flashed back to the memory of watching Zhou Xian'ai spontaneously combust and die in the unfinished building. At that time, Zhou Xian'ai was a believer of the evil god, and he died spontaneously because he accidentally revealed his identity as a believer of the evil god. Later, Zhang Yu asked Fuji about this matter, and then he knew that many evil gods would take the initiative to set such a wish in order to prevent the righteous gods from tracking them down. Once the believers find out that they have revealed their identities, whether they have revealed them actively or passively, they will trigger the backlash of the ritual. And Fuji confirmed this after consulting the ritual records of Huishan just now. Looking at the increasingly red skin of the 6 people at the scene, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "It is indeed a stupid ritual." At the same time, Song Su felt that the ritual power in his body had begun to count down. He roared and rushed towards Zhang Yu. "Kill him before the complete backlash. Then it will not be considered a leak of information, and we still have a chance to survive." The faces of the other 5 people also changed wildly, and they all gathered all their strength and were about to kill Zhang Yu. At this moment, Song Su and 5 strong men at the peak of key refining rushed towards Zhang Yu with desperate and violent killing intent. The heavy pressure was something Zhang Yu had never encountered before. The surging force squeezed the atmosphere, and it was more like boiling the air in the room. Palm force, fist force, leg force. 6 masters, 6 killer moves, rushed towards Zhang Yu at the same time, as if they were going to tear him into pieces in the next moment. But in the face of such terrifying pressure, Zhang Yu smiled slightly, pounced forward, and grabbed the teddy bear on the sofa to block in front of him. "Don't hurt the evil god." Looking at the teddy bear in front of Zhang Yu, the 6 believers were all shocked, and they changed their moves and dared not rush forward again. The fierce changes and moves made the 6 masters so depressed that they vomited blood, and their blood and magic power surged. Zhang Yu took advantage of this momentary opportunity and rushed back, with a surging ki all over his body. The black Wuxian Yun gang had completely engulfed everyone. "What is that?" Feeling that his vision was completely obscured, Song Su reacted very quickly. He thought that it was the energy that obscured his vision. With a roar, he waved his palms and blasted away the black cloud like Wuxian Yun gang. The other 5 people also moved quickly, blasting the Wuxian Yun gang into pieces like tearing apart clouds. Using unspent half an hour to blast away the Wuxian Yun gang, but now under the joint efforts of these 6 masters, he couldn't even hold on for half a second. But just as they blasted away the energy in the blink of an eye, they heard a bang, and the window on the side had broken. Looking at the broken window, a takeaway believer was the fastest, like a flash of lightning, and jumped out first, wanting to catch up with Zhang Yu. The remaining 5 people felt the ritual power in their bodies getting hotter and hotter, and they jumped out of the window without hesitation. The height of just a few floors could not kill them at all. At this moment, they were only full of murderous intent and the determination to kill Zhang Yu. But when they saw the bench that smashed the window and was falling down, a trace of surprise and anger appeared in their eyes. It was this bench that smashed the window and fell down just now? Instead of that person jumping down, at the same time, in the room of the apartment, Zhang Yu was still hiding in a black shadow, which was the shadow formed by the great sun Qi absorbing the light. Just now, he used the bear doll to force the 6 people to change their tactics, and then used the great sun Qi and the Wuxian Yun gang to block the 6 people's sight. Then he grabbed the bench and smashed the window, and fell into this shadow. At this moment, Zhang Yu stood in this darkness, as if he had become a shadow in the corner of the room, which seemed very natural. Zhang Yu listened to the roars and screams coming from outside the window, and sighed, information gap, information gap. After that, he picked up the bear doll on the ground, turned around and walked out of the apartment. At the same time, 6 firemen roared into the sky and jumped towards the window of the apartment, but soon turned into ashes inside and outside the apartment and dissipated in the night sky. A few minutes later, a large number of detectives arrived at the scene and sealed off the entire apartment. Not long after, in the awe-inspiring eyes of many detectives, the Songyang City Patrol team arrived at the scene and began to investigate the incident. On the other side, after Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen recovered the surveillance of the unfinished building in the suburbs, they returned to the apartment and looked at Fuji expectantly, saying, "Hey, can we improve our potential now? Happy New Year, everyone. I have to go to my relative's house on New Year's Eve. I guess I won't have time to write the chapters on the first day of the new year, tomorrow. I would like to ask for a day off from everyone here, and I will update normally on the second day of the new year. By the way, I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year, good health, peace and happiness in the new year, academic progress, and a successful career." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 182, A New Chapter of Feather Book. Fuji listened to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's expectant questions and replied, "How can it be that fast?" Feeling the questioning eyes of the two, she hurriedly explained, "I have been weak for too long, and it takes time to completely swallow this guy. I just temporarily suppressed this guy before, but it's like an ant gnawing on a chicken leg. To completely swallow it, how can you finish it in one meal?" Fuji continued, "Help me swallow this guy completely first, and wait until I digest his evil god status, so that I can improve the potential of both of you." So under Fuji's guidance, Zhang Yu once again pressed the black bead that Fuji had transformed into on the head of the bear doll. About an hour later, the bear doll in front of him suddenly shattered, turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. "I will sleep for a day or two until I digest it." Fuji only had time to leave a word, and then fell into deep sleep. No matter how Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen called, she had no response. In the next 2 days, the black bead that Fuji turned into was like a dead object. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen could only practice and make money while waiting for Fuji to wake up. During this period, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen also paid attention to Song Su's situation through the news and the internet. However, from the news, only the pirated skills incident can be seen, and there is no information about the evil god or the evil god's believers. Bai Zhenzhen said nervously, "The last move you made caused the 6 evil believers to be backfired. Many people around saw them jump down and they were on fire. Will anyone suspect that it was an evil god incident, and the righteous gods have already started investigating?" Bai Zhenzhen couldn't help but say, "Why don't we go back and see the apartment where the evil god lived before? See if anyone is investigating." "Huh?" Zhang Yu glanced at Bai Zhenzhen and thought to himself that Zhen was too impatient. He looked like he didn't commit a crime, but he made the mistake of a suspect returning to the scene to observe. "What if I read it? What if I don't read it?" Zhang Yu said. "Anyway, we have done everything we can. If someone really starts investigating, we can't stop it. Instead of thinking about it, it's better to improve your strength." Zhang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the mana in his body that had broken through 90 points and was surging more and more recently. In Kung Fu, the stronger you are, the more money you make, and the more money you make, the safer you are. Fuji's dead silence lasted until the 3rd night. With a groan coming from the bead, Fuji said in a very happy voice, "It's great." She laughed and said, "Today we are reunited and ascend to the right path of the evil god again. In the future, I will reach the peak again and stand at the top of Kung Su." Hearing Fuji's movement, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, who were originally practicing in the room, immediately focused their attention. Zhang Yu grabbed the bead and said, "How is it? Can it improve my potential?" Feeling the energy in Zhang Yu's palm, Fuji hurriedly said, don't worry, I'll help you right away." As she spoke, Zhang Yu felt a cold and evil power surging out of the black bead that Fuji had transformed into, rushing along his arms, shoulders, neck, and into a sea of consciousness. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain in his palm. When he opened his palm, he saw a transparent symbol generated in it, and as the evil power from the black bead became more and more turbulent, it was constantly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "It's just like the symbol when the feather book first appeared, but it's become more complicated." As the symbol turned completely black, the feather book appeared in front of Zhang Yu and slowly opened. The first page was still the directory, and the 2 words prologue on the first line of the directory were still clearly visible. But now the originally blurred line of handwriting below the prologue began to gradually become clear. Zhang Yu looked at it intently and murmured in his heart, "Chapter 1, Chain Method Diagram." Then the feather book moved without wind, and the pages on it followed Zhang Yu's thoughts and naturally turned to the first chapter of the Chain Method Diagram. 36 bodybuilding styles, red marrow and primordial energy, freehand fighting, high school basic swordsmanship, Cheyenne Wu refining heart formula. All the exercises that Zhang Yu practiced were listed one by one. And below these listed exercises was a huge black scroll. When Zhang Yu tried to focus his thoughts on one of the exercises, he found that he could drag these exercises like in the preface of the feather book. So Zhang Yu dragged up the 36 bodybuilding styles and tried to put them in the black scroll below to see what would happen. As the 36 bodybuilding styles fell into the scroll, this exercise immediately turned into a white star and fell into the black scroll, like a star shining in the night sky. And Zhang Yu saw 3 lines of handwriting under the star transformed by the 36 bodybuilding styles. Primary High School Holy Body, 1/6, Advanced High School Holy Body, 1/8, Ultimate High School Holy Body, 1/10. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and for a moment he was not sure what this meant. Then he tried to drag different exercises into the night sky, and found that he could drag in a total of up to 10 exercises. And after each exercise turned into a star and hung in the night sky, 3 lines of handwriting would appear. For example, the primary, advanced, and ultimate high school holy body of the 36 style fitness. Another example is the primary, advanced, and ultimate martial arts holy fetus of the spring and autumn endless Zen. Gradually, Zhang Yu also understood the meaning. The effect of this chain diagram is to link different exercises together to form a set effect, right? Zhang Yu decided to call this a set of exercises. Each set of exercises requires 6 exercises to make up the first set effect, 8 for the second set effect, and 10 for the third set effect, and Zhang Yu's 36 style fitness, basic mind training, and basic breathing method all showed the set of exercises for the high school holy body. It's just that the high school saint body under the basic heart refining method and the basic breathing method are both gray. Zhang Yu guessed in his heart, is it because I haven't upgraded these 2 basic methods much, and I haven't upgraded them to level 10, in addition to the 3 methods in the high school saint body set? Zhang Yu found that the set of methods he had collected the most methods was called the full attendance beggar. The methods included in it are digging palm, crane claw, sports car leg, and elevator leap. This full attendance beggar doesn't sound like a good thing. So let's forget it. High school saint body sounds like it should be strong, but Zhang Yu thought about it, and still looked at the spring and autumn endless Zen set of methods more eagerly. Martial arts saint embryo. There are also the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm and back dragon flipping mountain hand set of methods, dragon bloodline. There are also the Cheyenne Wu refining heart art set of methods, Cheyenne Wu fighting heart, the wild ox soul calming heart art, and the crippled ox soul shedding body art of method, great sage successor. Is this great sage of the great sage's descendant the great sage of the wild ox who created the wild ox soul calming heart art and the crippled ox soul sacrificing body art? Yes, it's still the martial arts saint embryo, the dragon bloodline, the heavenly martial war heart, and the great sage's descendant. These sets of skills are powerful at first glance, but what kind of skills are needed for these sets of skills? I can't know which set of skills it belongs to after I master each skill, right? Wouldn't it take a long time to put together a set of skills? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly, picked up his phone and browsed the skills purchase website. Fuji and Bai Zhenzhen on the side have been observing Zhang Yu after his potential was stimulated. Seeing Zhang Yu's confusion, excitement, and frowning, both the man and the god were puzzled. Fuji thought to herself, it's just to stimulate potential. How come this guy looks like he's watching some video, with such a rich expression? What on earth is his potential? Bai Zhenzhen couldn't help but ask, Yuzi, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Yu laughed and said, I've never felt so good before. Zhang Yu scanned the website for purchasing exercises on the screen. As he read the introduction of each exercise, the exercise set of this exercise would appear in his mind. He thought to himself, although it's still quite troublesome to find, at least there is a goal. No, I can't look for a needle in a haystack like this. Zhang Yu looked at the exercise set of the high school saint body and the 3 basic exercises in it, and searched directly for the high school basic exercises on the shopping website. This time, he immediately found several exercises belonging to the high school saint body. The same is true for other techniques. You should look for similar techniques based on the names and the types of techniques they contain. Bai Zhenzhen and Fuji, who were standing by, watched Zhang Yu, laughing and worrying from time to time. After staring at his phone for more than half an hour, they stopped with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Zhang Yu concluded in his heart, Alice, I don't have enough money. The techniques required for the martial arts Holy Fetus set are almost all expensive bodybuilding martial arts like the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, and the techniques of the descendants of the Dragon Bloodline and the Cheyenne Wu Fighting Hard are not cheap either. As for the descendants of the Great Sage, Zhang Yu has not found other techniques that belong to this set of techniques. After I practice Spring and Autumn Endless Zen to level 10, I will complete the High School Saint Body set of skills first and see the effect. After having an idea of the chain diagram in the first chapter of the Feather Book and making arrangements for the next practice plan, Zhang Yu raised his head and looked at Bai Zhenzhen and said, this guy is not lying, it has indeed improved my potential in the immortal way, but it will take time to verify to what extent this potential has been improved. Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly when she heard it, and said expectantly, then it's my turn next, right? Fuji said, the wish ceremony is not something that can be done casually. It requires careful preparation. You should buy things and find places according to my needs next. Everything must be prepared. Chapter 183, the evil god is promoted, and the inspection is concerned. Bai Zhenzhen asked again, by the way, where's the evil god's secret treasury? Have you found it? Fuji said, how easy is that? This guy knew he couldn't win, so he deleted all the records and data in his head, and even if there is, never touch the legacy he left behind. The noise we made this time is not small, and it must have been noticed by many people. The inspection team may have already investigated this incident, so you must be careful next time. While speaking, a trace of cold evil god power emerged from Fuji's body, and she said proudly, but after swallowing this guy, I have now recovered to the status of a lower level evil god, which is more than enough to protect you in this Kung Fu level. Through Fuji's introduction, Zhang Yu knew that evil gods also had levels of division, and the key to this level is the so-called status. Fuji said, from level 1 to level 9, there are 9 levels of status for evil gods. Only with higher status can one invade higher levels of divine power networks, like the 36th floor of Kung Fu. The higher the network level, the more difficult it is to invade. But now I have recovered to the status of a level 1 lower evil god, so it is not a big problem to invade the divine power network of the first floor of Kung Fu. Zhang Yu knew that all the networks in Kung Fu were essentially divine power networks, which were channels for the righteous gods to transmit information and power, but they were gradually open to civilian use later. Listening to Fuji's words at this moment, Zhang Yu asked, then what can be done specifically? As if to let Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen realize her role, Fuji began to introduce her power after recovering to the level 1 evil god, like a salesman. First of all, of course, I can now initiate various rituals. Detection rituals can find out where the cameras are, shielding rituals can block cameras, anti-surveillance rituals can control cameras, and, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, you're F-King against the cameras, right? Why are they all dealing with cameras? That's why you don't know how to do it, Fuji pointed out. The lower the Kung Fu is, the less developed the divine power network is. The first floor of Kung Fu is the least developed of the underdeveloped, so the means used by the righteous gods to monitor the first floor are also the most primitive and crude. On the first floor, surveillance cameras are the eyes of the righteous gods. They are the most important way for them to observe the world and monitor society. If you can avoid all the cameras, it means that you can avoid the gaze of most of the righteous gods. So on the first floor you can be called an invisible man. So among the rituals mastered by the first level evil gods, the most are related to cameras. Bai Zhenzhen remembered the process of monitoring Zhang Yu and others through cameras, and asked, then Zhang Yu and others didn't seem to use this. Fuji smiled and said, because even for evil gods, rituals cannot be used indefinitely. Each level 1 evil god can only maintain a limited number of rituals. My colleague has to maintain the wish rituals of 8 believers, the shielding rituals of the apartment building to block the cameras, and he has also cast the shadow poison to monitor you. He has almost reached his limit. How can he have any surplus for believers to perform rituals at will? And I am not like him who bought a bunch of junk stocks. I only have 2 believers like you, but I can set up detection rituals on both of you so that you can always detect the location of the cameras. There is also an anti-detection ritual. After completing this ritual on you, as long as there is no righteous god presiding, you can hide some of the data when your mana and physical strength are tested. Your recent data is getting more and more eye-catching. This ritual can help you stay dormant, right? Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen nodded repeatedly when they heard this. With no one behind them, the rapidly increasing physical data has indeed become a big worry for them. Especially after preparing to obtain the foundation building qualification certificate, too high test scores are no longer meaningful to them, but are likely to cause unnecessary covetousness. For example, when Zhang Yu was selling seeds, Director Long paid special attention to him. Seeing that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were very interested, Fuji finally told her real purpose. Then you just need to prepare the materials and venue for the ceremony for me, and we can start at any time. But looking at the materials that the other party kept listing, Zhang Yu frowned and said, what's the matter with this antique? It costs more than 100,000 in total, right? This ceremony requires such expensive antiques. Fuji was prepared for this and explained, the status of the evil god is just the threshold to launch the ceremony and invade the divine power network. Specifically, the launch of each ritual will consume the evil god's power. Of course, I can steal divine power from the divine power network of the righteous gods a little bit every day. It will take about half a year, which is enough to launch these rituals. Zhang Yu looked at the statues, incense burners, candlesticks and other things that Fuji had selected into the shopping cart on the screen of his mobile phone, frowned and said, so these antiques can replenish your evil god power. Fuji said, long before the establishment of the divine power network, the gods stood in Kungsu, worshipped by countless people, and obtained incense and vows. This incense and vows are the predecessor of divine power, and in the various artifacts that have survived from the old times, we can always find some residual incense and wish power. By absorbing these incense and wish power, I can replenish the power of the evil god. After saying that, Fujiji went on to persuade, your progress will be more and more amazing in the future, and you need to hide your strength appropriately. And Zhang Yu's matter may also alarm the patrol team. Maybe they will use cameras to monitor you at any time. What if someone sees things that should not be seen? You have so many secrets, and you need means of hiding the most. Spending hundreds of thousands to buy peace of mind is definitely worth it. Don't worry about having too many ritual effects on your body. What if you are checked in the foundation building exam during the exam? I can help you temporarily turn off all the rituals except the wish ritual. With my technical background, I will hide it with all my strength, and it will definitely not be discovered by the righteous gods. Bai Zhenzhen thought for a while and said, Yuzi, this guy makes sense. It seems that these hundreds of thousands cannot be saved. Okay, Zhang Yu nodded, then let's get ready. Fortunately, after Zhang Yu returned to Songgang, he made a lot of money by selling seeds and agency fees, so he can shop on his mobile phone now. Then Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen started practicing again. Zhang Yu twisted his body, circulated his magic power, and made one move after another to temper his whole body and accelerate the discharge of waste and toxins from his body. Since returning from Xiandu City, Zhang Yu has been seizing the time to practice the top body refining technique of spring and autumn endless Zen. In the past few days, he has not only pushed the level of this technique all the way and felt the growth of physical strength, but also felt that the elixir and drug poisons that originally remained in his body were discharged bit by bit during the practice. After all, in the past few months, in order to pass the foundation building qualification certificate, Zhang Yu completely gave up the original natural body refining route, and frantically took medicine and pills, and took Yunilin Dan continuously. Although this process made his cultivation base brave and advanced, and various data soared one after another, it also left a large number of impurities in his body that were difficult to discharge, gradually affecting the metabolic function of the 5 internal organs. Even before taking the foundation building exam last time, he felt a pain from his internal organs. But now, through the practice of spring and autumn endless Zen, he felt that his flesh and blood were getting cleaner and cleaner, and his internal organs gradually felt light and comfortable. After practicing spring and autumn endless Zen again, Zhang Yu felt relaxed all over and glanced at the feather book. Spring and autumn endless Zen level 6, 14/60. After spring and autumn endless Zen is pushed to level 10, I will practice those high school basic exercises to see what the effect of the high school holy body of the chain method diagram is. In the next few days, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen practiced while preparing the materials and venue for the ceremony. In Bai Long High School that day, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, who had just finished fighting with Yuzheng and Song Hailong for 2 hours, walked out. Zhang Yu recalled the pale face of Yuzheng today in his mind, and thought to himself, is this guy okay? He shouldn't work overtime and die suddenly in the future. At this time, he saw several people in patrol uniforms striding in the corridor of Bai Long High School, and the students around them avoided them. Inspection team, Zhang Yu thought of the information he had just inquired from Yuzheng and Song Hailong. The disappearance of Song Su, the top student at Bai Long High School, did not cause much disturbance, only because the inside story seemed to be suppressed. The students at Bai Long High School only knew that Song Su had not come to school in the past few days, but they did not know that this top student had died in the backlash of the evil god ritual. Seeing the appearance of the inspection team, Zhang Yu first guessed whether the other party was here to investigate Song Su's affairs. He and Bai Zhenzhen also stepped aside immediately, just trying not to attract the other party's attention. But just as the other party passed by him, the leading woman stopped and turned to look at Zhang Yu. Huh? Are you Zhang Yu? The other party looked at Zhang Yu and laughed. You are Zhang Pian. He, looking at the beautiful woman who took the initiative to come over to say hello. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen became nervous. The other party continued, my name is Yuni, and I'm the captain of the patrol team. We talked about this before, don't you remember? Zhang Yu was slightly startled, because the other party looked too young, and was very different from what he had imagined the captain of the patrol team to look like. What Zhang Yu didn't know was that Yuni's family had been patrolling for 10 generations, and was a famous patrol family in Sogang. As an outstanding child of this generation, Yuni became a member of the patrol team in high school. After graduating from high school, she did not go to college and became the captain of the patrol team directly according to the arrangement of her family. Yuni seemed to want to say something to Zhang Yu, but when she glanced at the white dragons around her, she frowned slightly and said, Alice, the white dragons are now full of fishy smells, and they all look like monsters. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and the next moment he realized that the other party was talking about the white dragon students who had undergone the transformation surgery to imitate the monster muscles, and many of them had become monster descendants. Yuni sighed, these people look like neither human nor demons. If they ran around in the school before, they would be stabbed to death with a flying sword. Who would have thought? Now the high school campus has become like this. The patrol team member next to him quickly reminded, Captain, if someone hears this, you will be reported again. Zhang Yu understood that Yuni in front of him was a typical demon descent discriminator. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yuni shook her head, then looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. Zhang Yu, let's go to another place to talk. Zhang Yu asked Bai Zhenzhen to go first, and he followed behind Yuni. Yuni asked as she walked, Zhang Yu, have you been in contact with Song Su recently? Chapter 184 Zhang Yu is questioned. Fuji reminded him, remember, you haven't seen Song Su. The surveillance cameras in the apartment are all broken, and you and Bai Zhenzhen have both disguised your appearances. There won't be any surveillance footage of your true faces in the nearby streets. Plus, these evil god believers are afraid of the backlash of the ritual, so they have a strong sense of confidentiality and will never keep any information related to the evil god in their personal belongings. The patrol team must not have been able to find out any information about the evil god from them for the time being, so they won't know that Song Su and others are going to deal with us. As a cautious person, Zhang Yu always prepares in advance when encountering things. For example, before selling seeds, Zhang Yu prepared containers and paper towels early, and he would not be like some young people who would panic when the time came. As for the inquiries that might be encountered in this incident, he naturally discussed with Fuji and Bai Zhenzhen, and it was not the first time he listened to Fuji's reminder. Listening to Yunni's question, Zhang Yu said with a blank face, "Song-su? I know he's a top student in Bailong High School, but I don't know him and have never spoken to him." Yunni nodded slightly when she heard Zhang Yu's words, and some information about Song-su came to her mind. Because the process of 6 evil god believers dying in the backlash of the ritual was seen by many citizens and even recorded. So this incident quickly attracted the attention of the patrol team and listed it as a suspected evil god incident. In the process of comparing data from many aspects, among the 6 people who died, Song-su was the first to be identified. After all, as a top student in Bailong High School, Song-su's various data are the most detailed and the most official. And through the investigation of personal items such as mobile phones and computers left by Song-su, the organization he secretly established was also exposed to the patrol team. An organization composed of poor geniuses, whose goal is to break free from the shackles and rush to the second floor. Tisk. Is this kind of scam still popular now? However, Yunni didn't care about it. In her experience, the poorer people in Kangsu are more likely to be deceived by the rich, just because the information gap between the two sides is too big, and this kind of fraud case is not a responsibility. As the captain of the patrol team, Yunni is most concerned about the evil god. However, the phenomenon of 6 people spontaneously combusting cannot be used as the basis for the evil god incident at present. After all, there are many means that can cause such an effect. And no information related to the evil god was found from the various clues and things left by the deceased. As for Li Quan and the other person who originally lived in the apartment and were taken away by the company on the same day, they are currently working for the company in order to pay off the fine for pirated exercises. The patrol team did not find any clues about the evil god from these 2 people. The whole incident seemed to be just a simple homicide, which also prevented Yunni from upgrading her action authority and using some more brutal, tougher and more magical means. However, from the dilapidated building, the smashed site, the damaged surveillance and other traces, Yunni felt the smell of an evil god. The reason why Yunni asked about Zhang Yu in front of her was because she found information about Zhang Yu and some information left by Song-su. Has this guy been collecting information about Zhang Yu recently? Is Zhang Yu the target of this group of people? Did Song-su think that Zhang Yu was also a poor man, so he wanted to recruit him to cheat money? Maybe we can get some useful information from Zhang Yu? As they were talking, Yunni and Zhang Yu had already arrived in an empty classroom, and several other members of the patrol team were guarding outside the classroom door. The 2 of them sat at a desk each, and then they heard Yunni say, "Has Mo Xian'ai contacted you?" Zhang Yu paused slightly, and Fuji reminded him, "Don't deny it. Not to mention that you have no relationship with the Poor People's Alliance. The inspection team and the local nobles in Songgyang are not on the same system. They won't care about organizations like the Poor People's Alliance. Just tell the truth about your contact with Mo Xian'ai. Lying in this regard will easily arouse suspicion." So Zhang Yu truthfully recounted the several contacts between him and Mo Xian'ai. After listening to this, Yunni's eyes flashed with disappointment. There is no useful information, like Mo Xian'ai and those poor students. Do you all know whether there is an evil god behind Song-su? At this time, Zhang Yu asked with curiosity, has anything happened to them? Seeing Zhang Yu's puzzled and curious look, Yunni was not surprised, but she did not mean to reveal it. She just said casually, well, they are related to a case of pirated exercises. If you remember any information about them, you can call me at any time. At the same time, more details of the incident flashed through Yunni's mind. It's troublesome. Everything valuable at the scene has been destroyed. Almost all the surveillance in the apartment has problems. There are no suspects in the surveillance footage of the surrounding streets, and the takeaway man who went to the scene. At present, it seems that he also ordered takeaway with a stolen mobile phone, and the original owner of the mobile phone is not a suspect. The more Yunni investigated, the more she found that there were very few effective clues in the whole incident, and she could hardly find any elements related to the evil god. But the more this happened, the more she had a strong feeling in her heart. If the 6 people who died really died from the backlash of the ritual, then this incident was probably done by an experienced and skillful evil god believer, or there was simply a senior evil god behind the scenes. Then this is an internal fight between evil gods. Could it be the evil god that appeared at Songgyang High School? About a year ago, traces of the evil god appeared at Songgyang High School. In order to track down this evil god, The inspection team spent a lot of manpower and material resources to investigate the group company and family behind Songyang High School, and maintained long-term surveillance. It's a pity that the evil god was like a phantom, and no trace was left, so many members of the inspection team thought that it was just an evil god passing by here. These cockroaches in the sewers are really good at hiding, one is better than the other. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, and Yunini looked at Zhang Yu in front of her and smiled. Before Pian Pian leaves, please ask me to take good care of you, but I'm very poor and I don't have any money to lend you. That is, you can have a say in the patrol team. By the way, are you interested in making more progress in the patrol team, for example, become a formal team member? Then not only will the salary increase, but also the medical insurance will be fully covered, there will be meals and transportation subsidies every day, as well as tax-free quotas. You can also use more talismans, and you will have the opportunity to contact Pian Pian. Zhang Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he asked curiously, can I contact Zhang Pian Pian? Isn't it easy to contact between the different levels of Kung Fu? Yuni explained, of course, ordinary people can't easily contact across levels, but the 8 departments of God supervise the world and control all levels of Kung Fu. If you can't contact up and down, how can you communicate? How to communicate? As long as you become a formal employee under the jurisdiction of the 8 departments of gods, you can naturally use this to contact up and down. Fuji reminded from the side, what this girl said is right. As long as you and your sister become formal employees of the Ministry of God, there will be opportunities for cross-level contacts. In addition, there are also cross-level company trades, and as relevant personnel, you can also make cross-level contacts, by becoming a formal employee of the Ministry of God. This path has too many constraints. You have so many secrets, so forget it. Even without Fuji's reminder, Zhang Yu remembered Zhang Pianpian's reminder and had no intention of becoming a formal employee, so he declined on the spot. Yunni smiled indifferently, only telling Zhang Yu that if he changed his mind, he could come to her at any time. Not long after Zhang Yu left, the patrol team outside the door walked in. One of the young men looked at Yunni and said, Captain, I just asked someone to check Zhang Yu's data. This guy recently bought a batch of antiques worth hundreds of thousands. It's not easy to invest in antiques, just like archaeology. There are too many people who want to use this industry to find the secrets of ancient cultivation and collect information and knowledge about annihilated sects and fallen evil gods. The competition is too fierce. I don't know how many people and companies are trading every day. He, a high school student, also knows these. Also, I found records that he and Bai Zhenzhen left Songyang City twice in the past 6 months. Yunni glanced at the other party. She knew no less common sense about archaeology and antiques than the other party. In particular, the 10 major sects and their subordinate companies have been collecting information and knowledge about various sects that have been annihilated in history. There is a very broad market here, but it has nothing to do with most urban people. She also knows that in addition to investment in archaeology, many antiques are also used to worship gods. For example, many powerful people who walk on the path of the gods have their own shrines at home, such as Yunini's parents, grandparents, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather, all have their own private shrines for worshipping gods. Of course, in addition to worshipping the righteous gods, they can also be used to worship evil gods. But Zhang Pianpian's brother worships evil gods? Yunni shook her head. Zhang Pianpian is a person who is the focus of the righteous gods. His whole family is subject to review by the higher-ups. How could he be related to the evil gods? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, but Yunni had no intention of explaining. She just looked at the man and said lightly, "Who asked you to check him?" The man was slightly stunned and said, "Captain, you asked him about Song Su. Don't you suspect that he may have had contact with the evil god believers?" Yunni said coldly, "When did I tell you that I suspected him? I just asked him for some information. Don't act on your own under my command." Although she criticized the other party, Yunni did not take any further action, because she knew that the other party's family was also a 7th-generation inspector. In Yunini's eyes, the inspection team was like a beautifully decorated house. Although there were many walls in the house, only 2 or 3 of them were load-bearing walls. The other walls were just pretending to be load-bearing. But don't think that these walls are not load-bearing. If you want to tear them down and redecorate them, it will cost a lot of money and a lot of price. Then Yunini asked again, when did he leave Songyang City twice? Listening to the dates reported by the other party, Yunini raised her eyebrows slightly. These 2 days seemed very ordinary to others, but they were very unusual to her, a 10th generation inspector. Is it the day of the high school foundation building exam? Are they going to take the foundation building exam? Yuni, who thought of this, thought that her judgment was wrong at the first time. But when she thought of Zhang Pianpian, Yuni immediately felt that it seemed possible that the other party was instructing her brother to take the foundation building exam. Okay, Yuni looked at the young man and said, Zhang Yu is a colleague after all, so don't check it randomly in the future. Especially about his leaving Songgang. If anyone doesn't want to do it anymore, go ahead and investigate. Yuni solemnly warned several of his subordinates, saying, if they really find out something, I'm afraid no one in Songgyang City can protect you. Yuni thought to himself, with the confidentiality level of the foundation building exam, if we continue to investigate what Zhang Yu did outside, we might just stir up a hornet's nest and implicate countless people. Several members of the patrol team were slightly stunned when they heard this. They wondered how big of a background Zhang Yu had that they couldn't do anything after investigating him, and no one could protect them. Chapter 185 True Potential, Ritual. After Zhang Yu returned to the apartment, he continued to practice the endless Zen of spring and autumn. As he practiced the 49 movements one by one, the immortality magic continued to stimulate the repair and regrowth of each piece of flesh and blood, making Zhang Yu's body, which had gradually dried up under the cruel practice and drug use, seem to be reborn. Endless Zen of Spring and Autumn Level 8, 36/80. Although he was immersed in practice, the conversation with Yunini had no effect on Zhang Yu. Is the patrol team investigating the evil god? Yuni's concern made Zhang Yu feel more pressured. Although Zhang Pianpian asked the other party to take care of him, he didn't think that the other party would take care of him if they found out the secret of the evil god in him. In order to deal with the possible investigation of the patrol team, Zhang Yu could only speed up the preparation of the ceremony, and obtain more entire reconnaissance capabilities and more information interference capabilities as soon as possible. Recalling what Zhang Pianpian said, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Controlling information and mastering information gaps are necessary skills for climbing up in Kung Fu. The next day, with the arrival of various materials, Zhang Yu brought Fu Ji and Bai Zhenzhen to the unfinished building he was familiar with, preparing to start Bai Zhenzhen's wish ceremony, as well as their detection ceremony and anti-detection ceremony. In a room in the unfinished building, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen arranged the ceremony site according to Fu Ji's instructions. Fu Ji said, the ceremony pays attention to sacrifices and scale. The better the sacrifices, the better the effect, the higher the success rate, and the less likely it is to be discovered by the righteous gods. The larger the scale, the greater the scope and distance of the ceremony. In addition, there are altars, human god media, spiritual objects, evil god symbols and spells, which are all the most basic elements and are indispensable. At the same time, the room was filled with red candles. Fuji turned into a ragdoll again and was placed on the brass altar. 2 mobile phones with full data were placed on Fuji's left and right, becoming the medium for the exchange between humans and gods. The rounded key high spiritual root became an excellent divine object for preserving spiritual energy, held in Fuji's palm. As for Fuji herself, as the body of the evil god, she was the most excellent symbol of the evil god. There were 4 other antiques placed in the 4 directions of the ceremony, and the incense and wish power contained in them were waiting to be extracted and used by Fuji. The Tai Chi is dark, the shadows float and sink, all living beings sincerely worship, incense and wish power come. As Fuji tapped in the air, the antiques shattered one by one, and the invisible power released in them also surged to her. The spiritual consciousness is blinded, the believers are wandering foolishly, and it is difficult to distinguish between the true and the false. I wish to gather my person, hurry up as ordered. As a trace of dark golden divine power emerged above Fuji's head, Bai Zhenzhen, who was in the ceremony, also froze all over, and the next moment, the evil divine power was poured into her body. After a long time, as the ceremony ended, Bai Zhenzhen slowly opened her eyes and looked at her body with some curiosity. How is it? Zhang Yu asked. Zhen, are you okay? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Bai Zhenzhen's eyes, and then she laughed. Yuzi, is this the feeling of potential being stimulated? Is this the power that has been hidden in my body? I saw strands of lightning burst out from Bai Zhenzhen's eyes, and then lightning flash all over her body. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's long hair that shot up into the sky in the flash of lightning, Zhang Yu was surprised and said, what has your potential inspired? Bai Zhenzhen opened her mouth and flashes of lightning appeared in her mouth. It's hard to say now. I need to make more attempts to know what's going on. As the lightning faded, the strange phenomenon in Bai Zhenzhen's body gradually disappeared. As for what kind of specific changes have taken place in her body, Bai Zhenzhen plans to slowly explore it after returning. The most urgent thing is to complete the remaining rituals first. As the two of them arranged it together, they then performed the detection ritual and the anti-detection ritual respectively. As the ritual was completed, runes flashed on Zhang Yu's back, and he felt that two completely different ritual powers had appeared in his body one after another. Zhang Yu tried to activate the power of the detection ritual, and suddenly felt a place in the dark room flashing with light, which exuded a unique attraction in his eyes. It was a surveillance camera they brought. This surveillance camera was brought by Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen specifically to test the effect of the detection ritual. So that's how it is. Zhang Yu looked at the camera that was glowing faintly in his sight. After trying to remove the power of the detection ritual, the camera disappeared into the darkness again. As long as I activate the power of the detection ritual, can I directly see the location of the camera? Then Bai Zhenzhen placed the camera behind the wall on the other side. As the two of them activated the detection ritual, they actually saw the camera behind the wall directly. After a few minutes of testing back and forth, Zhang Yu was sure that once the power of the detection ritual was activated, it could help him detect cameras within a radius of 30 meters, and ordinary obstacles could not block this detection. In just a few minutes, almost half of the power of the detection ritual has been consumed. Fortunately, after the detection ritual is completed, as long as it is in a network environment, it will automatically steal power from the divine power network to recover. If you calculate it, there will be about 10 minutes of detection time every day. 10 minutes doesn't sound long, but it is enough for detection in Zhang Yu's opinion. Next, the two picked up the detection patches prepared in advance and planned to try the power of the anti-detection ritual. Zhang Yu, whose mana should have exceeded 90 units, only tested 85 units at this moment. Even after Zhang Yu continued to launch the power of the anti-detection ritual, the mana detection data reached the lowest level of 50 units. The anti-detection ritual can last for 1 hour every day. It can hide the detection data of mana and physical strength, Zhang Yu said with satisfaction. Not bad, so that the next monthly exams don't have to be so ostentatious. Seeing the two people's satisfied looks, Fuji said proudly, how is it? Am I right? These two rituals are of great help to you. The ritual of the evil god is like this. If you want to make a lot of money in the future, want to develop in the dark tutoring world, or even make achievements in fraud, smuggling, business wars and other fields, the stronger the ritual power on your body, the better. Zhang Yu knew that Fuji said these words, nothing more than hoping that he would help her continue to improve her status and strength, so that she could launch more rituals. Just like the 4 antiques consumed in the ritual just now, Zhang Yu strongly suspected that Fuji had falsely reported the demand for the number of antiques and replenished himself with more evil god power. But it seems to be a win-win situation at the moment, and Zhang Yu is too lazy to argue with her for the time being. Hearing Fuji's words, Zhang Yu asked, how many rituals can you still maintain now? Fuji said, I can maintain a total of 10 rituals now. Subtract the wish ritual, detection ritual, and anti-detection ritual for the two of you, then I can still afford 4 rituals, but you don't have to worry. The money consumed by the remaining rituals is not cheap. You can leave them empty for now and choose the rituals as needed in the future. Zhang Yu asked again, then what should I do to enable you to maintain more rituals? Fuji smiled and said, 2 methods, either swallow the status of other colleagues, and every step closer to the second level evil god, I can maintain more rituals, or steal the authority of the righteous god, but you don't have to consider this for the time being. In short, as long as my status continues to improve, you will also have stronger and stronger ritual blessings, and one day you will be able to jump out of the 3 loans, not be in the 5 insurances, and live a life of freedom and cultivation and wealth. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are just a cow and horse of the 10 major sects. After Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen packed up, they returned to the apartment near Ziyan High School. When they entered the apartment building, Zhang Yu tried to start the detection ritual and immediately saw the surveillance cameras inside the building. After entering the apartment room, he started another detection ritual. Although he and Bai Zhenzhen had checked once before, they used the power of the detection ritual to check it back and forth. After not seeing the camera in the room, they felt more relieved. Then Bai Zhenzhen kept trying the changes in her body, and gradually figured out what she could do with her potential stimulated. Her mana brought a thunder attribute and turned into a special mana. With the blessing of this special mana, she found that the effect of her lightning step and the training of the thunder body were greatly improved. In particular, the process of mana operation constantly stimulated the muscles and nervous system of the whole body, which greatly improved her reaction, speed, sensitivity, and burst. In addition, she felt that if she practiced similar exercises in the future, she would get twice the result with half the effort. Finally, Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen, who was inserting her finger into the socket with electric light flashing all over her body, and heard her laugh. You see, I can replenish my mana by charging, and charging has the effect of refining my body. I can become stronger by charging in the future. When my true spiritual roots adapt to this new practice method, the efficiency will definitely be higher. Zhang Yu nodded slightly at first, but the next moment his face suddenly changed, and he looked at his own electric meter fiercely. Looking at the crazy spinning electric meter, Zhang Yu hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop quickly! If you keep practicing like this, Li Milan might kick us out of this apartment." Bai Zhenzhen pulled her finger out of the socket with reluctance. Okay, then I will go to school to steal electricity to practice tomorrow." In the process of stealing electricity, I can just cooperate with a detection ceremony to avoid a camera. The ceremony was successfully completed, and Zhang Yu once again focused on his own practice. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. With the operation of the immortality magic, Zhang Yu only felt that his body became purer and purer, and the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen also achieved a breakthrough again. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen Level 9, 24/90. A preview of the February monthly ticket draw will be released in the afternoon. February will be here at midnight tonight. Please give me the monthly ticket for the beginning of the month. Chapter 186 School Power Tyrant, Level 10 Spring and Autumn. Inside Songyang High School. In the classroom of Grade 2, 10. Although Grade 10 is the class with the worst average grades in the Grade 2 of Songyang High School, the atmosphere in the classroom is still far better than that of ordinary high schools. When Bai Zhenzhen opened the classroom door with a cold face and walked in, she saw syringes and medicine bottles on the desks, as well as the awe-inspiring eyes of the students in Grade 10. In the eyes of these students in Grade 10, Bai Zhenzhen, who was ranked in the top 2 in the grade and won a place in the competition, is the real inner door genius of Songyang High School, and will definitely be able to ascend to the second floor and go to college in the future. As for their Grade 10, isn't it just a pure errand room? After graduating from high school, they will go to work and have already stepped into the factory. But at this moment, seeing the inner door genius coming to their errand room, the students present were all surprised. It's Bai Zhenzhen. The genius of the demonstration class actually came to our garbage dump. This is the top 2 female academic bullies in the grade. If I copy her test paper, I will be willing to skip classes. Is she here to bully us? Don't take my homework? Just when the students in the class were thinking differently, the monitor of class 10 stood up quickly and said to Bai Zhenzhen, "Senior Bai Zhenzhen, what do you want to do with us?" Although everyone is a sophomore, the first to achieve the immortal path is the first. In order to survive better in Songyang High School, the students of class 10 have always addressed the academic bullies of other classes as seniors. Seeing the monitor coming, Bai Zhenzhen took out a power bank from her arms and said coldly, "I want the socket in your class. From now on, help me charge this power bank every day. Send it to me when it is full." After saying that, regardless of the other party's face full of confusion and nervousness, Bai Zhenzhen turned and left. She was not afraid that the students in class 10 would not follow her instructions. After all, grades are respected in the high school world. Poor students have no power to resist the top students. Not to mention the trivial matter of charging the power bank, they have to kneel down and kowtow. After Bai Zhenzhen left class 10, she went to several other classrooms one by one and handed out the power banks in her arms. Then Bai Zhenzhen came to the floor where the first-year students were. Looking at the empty classrooms, Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, the power bank is just a little supplement. If you really want to steal electricity, I have to see if I can touch the socket faster. It is still late August, and the first-year students have not yet entered school. Bai Zhenzhen walked into an empty first-year classroom casually. The power of the detection ritual in her body suddenly started, and she scanned the 4 surveillance cameras in the classroom. However, the 4 surveillance cameras were dim in her eyes. Bai Zhenzhen knew that this meant that none of the 4 cameras were activated. After all, The first-year students haven't come in yet, and no one is using this classroom yet, so she came to a socket with confidence, and her white and tender fingertips were already pressing on the socket. As the wisps of electric light lit up at her fingertips, Bai Zhenzhen felt a stream of tingling and crackling electric light pouring into her body. Supplemented by this electric current, Bai Zhenzhen felt that the original thunder mana in her body suddenly became active. While the mana unit temporarily soared, it began to travel back and forth all over her body, strengthening her body and nervous system while also emitting a faint electric light. After charging for a while, Bai Zhenzhen hurried to practice the thunder body. This body refining technique is to condense thunder mana to stimulate and train the body. After reaching level 10 and undergoing the true spiritual root deduction, Bai Zhenzhen's physical toughness continued to improve, and the body had the effect of buffering and absorbing energy at high speed. At this moment, under the infusion of the temporarily soaring thunder mana, the process of condensing thunder mana was directly omitted, making the operation of the thunder body more and more smooth. Since the potential was stimulated, Bai Zhenzhen felt that the control of the thunder mana in her body was running smoothly, as if this thing was originally a part of her body. In addition, the socket was right next to her, so she could replenish Bai Zhenzhen's mana consumption at any time. As a result, Bai Zhenzhen's body refining effect was several times stronger than usual. Even the true spirit root and the danshan gradually wrapped around a trace of electric light. Until her muscles gradually began to sore and numb, Bai Zhenzhen knew that her body was overly tired, so she stopped temporarily. Well, take a rest, and go back to see how the harvest is. So Bai Zhenzhen returned to the classroom of the demonstration class and saw that her desk was already piled with charged power banks. Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly at this scene, and immediately picked up the power bank and ran out, sucking the power bank's wire with her mouth, feeling the current slowly flowing in it, and began to breathe in and out to restore her mana. Just as Bai Zhenzhen was going back to the classroom to get the power bank, a student complained to Hideo, "President, if Bai Zhenzhen keeps occupying the socket, how can we charge?" Hideo frowned when he heard this. Bai Zhenzhen is in the top 2 in the grade. What's your grade? You let her charge, isn't that right? The other party said. But, Hideo, there is no but, either you just bear with it, or you surpass her in grades, then it's okay for you to charge in the principal's office. Seeing the other party leave in disgrace, Hideo shook his head and sighed in his heart that as the vice president of the student union, he naturally had to enforce the law impartially. If it was Zhao Xiangxing who occupied the socket, he would definitely stand up and speak for justice, but since it was Bai Zhenzhen who occupied the socket, he could only persuade other students to bear with it. At the same time, on the school rooftop, Zhang Yu was practicing the spring and autumn endless Zen. After each set of movements, the muscles in his body seemed to be damaged in the hammering and tearing, and then accelerated repair and healing under the nourishment of the immortal magic power. In this cycle of autumn, spring, death and life, he became stronger and stronger, and constantly discharged the drug poison and erysipelas accumulated in his body. Finally, with the completion of another round of spring and autumn endless Zen, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly condensed. And with spring and autumn endless Zen finally reached the 10th level. At this moment, countless spring and autumn reincarnations, as well as the experience of nourishing and purifying the body, rushed out of his mind, allowing him to reach a peak in his grasp of this technique. The 49 styles of spring and autumn endless Zen flashed through his mind one by one, and the corresponding longevity magic power also flowed through his body. The cycle of autumn and spring constantly strengthened the body and purified the flesh and blood, as if it would never end. It was also at this moment that Zhang Yu discovered that after spring and autumn endless Zen reached the 10th level, the detoxification ability of this technique became stronger, and even the erysipelas and drug poisons that were originally to be discharged from the body could be controlled and retained in the body. These erysipelas and drug poisons would form a Zen word on the epidermis of his chest, and as the toxins accumulated, the color of the word became darker and darker. These toxins usually don't affect him, but when Zhang Yu needs it, he can suddenly burst out this poison and drug poison, greatly stimulating the body, squeezing out the potential of life, and bursting out physical strength beyond the limit. However, the stronger the accumulated toxins, the stronger the potential of the burst, but it also consumes more life. Zhang Yu pondered the mystery and thought to himself, this is a desperate move, but it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. As for when to use this desperate move? In Zhang Yu's opinion, it is naturally not the time to fight. After all, fighting is desperate enough, and this move is too easy to lose money. Maybe it is better to lose. On the contrary, the future foundation building exam is related to the future of life. If it is necessary to sacrifice a few years of life to increase the success rate, Zhang Yu can accept it. After the 10th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, I will find time to collect high school basic exercises and complete the high school holy body. After getting familiar with the 10th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, accompanied by the ringing of the bell, Zhang Yu knew that it was time for dinner. Zhang Yu spent a lot of time on physical training every day, so eating was no less important than physical training. He immediately jumped downstairs. Then he landed on the ground with a thud under the gaze of everyone, and then walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Looking at the line in front of the cafeteria, looking at the purple people, black people, and orcs, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh at the diversity of Songyang High School today. Especially the black people among them gave him a sense of intimacy. It feels like traveling back in time. I didn't expect that we in Kungsu also have our own black people. In the eyes of everyone in awe, Zhang Yu directly crossed the queue, and after eating, he came to the old seat in the cafeteria, and saw that Bai Zhenzhen had arrived early. Just as Zhang Yu was eating and opening his mobile phone to select the basic high school exercises, Zhao Xiangxing and Jin Shen also finished their meals and came over. But at this moment, Zhao Xiangxing and Jin Shen looked very different from what they looked like a few weeks ago. Although the epidermis was still a little purple, it was much lighter than the high school students outside. Zhao Xiangxing still remembers that when only a few people in the school had the transformation surgery like him and became purple people, he felt quite embarrassed. But when there were more and more purple people in the school, he felt more and more natural, and those who had not had the surgery began to feel inferior and embarrassed. And when most people had a transformation surgery, the more purple the color, the more despised, inferior and embarrassed they became. Because after the hypermetabolism surgery, the lighter the skin color, the stronger the mastery of hypermetabolism. Zhao Xiangxing thought to himself, unconsciously, there has been a new class division standard among the purple people in the school, from the lowest level of deep purple people, to the middle level of light purple people, and then to the highest level of non-purple people. The lighter the color, the higher the status. This is because not all students in Songyang High School have undergone supermetabolism surgery. I heard that everyone in Xi'an High School has undergone supermetabolism surgery, and the skin color has been completely integrated into the school's high school caste system. Just then, a notice came from the campus radio, saying that the school discipline will be rectified in the future, and lateness and truancy will be strictly investigated. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen frowned when they heard this, because they were the biggest truants in Songyang High School. After all, the current high school can no longer keep up with their progress in the immortal path, and not skipping classes means wasting time, which is obviously not acceptable for the two who urgently need time to prepare for the foundation building exam. Chapter 187 Songyang Nobles, Zhang Yu's Threat. A few days ago. In Songyang High School. In the school's meditation room. As the current Students' Union president, the top student in the third year of high school, and an outstanding descendant of the Zhou family, Zhou Chechen spent a lot of time, energy, and money, but found that he could not find out who the investor behind Zhang Yu was. After hearing Zhou Chechen's result, Lanling's eyes flashed with hatred, and he immediately said, "Forget it if we can't find it, just have someone hide him and cripple him, just hire the fastest courier in Songyang City, and have the courier hide him and cripple him when delivering the goods, and then delay the compensation as long as possible. Anyway, couriers hit and kill people every year, it's normal to hide a high school student." Seeing Lanling's impulsive look, Zhou Chechen sighed and said, "Hey, can you not be so impulsive? Isn't it just that they carved words on you, beat me to vomit, and then let all the teachers and students in the school laugh at us in secret?" Lanling looked at Zhou Chechen in disbelief. "Isn't this a big deal? This is a great shame. I have to endure this. I might as well change my mind method and practice the Huangniu's Henhan Heart Sutra mind method." Zhou Chechen said, "Hey, it's because after you practiced that Overlord Heart method, your temper has become more and more irritable, but people should control their mind methods, not be controlled by them. Many times, instead of doing something to make the mental method run smoothly, it is better to figure it out yourself." Zhou Chechen pointed to his head and said, "As long as you figure it out yourself, you don't have to spend a penny. Isn't it more cost-effective? For example, at the time, I was indeed very angry, but people can't always be angry, right? Think about it, when you go to college, graduate, and work, who'll discuss these things about you? Many things made me feel very angry and important at the time, but looking back after a few years, They are just a little bit of wind and frost. If we study hard and get into college, won't our future be brighter than these two poor guys? Every year, there are poor geniuses who become famous in Songyang City, but how many of them make waves in the end? This world is ultimately the world of the wealthy, the world of the rich. Lanling didn't want to listen anymore, and said anxiously, "Are you just going to endure it like this?" President. The animated picture of you being beaten and vomiting has been circulated to ordinary high schools. Do you know what people call you and me now? The Songyang vomiting king and the Songyang college student. You can endure this? You weren't like this before. Zhou Chechen's cheek twitched, and he smiled helplessly. Lam Ling, if the ones who offended you were the students of class 10 of senior 2, I would go with you to pin the entire class to the ground without saying a word. But as for Zhang Yu, for now, I can only advise you to be patient. After all, the most important thing for people is to look forward. Why? Lanling looked at Zhou Chechen deeply, as if he was looking at a stranger. President. You are not the kind of person who will swallow your anger. Even facing two poor guys. Tell me why, Zhou Chechen said lightly. You also know that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are two poor guys. Do you think that after Zhang Pianpian left, if there was no one behind them, they could continue to grow to the current level? There must be someone behind them, but we can't find it. The most terrifying thing is that we can't find it. It means that the other party's strength is completely above ours. That's why I am advising you now. We are already in the 3rd year of high school, and the college entrance examination is in 10 months. It's not worth spending money and energy on this. Zhou Chechen thought so, and he persuaded Lanling in this way, and he planned to do so. But that night, the appearance of an elder of the family completely disrupted his plan. With a fluctuation of divine power, a divine power projection appeared directly in front of Zhou Chechen. Zhou Chechen paused in his heart. Is this a projection symbol? Along with the projection, a young man who looked somewhat similar to Zhou Chechen, but with a more gloomy expression, appeared. The most eye-catching thing about the young man was the 5 golden characters on his head. Purple Gold Meritorious Lord. Purple Gold Meritorious Lord. Zhou Chechen deeply understood the weight of these 5 characters. He was a distinguished believer who spent hundreds of millions of funds on the belief in the true God every year and raised his belief level to full level 3. And the title of Purple Gold Meritorious Lord is displayed in real time, and even forced to be displayed in front of others, and cannot be removed even if you close your eyes. This is one of the privileges of Purple Gold Meritorious Lord. Looking at the person in front of him, Zhou Chechen immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Uncle." The one who appeared in front of him was the elder of the Zhou family, named Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang himself was not responsible for the corpse business of the Zhou family, but joined the Wangxing Group and became a senior executive of the company. Songyang High School is affiliated with the Wangxing Education Group. This is also a common situation for the wealthy families in Songyang City. Family members appear in various companies, and their interests are intertwined. They are the key nodes of the company's operation. Standing in front of Zhou Yang, Zhou Chechen felt that he, the so-called high school bully and students' union president, was extremely insignificant. After all, there are only a few senior executives of Wangxing Group in Songyang City, while new bullies appear in Songyang High School every year. Zhou Yang looked at him, pointed his fingertips, and saw a spell naturally generated, turning into a layer of sound barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Chechen looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. The level of faith has reached the level of Purple Gold Meritorious Master. Even after projection, all kinds of spells are still at hand. For many people, this method is already very similar to God. Zhou Yang said lightly, "There are some things for the family that need you to do." Hearing this, Zhou Chechen shuddered slightly, but he already had a bad premonition in his heart. Zhou Yang didn't care about Zhou Chechen's emotions, but continued to say lightly, "Suppress Zhang Yu. It happens that you have grievances and interests with him. Use your own name, not the name of the family." Zhang Yu. Zhou Chechen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. Then he heard Zhou Yang continue to say, "You have to pay attention to the specific timing. It's not to crush him to death, but to force him to a desperate situation within the rules, and force him to ask for help." Listening to what the other party said, Zhou Chechen's heart moved, and asked, "Force Zhang Yu to ask for help? Is this what the family wants to do to the people behind Zhang Yu?" Zhou Yang didn't say anything, but just said, "You just need to press Zhang Yu to the ground according to our instructions, and you don't have to worry about the rest." Zhou Chechen sighed in his heart, only to feel that the water was unfathomable. At this moment, He felt that he and Zhang Yu were like two chess pieces on a chessboard. The people behind Zhang Yu and the Zhou family behind him were the real chess players. Although the Zhou family ranks low among the 16 noble families in Songjiang, Zhou Chechen, who is in the family, knows how terrifying this giant is. And this giant is now going to deal with the people behind Zhang Yu, which shows that the power behind Zhang Yu should not be underestimated. But these two giants are fighting, and he and Zhang Yu are affected by this turbulent wave. If they are not careful, they will end up in pieces. Zhou Chechen sighed in his heart, but he knew that he had been trained by the family until now and could no longer disobey any orders from the family, so he simply said, "I understand." Zhou Yang's projection slowly disappeared, leaving only his voice to continue to echo in Zhou Chechen's ears. "Don't worry, whether it's people or money, the family will cooperate with you. Just do it, Zhou Chechen." At the same time, in an apartment on the 333rd floor of the central building, Zhou Yang was lying on the hospital bed. His lower body had disappeared, and only his upper body was connected to various pipes, quietly overlooking the night view of the city outside the window. He thought to himself, a new evil god incident has occurred, and the inspection team has finally reached out to other places. Ever since the evil god accidentally exposed himself in Songjiang High School, Wangxing Group, and even the important figures of the Zhou family have almost all been targeted by the inspection team, so that they can only lie dormant quietly and dare not use the power of the evil god. Yes, the evil god. This is the reason why the ancestors of the Zhou family were able to rise in the first place. It is also because after generations of operation, they can monopolize most of the corpse business in Songjiang City, gradually infiltrate the company, and become one of the reliance of the 16 noble families. But all along, the Zhou family has been very cautious about the use of the power of the evil god, only hoping to borrow the power of the other party to make the Zhou family stronger. So the ancestors of the Zhou family set up some rules. For example, the members of the Zhou family who set up the evil god ceremony are not allowed to go to the second floor. This is to prevent the power of the ceremony from being discovered on the second floor, and they don't want the tentacles of the evil god to extend to the second floor. Therefore, the seed members of the Zhou family who are preparing to enter the university have never performed the ceremony and never knew the existence of the evil god. Looking at the extremely prosperous city center under the night sky, Zhou Yang's mind was filled with turbulent images, which were the pressures that the Zhou family was facing under the tide of the times. His mind flashed through the past scenes of Songjiang City, the rise and fall of the wealthy families, all symbolizing the changes of the times. Wealth is constantly gathering, and the tentacles of the wealthy families are constantly extending to all walks of life. However, with the tide of the times and the development of immortal technology, the number of wealthy families at the top of Songjiang is gradually decreasing. Those fallen wealthy families have become nutrients, making the surviving wealthy families become stronger and stronger, accumulating more and more amazing energy in Songjiang City. However, which wealthy family does not want to stand forever in the sky of Songjiang City, watching the thousands of people under their feet contribute their value and work for their family generation after generation? Zhou Yang thought to himself, if the Zhou family wants to continue to stand on the top of Songjiang and not be eliminated by the tide of this era, the most important thing now is to master a stronger evil god power, Zhang Yu. I didn't expect that a spare organ would become a believer of the evil god. It's a pity that Zhou Xianyi, this idiot, failed in his original action, otherwise he wouldn't have to wait until now. Zhou Yang naturally didn't take Zhang Yu as an individual to heart. With just a thought, he had too many ways to destroy the other party. He was more concerned about the evil god behind Zhang Yu. He didn't intend to force Zhang Yu to death, but to continue to oppress the other party in the name of Zhou Chechen, forcing the other party to take the initiative to contact the evil god under his next surveillance, ask for help from the evil god, and then find the other party's evil god. Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 188 Layers of Binding. In the classroom of the demonstration class, Su Haifeng stood on the podium. As the head of the grade of Songjiang High School, he had to read a few pages of books when a dog passed by him. His presence made the students tense and their concentration increased. The content of Su Haifeng's speech at this moment also made many students' thoughts fluctuate, and they were even a little overwhelmed. Recently, some students have a weak sense of discipline, especially the phenomenon of skipping classes without reason. This has not only seriously affected your own studies, but also destroyed the learning atmosphere of the entire class and even the school. The school has zero tolerance for such behavior and will conduct strict investigations. Once a student is found to be absent from class without reason, he or she will be given a corresponding punishment. Don't underestimate this punishment. One punishment means that an indelible mark will be left on your student file. If it accumulates to 3 punishments, the school will directly expel you from the school. Maybe some students think that if they are expelled, they will be expelled. At worst, they can just change to another school to continue studying. But I want to sound the alarm for you. After being expelled from the school, you will be on the blacklist of the education system. Once you are on this blacklist, you cannot take the college entrance examination, and no high school or university will accept you. It means that your path to immortality will be interrupted. Jin Shen raised his hand and asked, "Do you have to take every general education course?" Su Haifeng said as a matter of course, any absence from any course will be treated as truancy, including general education courses. Zhang Yu, who was sitting behind the desk, felt Su Haifeng's constant glances as he spoke, and felt that he was being talked about. Su Haifeng looked at Zhang Yu and thought to himself, the patrol team has finally shifted their attention away from us. The next priority is to seize this opportunity to capture the evil god behind Zhang Yu and use it to enhance the master's status. As a high school student, even if Zhang Yu is a so-called academic bully, he is not to be feared in Su Haifeng's eyes. He can easily suppress him even if he finds a way. The key to the problem is always the evil god behind the other party. We must not expose our intentions, otherwise, with the caution of the evil god, he may abandon Zhang Yu and run away directly. We must let Zhou Chechen oppress him little by little, force him to take the initiative to seek help from the evil god. Thinking of this, Su Haifeng's eyes just swept over Zhang Yu and didn't say much. As for the change in school rules, which will affect the grades of the students in the future, Su Haifeng didn't care about that at all, not to mention the Zhou family elders behind him. After all, the key high school students, who are already the pride of heaven in the eyes of many people, are nothing more than a large number of resources that grow every year for Su Haifeng and his friends. At most, some are domesticated, some are wild, some will provide value through labor in the future, and some will provide value through their organs. As long as they can achieve their goal and improve the status of the evil god to meet the tide of the times, then what does it matter if they sacrifice the interests of some students? In the next math class, all the students stayed in the classroom obediently. After the math teacher walked into the classroom, he was a little uncomfortable looking at the students who were all present and sitting seriously. But after talking for a while, he felt high-spirited and proud. At the same time, there were teachers patrolling back and forth in the corridor, checking the classroom situation at any time. Feeling Su Haifeng's pair of eyes with dazzling lightning, many students were nervous and did not dare to do anything out of line. It's troublesome, just go to math class obediently, isn't this just a waste of time? Zhang Yu thought to himself, fortunately, I can still practice my mind and breathing. He looked at Bai Zhenzhen who was holding a power bank not far away, knowing that she was also taking the time to charge and breathe. Zhang Yu then thought to himself, but for the other courses that follow, given my friendship with the teachers, I should be able to be a little free, right? In the training ground, Lei Jun, the martial arts teacher, called Zhang Yu out alone. Zhang Yu asked, "Teacher, can I still find a place to practice alone in the next martial arts class?" Hearing Zhang Yu's inquiry, Lei Jun sighed helplessly. "No, Zhang Yu, the situation is very tense recently. If you skip classes, not only will you be punished, but I will also be punished, and my performance and salary will be deducted." Zhang Yu frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't want to practice many of his skills in front of his classmates and teachers. But there are also benefits. In order to improve your grades, the school has customized a special subsidy plan for outstanding students like you. For example, in martial arts class, in order to let you consolidate your foundation and consolidate your roots, the school asked me to teach you various basic exercises for free. When he said this, Lei Jun was actually a little guilty. With many years of experience as a high school martial arts teacher, he knew very well that one should not practice too many basic exercises. The practice of practicing many basic exercises by one person, the so-called consolidation of the foundation and consolidation of the roots, is something that only some ancient sects pay attention to. It is something that will only be done when the practice time is planned for 10 or 20 years, and it has long been eliminated by the times. In today's high school stage, every second counts, and there are countless better and faster means than basic exercises to consolidate the foundation. Practicing too many basic exercises is equivalent to wasting time. Zhou Chechen asked Zhang Yu to practice basic exercises every day in martial arts class, which is equivalent to letting him waste time and waste his years. Despite this, Lei Jun did not stop this matter after all. He thought to himself, after all, Zhou Chechen persuaded the principal and the school director directly this time. This shows that Zhou Chechen may have borrowed the power of the Zhou family to deal with Zhang Yu. In front of such a behemoth as the 16 heroes, I am just an ordinary worker, and Zhang Yu is just a student. What power can he resist? As for the transfer, Lei Jun sighed that this also depends on Songyang High School's willingness to let him go. Just the student status and compensation will be a hassle. At that time, calculate the school's investment in students. Do some random accounting, and call for a high price for compensation. Which high school is willing to take over? Lei Jun heard that during the previous competition, Bailong's coach invited Zhang Yu, and Zhou Chechen shouted that he would not let him go. It is said that Zhang Yu no longer participated in any competitions later, so I am afraid that no high school is willing to spend a lot of money to take him over. After working and practicing in Songyang City for so long, Lei Jun knows the weight of the Zhou family very well. It is not an object that ordinary students or teachers can compete with. Once I disobey them, I will probably become an optimized middle-aged person, and start looking for a job on the streets. In the end, I can no longer find a formal job due to my age, and can only deliver couriers and takeouts. Then I will work hard under 360-degree surveillance, and my daily use of the toilet, eating, and number of steps will be strictly monitored. I will put on a professional smile on my face, and I will be trampled under the feet of customers, security guards, merchants, and station managers. I will be a scum who can't pay off my loans without working overtime for more than 200 hours a month. If you're lucky, you can work hard to make money while using the money you earn to maintain your cultivation, and eventually you can work safely until the end of your life. If you're unlucky, for example, if you accidentally hit someone while delivering food, or if you're beaten by a security guard, then in the end you won't be able to pay off the loan because of insufficient working hours, and you'll have to keep selling your flesh and blood. Watching myself turn into a mortal old man bit by bit again, and as other mortals bully me, a former immortal cultivator, I'll eventually die of stench in a sewer. Just thinking about it, Lei Jun felt extremely terrified. No. I have practiced for so many years, how can I end up like this? On the contrary, if he did as Zhou Chechen ordered, not only would he not be optimized, but the other party would also help Lei Jun pay off his college loans. Thinking of this, Lei Jun sighed in his heart and did not dare to look Zhang Yu in the eye. Although as a teacher, Lei Jun admired Zhang Yu's talent and grades, but as a kung fu person, he knew that the money in hand was the most important. Lei Jun thought to himself, I'm sorry, Zhang Yu, but you can't get into the top 10 anyway, so what difference does it make if your grades are better or worse? Why don't you just help me? However, in order to take care of the other party a little, Lei Jun still planned to give the other party some freedom of choice. He just continued to say to Zhang Yu, as long as our Songyang High School has the right to teach basic skills, you can choose any one you choose. I will teach you whichever one you choose, and then let the school give you the right to use it. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and asked, what other basic skills can we learn in our high school? Lei Jun said with great familiarity, in addition to the ones I have taught you, there are also high school basic swordsmanship, high school basic footwork, high school basic digestion method, high school basic medicine taking method. Listening to Lei Jun skillfully reporting the names of the basic skills, Zhang Yu simply opened his mobile phone and wrote them down one by one, then logged on to the shopping website to search for a while and read the introduction of each skill. Well, this high school basic footwork can be used to form the high school holy body in the chain method diagram. There are also high school basic digestion methods, high school basic medicine taking methods. Not bad, not bad. Songyang High School is indeed a key high school. The high school basic exercises included are very comprehensive, enough for me to put together a complete set of high school holy bodies. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at Lei Jun with excitement and said, then I will learn the high school basic digestion method first. Lei Jun looked at the other parties full of fighting spirit, sighed in his heart, but did not say anything, but began to guide the other party step by step on this basic exercise. This high school basic digestion method is a method of stimulating gastrointestinal motility and enhancing digestion and absorption ability by using various basic movements and magic power. After 2 consecutive martial arts classes, Lei Jun looked at Zhang Yu in front of him, and there were bursts of long roars like rolling thunder in his body. He thought to himself, have you learned it? It's so fast. It's a pity that this kind of talent will be used to practice basic exercises continuously in the future. Zhang Yu looked at his feather book with satisfaction. The high school basic digestion method on it has reached level 3, 5/30. Although the skill has reached level 3, Zhang Yu did not show it actively. He just pretended to have just learned it over and over again. Anyway, for him, practicing like this can also improve the skill level. After the martial arts class, the students of the demonstration class came to the gym together again, ready to start physical education class. But this time, in addition to Wang Hai, there was another physical education teacher in the gym then. In the eyes of everyone, Wang Hai said, "Dear students, from now on, your physical education courses in the second year of high school will be led by Teacher Lin Wei next to me. Teacher Lin Wei has strong skills. You should learn from her well." The physical education teacher next to Wang Hai, who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, and could not be distinguished from a man or a woman just by appearance, smiled and said, "Hello, students. The school attaches great importance to the physical education courses of the demonstration class. In order to better improve everyone's physical education performance, the school has decided to give out a free dragon elephant preparation every day in physical education class." Hearing this, many students cheered at once, and even Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's eyes lit up, thinking that this broken Songyang High School could do such a good thing. Wang Hai stood aside, silently watching Lin Wei distribute the dragon elephant preparations. The students took and applied the medicines with joy. In his mind, he silently recalled what Zhou Chechen had told him before. Do you want to add addictive drugs to Zhang Yu's dragon elephant preparations? Originally, Zhou Chechen was going to ask Wang Hai to do this, and the conditions he offered were very generous, a reward that was enough to make Wang Hai feel extremely excited. In addition, Zhang Yu had been confirmed not to be a Jinden disciple, and Zhang Pianpian, who signed the contract behind the scenes, had left the first floor of Kungsa when there was no news. While Zhou Chechen had already dispatched the Zhou family's forces to start. All of this seemed to remind Wang Hai that he should agree. But Wang Hai finally chose not to oppose, support, or participate. Because he didn't understand this matter. He didn't understand why Zhang Yu had made such rapid progress, nor did he understand if there was anyone behind Zhang Yu, and he didn't understand whether Zhou Chechen was venting his anger or for some other purpose to deal with Zhang Yu. As an ace sports coach who had been in Songyang High School for decades, Wang Hai had always had a principle. That is something he cannot understand. No matter how much money he makes, he will not participate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 189 Zhang Yu's Time. Wang Hai's life experience over the past few years shows that things he couldn't understand in Kung-Su were often caused by big forces behind the scenes. Once ordinary people are involved in the chessboard of those companies and wealthy families, they often end up with nothing good. It is precisely because of this principle that Wang Hai has been a physical education teacher for decades. But it is also because of this principle that he can still have a job as a gold medal physical education teacher decades later. As a new teacher who was recruited to Songyang High School last year, Lin Wei, a newcomer who had just started working, wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Wang Hai could understand it very well. He also had this mentality when he was young. But whether it was Lin Wei or Zhang Yu in front of him, Wang Hai was not optimistic about their future. Alice, ordinary cultivators who fall into the vortex between such big forces may make a lot of money at the beginning, but the final outcome is often bankruptcy and being eaten up. Which of those guys above is willing to let others take advantage of them for free without any benefits? Zhang Yu still didn't believe that Songyang High School would be so kind to give students free medicine until he got the dragon elephant preparation. This is not the school culture of our Songyang High School. Will there be any problem with this medicine? Only after seeing the students around him taking the medicine and starting to practice their bodies vigorously, Zhang Yu took a little bit himself to try. Give it a try. Anyway, my spring and autumn endless Zen is already level 10. Even if there is any problem with this medicine, it should be able to be discharged, and soon after that little bit of dragon elephant preparation entered his body, Zhang Yu felt like a flame was burning in his body, burning all over his body. Zhang Yu's first feeling was, this medicine is so strong, it exploded in his body like a dynamite, making him want to dance wildly for 3 days and 3 nights. And the second feeling was that this medicine is so poisonous. After pushing spring and autumn endless Zen to level 10, Zhang Yu's sensitivity to drug poison and erysipelas has already reached an unprecedented peak. At this moment, he felt that the drug poison and drug residue in this medicine were 10 times more powerful than ordinary drugs. But it is still under the control of spring and autumn endless Zen. But in public, Zhang Yu did not want to expose his spring and autumn endless Zen, so he followed the power of the medicine and first practiced a red marrow Hunitan Qi. Lin Wei, who was standing by, watched this scene silently, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. She thought to herself, this is not an ordinary dragon elephant preparation, but a crazy dragon preparation, although it is several times more effective than the dragon elephant preparation, and can improve people's energy, physical strength, and blood in all aspects, and greatly enhance the efficiency of body refining. It also has a biggest problem, which is addiction. As long as there is a first time, there will be countless times. You can't stop. At this moment, Lin Wei seemed to have seen Zhang Yu becoming more and more addicted to the improvement of body refining efficiency brought by the crazy dragon preparation after using it again and again, and then he used more and more. And finally found that he was addicted, and knelt down in front of her and begged for medicine. With a ringing of the bell, the physical education class ended, and it was time to go home. Fuji sighed. First, you can't skip general education classes, then you can only practice basic skills in martial arts class, and then you are given such a strong and toxic drug in physical education class. This method is simply one more excessive than the other. Although Zhang Yu was very glad that he could get the school's basic skills for free, he could also feel that this move was not well intentioned. Later, when communicating with Fuji also thought so. This is obviously a deliberate waste of your time. Are you sure you want to practice these basic skills? Zhang Yu said lightly. I have my own arrangements. It is a good thing for me to consolidate my foundation. Fuji didn't understand Zhang Yu's thoughts, and could only guess that this was related to the other party's improved potential. After the physical education class just now, Zhang Yu also asked Bai Zhenzhen and others. The feeling they felt after taking the drugs was completely different from his own. Obviously, they did not use the same drugs. Has the body refining medicine also been replaced? Zhang Yu thought to himself, this is all from me. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Bai Zhenzhen frowned and said, I heard that these recent school reforms were all proposed by the student union. Could it be that Zhou Chechen is starting to make small moves to retaliate against us? Zhang Yu sighed. Zhou Chechen has been quiet for a while, but now he is making trouble again. Just before Zhang Yu left the school, Su Haifeng and another teacher who looked like a middle-aged man stopped in front of Zhang Yu. Su Haifeng said lightly, Zhang Yu, the school attaches great importance to your training. After discovering that your Taoist performance is not good, a teacher was specially invited to tutor you in Taoism. From now on, after school every day, you will study with teacher Zhou for 4 hours before leaving. Remember, within 4 hours after school, according to the rules of Songyang City, it is also considered as the normal teaching time of high school. Since you have arranged tutoring, you are not allowed to skip classes. Zhang Yu was speechless after hearing this. What kind of bullshit rule is this? The 4 hours after school are also normal teaching time? Is this what people say? When Zhang Yu heard the content of the makeup class, he was slightly stunned. Taoism. Makeup class, isn't high school Taoism just a spell? Isn't it that if you have money, you will make progress, and if you don't have money, you will have no grades? Do you need to make up for this thing? When Zhang Yu was pulled into the classroom by teacher Zhou and looked at the 300 test papers handed out by the other party, he felt a deep malice. I only heard teacher Zhou in front of him said lightly, do the test papers 100 times, and the meaning will become clear. From now on, you will come to do the test papers every day. The more you do the test papers, the better your ability to take the test of the spells will naturally increase. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strong dissatisfaction surged in his heart. This is going to waste another 4 hours of my time every day. Teacher Zhou looked at Zhang Yu's slightly changing expression, and a hint of ridicule appeared in his eyes. What? You want to violate the normal teaching plan of the school and want to be punished? Zhang Yu took a deep breath, looked at the talisman test paper in front of him and did it silently. Just when Zhang Yu was doing the spell test, Bai Zhenzhen kicked open the door of the student union office with a bang. Seeing He Dao behind the desk, Bai Zhenzhen said coldly. Zhang Yu's spell tutorial after school was arranged by the student union. He Dao quickly raised his hands and explained, "It has nothing to do with me, it was the president's idea." Bai Zhenzhen asked, "Where's Zhou Chechen?" A moment later, Bai Zhenzhen was seen with lightning flashing all over her body, and shot to the practice field of the senior high school students like a lightning bolt. Looking at Zhou Chechen and Lan Ling who were practicing from a distance, Bai Zhenzhen said coldly, "Zhou Chechen, cancel Zhang Yu's tutorial immediately, otherwise from today on, I will challenge you once a day, and beat you up every time I see you, and I don't think you have the face to stay in school." Zhou Chechen didn't even look at Bai Zhenzhen, and waved his hand casually and said, "Get her away, don't affect our practice." The next moment, Bai Zhenzhen only felt a shadow suddenly appear in front of her eyes, so fast that she only had time to cross her hands to block. Bang! Bai Zhenzhen flew out like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, she had landed outside the training ground. At the same time, a young man walked towards her slowly and chuckled, "My name is Zhou Hao, and I am now responsible for Zhou Chechen's safety. Do you want me to beat you all the way out, or do you want to leave on your own?" With a whoosh, Zhou Hao instantly appeared in front of Bai Zhenzhen, looking at Bai Zhenzhen and said, "By the way, I am a college student who graduated from the 72nd lower school, and I studied security at the beginning. With your high school level, you have no chance in front of me." Bai Zhenzhen stared at Zhou Hao in front of her, feeling the other party's peaky refining momentum, and knew that he was right. She thought to herself, 72nd lower school, among the universities, in addition to the 10 top universities, there are also 36 upper schools, 72 lower schools, junior colleges and other miscellaneous schools. The 72 lower schools represent 72 third-class universities. Although they are not very powerful among many universities, they represent that they have entered the peak of key refining for more than 10 years and have mastered many level 10 exercises. More than 10 years of cultivation time difference? Bai Zhenzhen gritted her teeth, knowing that even if she showed all her strength, she could not be the opponent of the other party. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen who left decisively, Zhou Hao nodded, "That's right, a man of insight is a hero, and Zhou Chechen asked me to ask you, if I give you 1 million, are you willing to betray Zhang Yu? Isn't this nonsense?" Bai Zhenzhen turned around suddenly and said as a matter of course, "Just pay the money, I will stab him twice now." Zhou Hao said lightly, "Sign the contract first and then pay the money." Bai Zhenzhen snorted coldly and left without looking back. Just when she came to the small flower bed, intending to practice while waiting for Zhang Yu to finish class, she felt a camera pointed at her through the detection ritual. Cameras in the school? No. That's not the location of the school's cameras. Sensing the bright light in her field of vision, Bai Zhenzhen's brows furrowed even more tightly. Someone is secretly monitoring me? Is it Zhou Chechen's people? Thinking that the person monitoring her was also a college student of Zhou Hao's level, Bai Zhenzhen knew that it would be very difficult to get rid of the other party. If this keeps staring at us, won't we even be able to go to the dark learning gang? This guy is gradually eroding our space for practice and making money. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen once again felt a kind of pressure that she hadn't felt for a long time. Especially as Zhou Chechen used his methods one by one, a kind of pressure that was stronger, heavier, and more difficult to resist than the oppression he had brought in the past began to come from all directions. It was like a bottomless abyss that was going to swallow her and Zhang Yu completely. The activity post for voting for the monthly ticket in February to get the fan title, Ultimate, has been pinned to the top of the book friend circle. If you need it, please read the activity rules of that post. Asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 190, Hidden Minions, Waiting for the Right Opportunity. In the training ground of Songgyang High School. As Zhou Chechen took a deep breath, the coldness around him quickly subsided, and his frost-freezing aura slowly ended. In front of Zhou Chechen, Lan Ling, whose face was blue and purple from the cold, shivered. As his blood and qi continued to circulate, waves of heat surged out, and he felt a little better. But Lan Ling's face did not care about the frostbite on his body, but said with some satisfaction, "President, you are finally serious and have called on the power of the Zhou family, right?" In Lan Ling's opinion, Zhou Chechen was able to call on the power of the Zhou family to retaliate against Zhang Yu, which meant that the other party's status in the Zhou family was much higher than Lan Ling had expected. Lan Ling continued, "Why not just do it all at once and find a way to fire Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen?" Seeing Lan Ling's somewhat excited look, Zhou Chechen thought to himself, Lan Ling, if my opponent is you, how great would that be? Of course, he couldn't agree with Lanling's suggestion. After all, according to Zhou Yang's instructions, what he needed to do was to put pressure on Zhang Yu little by little, making Zhang Yu more and more breathless without crushing him to death all at once. Zhou Chechen thought to himself, while stepping on the opponent, but not stepping on him to death, this is the difficulty of this action. Now the martial arts class leads him to a dead end in basic skills. Through physical education classes, he gradually becomes addicted to addictive drugs. The Taoist tutoring reduces the time he can make money and practice after school. Zhou Chechen could imagine that as Zhang Yu continued to lack time to practice and make money, his strength and grades would inevitably decline. After all, even if it is the way of immortality, it is the same as most skills in the world. If you don't practice enough, you will not only fail to maintain your original level, but will even start to regress. The muscles and bones of the whole body will regress as you exercise less, resulting in a decrease in physical strength. The mana will gradually decline as you breathe less, and even affect the control of the mana. The heart of Tao will even have self-doubt and self-examination due to insufficient practice time, and gradually lose control. Not to mention that if you don't have money, you won't have money to buy medicine. If you take medicine for a long time and suddenly stop taking medicine, then the decline in cultivation will be more obvious. Although Zhou Chechen knew that Zhang Yu could not be admitted to the top 10 universities, even if they were not on the top 10, there were huge differences between them. 36 kernel, 72 kernel, and a bunch of college-level universities. The gap between them is not small. What would it feel like to see your level gradually change from 36 kernel to college level? Zhou Chechen couldn't imagine it, but he could guess that it would definitely be uncomfortable. After all, he had seen many similar examples. Songyang High School was not short of poor geniuses who were bullied and had their grades regressed every year. The decline in grades was the easiest thing for students in key high schools to break down. Shuan Yupin, who was once the top student in his class, also broke down after watching his grades continue to decline. In Zhou Chechen's eyes, Zhang Yu was more talented and had better grades. But if you don't consider the people behind him, it would only take more people and money to deal with him than Shuan Yupin. In addition, as the other party gradually got used to and became addicted to the crazy dragon potion, Zhou Chechen could imagine the other party's despair once the supply of this addictive drug was stopped. If that doesn't work, lead this guy to gambling, or set up other pig-killing schemes, and Bai Zhenzhen, even if she is unwilling to betray Zhang Yu now, as the difference in treatment between the two gradually emerges, they will inevitably have conflicts with each other. Zhou Chechen had seen many examples of poor people being played to the point of physical and mental collapse, and finally becoming obedient dogs. Although those poor people may not have grades like Zhang Yu, human nature is the same in Zhou Chechen's eyes. When Zhang Yu's grades keep declining, but Bai Zhenzhen is not targeted like him, what will he think? When poor people are in desperate situations, if they find that their good friends are unreliable, it is often a fatal blow. Zhou Chechen sighed in his heart. With the power of the Zhou family, it was too easy for him to make such a poor student step into the abyss step by step. Now his biggest problem is to worry about the counterattack of the people behind Zhang Yu and the backlash he will suffer. After all, according to Zhou Yang, he was going to force Zhang Yu to ask for help step by step. Zhou Chechen thought to himself, I have to think of a way to protect myself. At this moment, Lanling's call interrupted Zhou Chechen's meditation. President? President, Lanling looked at Zhou Chechen and said, President, did you hear what I said? Find a chance to expel them directly. Although he thought about it again in his mind, Zhou Chechen knew that there was no way to tell Lanling about this, especially since Zhou Yang asked Zhou Chechen to force Zhang Yu to seek help in his own name. How could he tell outsiders about this? So after thinking about it, Zhou Chechen finally said dimly, instead of expelling him and letting him go out to work freely to earn money, I think it's better to let him stay in school and have fun slowly. Lanling's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he smiled and said, Indeed, President, you are good at playing, so let's toss him slowly. Looking at Lanling, who believed it and was eager to try, Zhou Chechen sighed in his heart, Alice, if all the senior high school students in Songyang City are like you, then I can definitely get into the top 10. At the same time, at the gate of Songyang High School, Zhang Yu, who had been working on the test paper for 4 hours, frowned and kept thinking about the current situation in his mind. When he saw Bai Zhenzhen, he saw the other party picked up the phone and sent him a message. Bai Zhenzhen, be careful, someone is watching us. Zhang Yu frowned even more for a moment, and after activating the power of the detection ritual, he really felt the presence of the camera. Zhang Yu sent a message back, Try to get rid of them. So the next moment, the two of them accelerated and shot out, bringing with them a burst of braking air. But soon the two found that no matter how they accelerated, how they turned, and how they changed their positions, it was difficult to get rid of the tracking of the people in the dark. Even after entering the subway, they could detect the tracking of the camera again soon after leaving the station again. Bai Zhenzhen took out her mobile phone and sent a message, "Very strong, the people following us are completely stronger than us." Bai Zhenzhen recounted her story of looking for Zhou Chechen and being repelled by a security guard named Zhou Hao, and sent another message, "The guy who is following us now is likely to be a master who has reached the peak of key refining for many years like Zhou Hao. Bai Zhenzhen, he may still specialize in secretly photographing, tracking, and monitoring." Zhang Yu understood that if they were followed continuously, it would mean that they would not be able to go to the dark cram school to make money, and they would not be able to go to an inn in the reserve to borrow spiritual veins for cultivation. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about how to fight back, Fuji spoke in their minds and said, "Be patient for now." Bai Zhenzhen sent a message, "Zhou Chechen is gradually compressing our time for cultivation and making money. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death?" Fuji looked at Zhang Yu's mobile phone screen and the message sent by Bai Zhenzhen on it. She continued, "When dealing with Huishan and Song Tzu, we were able to act so smoothly because we grasped the information gap and the intelligence they didn't know, and this time, Zhou Chechen and the Zhou family behind him can continuously monitor you, investigate you, and constantly grasp your information. The more you act, the more information you expose, but you know too little about Zhou Chechen and the Zhou family. You don't even know what Zhou Chechen's ultimate goal is. In addition, the resources and energy they have are also unmatched by you. Based on my life experience, in this situation, if you act blindly and fight back blindly, there will often be no good results in the end." Fuji sighed and said, "So, be patient for now. Many times in life, you will always encounter opponents that you cannot resist at this stage, and at this time you must learn to lie dormant. The more times like this, the more you need to stay calm. In the process of endurance, focus on your own growth, and then quietly look for flaws and wait for the opportunity to counterattack, and from the current situation, you have the conditions to endure. After all, the means they used did not really hit you, and some of them could even be used by you. Your own abilities, potential, and the ritual power I gave you are all the information gaps you have when facing them. Only by playing the role of these information gaps can you persist in the confrontation with them until you find a chance to win." So in the following days, Zhang Yu seemed to have returned to the life of an ordinary key high school bully, traveling between school and apartment every day, and working from school to home. In the general education class, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen took the time to operate the mind method, breathe in and out the spirit, and improve their Tao heart and magic power bit by bit. In the physical education class, under the watchful eyes of teacher Lin Wei, Zhang Yu injected the crazy dragon preparation into his body in one breath, and felt a fierce drug power pumping out crazily in his body, and began to practice the red marrow Hunitan key. On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen's body was flashing with lightning. After injecting the dragon elephant preparation, she used the power of the medicine, the thunder magic power in the true spiritual root to frantically promote the thunder strike true body. Especially after stimulating her potential, the thunder magic power she possessed made her practice of the thunder strike true body even more effective, and with the help of the true spiritual root, she made rapid progress. In addition, she ran to the toilet from time to time to take a few sips of the power bank, which made her body training progress even faster. Fortunately, when she was practicing the thunder strike true body, she had lightning flashes. Although she had an additional layer of thunder magic power at this moment, it did not attract much attention. Chapter 191 High School Eucharist. In the martial arts class, Zhang Yu was concentrating on practicing one basic technique after another. By the beginning of September, he had already upgraded the basic mind refining method and basic breathing method that he had learned to level 10. He also practiced the newly learned high school basic digestion method and high school basic medicine taking method to level 10. However, these basic techniques are indeed just basic techniques. Even if they are practiced to level 10 and enhance the effect of the exercise of some techniques, they are barely acceptable to Zhang Yu. If it weren't for Yu Shu's chain method diagram, he probably wouldn't have chosen to spend so much time on so many basic techniques. In particular, among these basic techniques, there are several techniques with many moves, which are quite time-consuming for him. Alice, for me, How fast a technique is practiced depends on how long it takes to practice it once. If a basic technique is practiced for too long, it will be slower than the expert-level technique. At this moment, Zhang Yu is practicing the high school basic footwork. As long as this high school basic footwork is practiced to level 10, then the 6 exercises required for the high school holy body will be completed, and the first level of game can be opened. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu became more and more excited. What kind of effect will it be? Lei Jun, who was standing aside, looked at Zhang Yu's enthusiastic eyes and positive attitude, sighed in his heart, and could only try his best to teach him to practice the remaining basic exercises of Songyang High School as soon as possible, and not continue to waste time on it. In the other corner of the martial arts class, Bai Zhenzhen said lightly, 10 of you come together. In an instant, her figure with layers of lightning has shuttled between 10 high school students. Although her strength is much stronger than any of them, facing the siege of 10 people at the same time, feeling the moves coming from all directions, she still felt an unprecedented pressure. After all, in the same state of ki refining, the difficulty of the battle will increase geometrically with each additional opponent. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen has to face the attacks of 10 people from 10 different angles every moment. But Bai Zhenzhen still gritted her teeth and persisted. I want to fight the strongest high school student in Kung Fu to win the first place in martial arts. Since the quality of the class is not enough, let's make up for it with quantity. I want to break the limit again and again and enhance my actual combat ability. In the Taoist tutorial class after school, Zhang Yu was apparently doing the test papers in front of him, but the Kenyu mind and body art in his mind was running wildly. Since experiencing the spiritual world practice, Zhang Yu has realized the true meaning of the Kenyu mind and body art. The more pressure he faces, the more he can play the mystery of this mental method. At this moment, although the layers of oppression brought by Zhou Chechen have added many obstacles to Zhang Yu's immortal path, this kind of obstacle and oppression has also increasingly stimulated the effectiveness of the Kenyu mind and body art when facing pressure in disparate situations, making Zhang Yu more and more courageous. With a continuous blessing of the Kenyu mind and body art, Zhang Yu feels that when he faces pressure every day, both his physical body and magic power are running more and more actively, and the potential in his body is constantly stimulated, and his practice efficiency is improved beyond the limit again and again. Especially the 4 hours of makeup classes after school every day. Facing the endless talisman test papers in front of him, which were meaningless after finishing them, this was the moment when Zhang Yu was most stressed every day, but the Kenyu mind and body art was also most stimulated. In such a situation, not only did the mental method run more fiercely, striving to improve his Dao heart, but the passive operation of the Great Sun Ki also became more turbulent. Even the process of using the true spiritual root and the Danshan to deduce the dragon elephant collapse mountain palm became faster. Zhang Yu suddenly felt a little emotional. To practice this Kenyu mind and body art, you need to face layers of oppression and increasingly strong pressure to make rapid progress. The stronger the pressure, the more you are like a fish in water. I don't know under what circumstances did the great Saint Huangniu create this practice, but my current state is in line with the essence of this practice by chance. As for the true spiritual root in his stomach, it was at Fuji's suggestion that Bai Zhenzhen lent it to Zhang Yu at this time every day, just to make use of the time to do the test papers. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu casually scribbled a few answers on the test paper, then glanced at Teacher Zhou in front of him and saw that the other party was swiping his phone with relish. Zhang Yu thought to himself, for me, if I just do the test paper for 4 hours, it would be a waste of life. But for the teacher who accompanies me to do the test paper, it is also boring and a waste of time for 4 hours. After all, the other party is just a worker. How could he monitor me carefully for these 4 hours? Zhang Yu thought to himself. Besides, it is meaningless for me to do this crappy test paper, and it seems that these guys will not come to market at all. He felt that the test papers he was doing now were like winter and summer vacation homework on Earth, and the tutor in front of him was too lazy to check them. While Zhang Yu was secretly practicing Taoism during the tutoring time, on the other side of the city, Bai Zhenzhen brought a trace of electric light and passed through the traffic like a flash of lightning. The next moment, her figure jumped lightly and shot into the main entrance of a building. Then, with the layers of electric light in the corridor lighting up, she had already arrived at the 20th floor. Hello, your takeaway has arrived, have a pleasant meal. Looking at another takeaway order, Bai Zhenzhen, who was wearing a takeaway uniform, smiled slightly. With the operation of the lightning step, the whole person left a trail of after images and shot out. Because there was always someone following her, Bai Zhenzhen had no way to secretly learn to help with tutoring to make money. But she and Zhang Yu had already borrowed all the loan quotas, and the monthly loan repayments, medicine money, food expenses, and other expenses were a big pressure. Fortunately, in addition to the income from practicing with Yu Xinghan, Song Hailong, and Li Mulan, Zhang Yu's weekly income from selling seeds at Hongta could subsidize the family expenses. But even so, Alice, Yuzi, this guy, the quality of his seeds is too low. And the income from selling seeds every week is getting less and less. I can only rely on delivering food to support him for a while, but fortunately, in the process of delivering food, I can exercise with my thunder magic, so it's not a complete waste of time. At this moment, with the ringing of the mobile phone, Bai Zhenzhen felt her heart skip a beat when she saw the notification. Oh no, it's almost timed out. The next moment, she saw her body speeding up again, blending into the traffic, racing against time like other deliverymen. While Bai Zhenzhen was delivering food, a slender figure wrapped in darkness was silently staring at Bai Zhenzhen's back not far from her. She wore a pair of glasses on her head, and as her eyes turned, the camera on the glasses was always aimed at Bai Zhenzhen. No matter how Bai Zhenzhen accelerated or how she rushed to deliver food, she always maintained a position not far from Bai Zhenzhen, so that Bai Zhenzhen could never escape her tracking. The woman staring at Bai Zhenzhen was named Zhang Yu. She was a member of the Zhou family's security force and graduated from Jianzhou College with a degree in business intelligence. Thinking that her recent job was to follow a delivery man and a high school student, Zhang Yu felt helpless. Giving bad reviews to competing companies, stealing contracts from rival companies, and destroying the feng shui god of wealth tree of competitors. These are the big things I should do. How can I get a promotion and a raise if I follow such a poor guy every day? Zhang Yu approached Bai Zhenzhen again, and her body completely merged into the black shadow. She was almost more than 10 meters away, and she took pictures of Bai Zhenzhen unscrupulously but quietly. Can you do something big quickly? Time passed day by day, and the monthly exam in early September ended quickly. Before the results were announced, Zhou Chechen had already seen the results of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Is Zhang Yu second? Although his score is still very high, it is only relative to the students after the second place. Comparing vertically, he has not continued to improve, but his magic power and physical strength have declined. On the contrary, Bai Zhenzhen is still improving. Looking at the transcript and the specific data of the two in the exam, Zhou Chechen thought to himself, in the monthly exam in October, Zhang Yu's performance will probably decline even more, and the gap with Bai Zhenzhen will be even bigger. Faced with this situation of continuous decline, Zhang Yu should not be able to hold on in 1 or 2 months at most, just as Zhou Chechen was looking at the transcript. In an apartment near Ziyin High School, Zhang Yu said, I used the anti-detection ritual this time to conceal the improvement in the data. Zhou Chechen should think that the recent methods are very effective. Bai Zhenzhen on the other side did not do so. After all, in the eyes of the people around him, Zhang Yu was obsessed with basic exercises every day and had to make up for the spells. It was normal for his grades to decline. On the contrary, Bai Zhenzhen's performance in martial arts and physical education classes was getting more and more outstanding, so it was natural for her grades to improve. Fuji said, yes, Zhou Chechen is probably still trying to take advantage of the gap between you and put further pressure on Zhang Yu. Let them think they have succeeded. You should use this time to continue to grow and become stronger. Don't rush to upgrade the intensity of the confrontation with them. Time is on your side. Mid-September. In the apartment. Li Mulan sniffed her nose, looked at Zhang Yu with some confusion, and suddenly asked, why, don't you smell so bad? Li Mulan, who has a super metabolism, is very sensitive to all kinds of smells. And if Zhang Yu's sweat was sour and smelly before, the sweat on his body smelled like her own sweat to Li Mulan at this moment, and it had a pure feeling. Of course, Zhang Yu would not say that this was the reason for his success in cultivation. It was not just that he practiced the spring and autumn endless Zen every day to strengthen his physique and eliminate toxins. It was also because after completing the 6 exercises of the high school holy body, he had an additional gain. Primary high school holy body, 6/6, drug load, absorption, and metabolism capabilities are improved to the peak of key refining. Since this level of gain, coupled with Zhang Yu's 10th level spring and autumn endless Zen, he feels that all the toxins in his body can be discharged, collected, and controlled by him, and the word Zen on his chest is getting darker and darker. Zhang Yu thought to himself, The I urinate now may be drunk by people. After Li Mulan left, he sent a message to his brother Li Jingzhen. Does Zhang Yu have a record of supermetabolic surgery? Li Jingzhen, no Li Mulan. If a person has not undergone supermetabolic surgery, but the sweat he excretes is very clean, is that possible? Li Jingzhen, collect a portion of his sweat. I will give it to the laboratory for testing and we will know the result. Li Mulan was slightly stunned and hesitated. Collect Zhang Yu's sweat. Late September. Hongda High School. Yu Xinghan, with sunken cheeks, looked at Zhang Yu, who was full of energy and eating a big meal in front of him, and sighed. You have good physical fitness. The big meal in front of him was provided by Hongda Company to the excellent seed provider, that is, Yu Xinghan. Although Zhang Yu came to eat for free, he ate more than Yu Xinghan. Yu Xinghan couldn't help asking, you haven't attacked less than me, how come you still have such good physical strength? Because they met several times in Hongda, Yu Xinghan now knew that Zhang Yu and he had the same part-time job in Hongda. Zhang Yu smiled and said, eat more, supplement more nutrition. He glanced at his feather book, and saw that the gain of the high school holy body on it had been improved on the basis of the primary level. Advanced, high school holy body, 8/8, the digestion, absorption and metabolism of food are improved to the peak of key refining. Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this high school holy body super capable of taking medicine and eating? It fits the characteristics of Kungsu high school students. I just don't know what the last one will be like. As time passed, it was mid-October in the blink of an eye. The second round of foundation building exams was about to begin. Chapter 192, Holy Communion, Exam Leave. In the cafeteria of Songgyang High School, Zhang Yu used a spoon to scoop out a mouthful of pure white synthetic food and swallowed it, feeling the sandy synthetic food rubbing against his mouth, and a fishy smell of fat and protein in his throat. This is a raw synthetic food that has not been seasoned or processed. It tastes like vomit and tastes like a combination of some insects and rotten meat. But no matter how bad it tastes, it is at least the cheapest and most cost-effective way for Zhang Yu to supplement the fat, protein, vitamins, and other nutrients needed for survival and cultivation. Alice, I'm poor. Because he was tracked and monitored by the whole city, he lost the job opportunities in the dark tutoring industry, which made Zhang Yu's income drop sharply. Even if he insisted on selling seeds, plus the subsidy from Bai Zhenzhen's takeout, after deducting the two major expenses of medicine and food, there was not much left. Add to that a monthly loan interest of 45,000, and it would be even more difficult for Zhang Yu to save money. Try to save as much as possible. For example, when eating in the cafeteria, Zhang Yu chose to enjoy the original taste of the ingredients in order to save the seasoning cost of synthetic food every day. As for the expenses of renting spiritual roots for cultivation, renting spiritual worlds for cultivation, purchasing exercises, purchasing cultivation tools, etc., Zhang Yu has reduced them all. Fortunately, after entering the second stage of the holy body in high school, my digestion and absorption ability has been greatly enhanced every time I eat. I don't need to eat as much as before to meet the needs of my body. By constantly saving money, Zhang Yu finally had 33,000 yuan in his bank account. But for this 33,000 yuan deposit, I dare not spend a penny more. After all, he is about to take the second round of foundation building exams. In addition to the transportation fee, he is really afraid that this broken exam will charge him some money. If it really doesn't work, ask Zhao Xiangxing, Jin Shen and others to borrow some money. Just as Zhang Yu was enjoying the taste of the food, Zhao Xiangxing, who was standing beside him, looked at Zhang Yu with a look of hesitation in his eyes. Zhao Xiangxing thought to himself, Yu's grades in September and October were not as good as Bai Zhenzhen's. It seems that his magic power and physical strength have declined. He must be in a bad mood now, right? The decline in grades. This is the most terrifying thing in high school in Zhao Xiangxing's opinion. And if you decline while being surpassed by your good friend, it will be easy to end up not even being friends. For example, after being jealous of the other's grades, secretly adding laxatives to the good brother's food, secretly adding milk tea to the good brother's energy drink, or constantly sending some funny short videos to the good brother. Zhao Xiangxing has seen too many such things, where good friends have become enemies because of changes in grades. In addition, Zhao Xiangxing also felt that Bai Zhenzhen had less interaction with Zhang Yu recently, and they hardly communicated in and out of class. They don't even eat dinner together often. Zhao Xiangxing thought to himself, is their relationship really getting worse? But is it really okay for me to ask them like this? Will it irritate Zhang Yu? Will it make Zhang Yu feel that I am going to mock his declining grades? Just as Zhao Xiangxing was hesitating, Jin Shen, who was standing next to him, said, Zhang Yu, why have your grades dropped recently? Zhang Yu sighed and said casually, I'm out of money. Zhao Xiangxing, who was standing next to him, also took the opportunity to ask, are you and Bai Zhenzhen okay? I see you don't talk much. No, what's the matter? Zhang Yu thought of how he and Bai Zhenzhen were under great pressure recently, focusing on their own practice, almost seizing every minute and every second to become stronger. Naturally, there was no opportunity to communicate in school, and they could only say a few words after returning home. And Azhen has to run a takeaway, so every night I eat dinner on the way after the canteen. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about this, his phone vibrated slightly, and he had received a message from Bai Zhenzhen. Bai Zhenzhen sent a transfer of 200 yuan. Please receive the payment. Bai Zhenzhen, son, your food allowance for tomorrow morning is what I earned from delivering food. Zhang Yu, thank you, Mom. Bai Zhenzhen, but if your income from selling seeds continues to decrease next time, Mom can't afford to support you. Bai Zhenzhen, you are so young, why is the quality so poor? Can we find a way to improve the quality and make more money? Zhang Yu didn't continue to read the message sent by Bai Zhenzhen, but thought in his heart that after returning from the second round of foundation building exam, he should really think of a way to make money. After dinner, Zhang Yu completed 4 hours of remedial classes under the supervision of teacher Zhou again, and returned to the apartment outside Ziyin High School facing the lights on the street. Looking at Zhang Yu walking into the apartment, Ziyu, who was not far behind him, stretched his waist. After the shift change today, she was the one who monitored Zhang Yu. And for her, monitoring Zhang Yu was much easier than monitoring Bai Zhenzhen. After all, Zhang Yu didn't run around delivering food like Bai Zhenzhen, and most of the time he stayed in school or the apartment, living a repetitive life day after day. This kind of surveillance day after day without any disturbance also made Si Chuayu feel helpless. But after being tossed around for so long, there should be some action, right? Si Chuayu thought that he knew Zhang Yu's current situation better than many teachers and students of Songyang High School. After all, even the surveillance video of Zhang Yu in the classroom every day, the various expenses in the school, the results of every exam and test. Si Chuayu and his team could grasp all the data and information. In Si Chuayu's opinion, Zhang Yu's economic level and grades were constantly declining, and his mental state must be getting worse and worse. For such a genius who has been improving all the way, watching himself fall step by step is the most uncomfortable and the easiest to hit his heart. Si Chuayu had seen too many similar situations when he was in Jianzhou Junior College. I don't know how many students who think they have some talent, and think they are geniuses. After they step into the second floor, they found that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, and they knew what kind of monsters those students above the first floor are. The so-called geniuses on the first floor are just the threshold to see those monsters. Shaking his head, Si Chuayu focused his thoughts again, especially now. Bai Zhenzhen's grades are improving, and she can work and earn money while Zhang Yu is tittering. He will definitely become more and more unbalanced. Then, hurry up and let me see what kind of person is behind you. While thinking about this, Si Chuayu was already sitting on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, staring at the entrance and exit of the apartment while turning on his mobile phone. Alice, during this period of surveillance, I have almost finished listening to all the good novels, just find one. Si Chuayu knew that the next night would be another difficult one. While Si Chuayu was squatting outside, Zhang Yu in the apartment had just taken off his clothes and began to practice the dragon elephant collapse palm worth 200,000 yuan. After practicing with his true spiritual roots intermittently in the past 3 months, his expert level skills finally had a new level 10 effect. The original 10th level effect of the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm was called the dragon tendon and elephant bone. After repeated training, Zhang Yu's body structure continued to improve, gaining a more immortal and stronger carrying capacity, and being able to withstand and transmit higher bursts of power. Now, after the deduction of the true spiritual root, the effect of the dragon tendon and elephant bone has been further enhanced and integrated into the operation of mana, allowing Zhang Yu's meridians to have a higher carrying capacity for the operation of mana. Zhang Yu blasted out with a palm, and his physical strength, which had reached level 9.89, exploded. The terrifying power seemed to shatter the air, stirring up a storm in the room, and bursts of explosion sounded. Feeling the surging power in his body, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, the data of every test and examination he took did not improve at all, or even declined, but Zhang Yu himself knew very well how much progress he had made in these days. Fuji was secretly amazed at this scene. This guy can make such rapid progress under such conditions. What happened to his potential that was later improved? Zhang Yu knew that he could continue to advance bravely on the path of immortality in such a poor and suppressed state. In addition to selling seeds for money, Bai Zhenzhen's support, the effect of the true spiritual root, the feedback of the Kenyushi mind and body art under pressure, etc. The most important point is that after he pushed all 10 high school basic exercises to level 10, the high school holy body in the chain diagram was completely completed. Primary high school holy body, 6/6, drug load, absorption, and metabolic capacity are improved to the peak of key refining. Advanced high school holy body, 8/8, food digestion, absorption, and metabolic capacity are improved to the peak of key refining. Ultimate high school holy body, 10/10, for all key refining exercises, the practice efficiency is increased by 2 times, and the practice effect is increased by 2 times. Looking at the high school holy body of Lianfatu, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Now I can spend less money on food and medicine, get stronger effects, and don't have to worry about various side effects. And the last one. When I practice the exercises, each practice is equivalent to 3 times of the original. I can bear food, medicine, and scrolls. It really deserves to be a high school holy body, with such a blessing. Zhang Yu's physical strength not only soared to level 9.89, but also increased his mana to 97.56 units. Only the Dao heart lagged behind a little, but it also reached level 7, 18.4%. If it weren't for the fact that the closer to the data limit of key refining, the more difficult it would be to improve, I would have already increased my physical strength and mana to the limit. At this time, Zhang Yu's mobile phone vibrated slightly, and Su Haifeng's message came. Su Haifeng, still asking for leave? What's your situation now? You still have the nerve to ask for leave? Zhang Yu thought to himself, isn't it true that you don't approve the leave? Then if you want to take the foundation building exam, you can only. Zhang Yu turned to the contact list of the patrol team leader Yun Li. According to what Zhang Pianpian said, if he encountered any difficulties, he could try to ask Yun Li for help. So a moment later, Zhang Yu sent a message. Zhang Yu, Captain Yun, I want to ask you a favor. I want to go to Xiandu, but the school won't approve my leave. Can you send Bai Zhenzhen and me on a business trip in the name of the inspection team? Zhang Yu, don't worry, we will never cause any trouble when we go there, we just want to do something. Yun Li's reply was faster than Zhang Yu imagined. Yun Li, I approved it, you don't need to tell me the reason, and you don't need to report to me when you come back. Chapter 193. The second round of foundation building examination begins. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he saw the other party's reply. Why do I feel she is a little afraid that I will continue talking? Fuji chuckled. This woman may have guessed that you and Bai Zhenzhen took the foundation building exam. After all, it is not difficult to find out the time when you went out of the city several times, and this Yun Li is an inspector who has been passed down from generation to generation, so it is normal for her to know the time of the foundation building exam. Zhang Yu's eyes moved slightly after hearing Fuji's analysis, and he thought of many things at once. Early the next morning, with a certificate issued by the inspection team and Yun Li's personal call, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen finally obtained the leave note approved by the school and boarded the train to Xiandu. Seeing that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's train was about to depart, Sizui called again and asked, Hello? What's the situation now? Do you still want to follow? After a long time, a voice came from the phone. Come back, no need to follow. Sizui frowned and said, What did you say? A large group of us have spent so much time with these 2 students, and you said you don't need to follow. They must have an important action when they leave the city this time. Why not follow? The other party said coldly. This is the order of the company leader. The leader's order must be executed whether you understand it or not. Come back immediately. Sizui took a deep breath, looked at the slowly starting train, and shook his head after a long time and left the station. On the other side of the train, as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen tried many times in the next few hours, they confirmed one thing. Zhang Yu typed on his phone, they didn't catch up. Bai Zhenzhen, they didn't even follow? Did they know about the foundation building exam, so they didn't dare to continue checking? Zhang Yu thought of Yunini's reaction yesterday and replied, I think so too. The only reason I can think of for such an abrupt withdrawal is the foundation building exam Bai Zhenzhen. What a pity. I wanted to lead these guys to find out more about the foundation building exam. When Zhang Yu saw Yunini's reaction yesterday and heard Fuji's analysis of Yunini, he suddenly realized that in their constant waiting and patience, they had waited for an opportunity to fight back. Unfortunately, the other party did not fall for it today. Zhang Yu, it doesn't matter. At least through this incident, we can be sure of one thing. Zhang Yu, it's not Zhou Chechen who wants to deal with us. Zhang Yu, because Zhou Chechen may not know about the foundation building exam, Fuji said. Indeed, only the upper echelons of the Zhou family can know this kind of information about the foundation building exam, Zhang Yu, so a real opponent is not Zhou Chechen, but the Zhou family. At the same time, Songyang High School. Lanling looked at Zhou Chechen in confusion and said, how can you give them leave? Zhang Yu might take this time to practice and make money. You shouldn't give them a little breathing time, you should withstand the pressure and not let them leave. If they leave, you should punish them directly and find a chance to fire them. Seeing Lanling's dissatisfied look, Zhou Chechen sighed slightly in his heart and didn't want to say anything more. He was just recalling the process of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's leave in his mind. Patrol team leader Yuni, Zhou Chechen thought to himself, are they actually behind the patrol team? Yes, Zhang Pianpian used to be a member of the patrol team. After she left, she introduced her relationship to Zhang Yu, so it's not impossible, and Bai Zhenzhen, this guy took leave with Zhang Yu this time, and it seems that she is not as good as she was in school before. Is her relationship with Zhang Yu still good? But now that the person behind Zhang Yu has finally been found out, what are the uncles going to do? They are not going to continue fighting with the patrol team, are they? They can even leverage the power of the patrol team. This evil god is really brave. On the 333rd floor of the central building, Zhou Yang looked at the various messages sent by his men and thought to himself, and this time point actually coincides with a foundation building exam. Coincidence? Or is it a deliberate maze? Now Zhou Yang suddenly had two choices. Follow? Or not? Zhou Yang decisively chose not to follow. After all, in his opinion, the worst result of not following is that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen run away directly, and the clue is completely lost. If this evil god really arranged for the believers to run away, it means that the other party has become suspicious, and there is no point in following them. At most, Zhang Yu is just a chess piece, and if he follows them, what if the other party really takes the foundation building exam? He can't let his men check everything, right? Especially before he knows what he can find out. What if his men really find out something that they shouldn't check, such as this foundation building exam? What should he do? Especially after seeing the time when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen left the city the first two times, Zhou Yang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He thought with some fear, if it was really a deliberate attempt to confuse people, it was too early to prepare. They started to leave the city 4 months ago? That was the registration time for the foundation building exam, right? So they really went to take the foundation building exam. They even made it to the second round? If that's the case, Zhang Yu must have hidden strength. What on earth does this evil god want to do? How dare he plan to take the foundation building exam? Zhou Yang thought about it and couldn't figure it out. After all, whether it was Zhang Yu or Bai Zhenzhen, how could they possibly beat those Xiandu Xianjiao? In his opinion, taking part in the foundation building exam was a complete waste of time and energy, and he might even be crushed by the Xiandu people. What's more, Zhang Yu had been tormented so much by Zhou Chechen during this period. Knowing that he would be eliminated, why did he still go? Was it for some information? Although he couldn't figure out the evil god's purpose, Zhou Yang became more and more interested in the evil god behind Zhang Yu. To dare to take the foundation building exam, this evil god must be of high status, and now I am hiding in the dark. The other party knows nothing about me, but I have more and more information about the other party. There is a chance, if Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen come back, they will have a good chance to swallow the status of this evil god. But they can't touch the foundation building exam. Be careful not to find out that they took the foundation building exam. Or after the foundation building exam is over. There will be no such concerns. While thinking, Zhou Yang's mobile phone vibrated. He turned on the phone and looked at the surveillance screen, and saw that under the ritual suppression formed by countless coils, antiques, chains and other things, a hard disk suddenly jumped violently. Looking at the constantly jumping hard disk, Zhou Yang frowned, gently pressed the phone, and saw that the copper wires in the surveillance screen were like a giant dragon binding the hard disk and suppressing it again. Old thing, are you still not giving up? The existence suppressed in this hard disk is the evil god passed down from generation to generation in the Zhou family. As the most outstanding descendant of the Zhou family for 10 generations, Zhou Yang had an idea in his mind after knowing the secret of the evil god and seeing the worship of the evil god by his clansmen. Why should we worship this thing? We should raise the evil god like humans raise monsters, instead of being enslaved by the evil god. So he continued to practice, study, and plan, and finally suppressed the evil god and turned it into his own ritual battery. But he also paid a huge price for this. Glancing at his disappearing lower body, Zhou Yang snapped his fingers. Change clothes, I'm going out. I saw that the hanger on the side suddenly opened, and in addition to coats, tops and other clothes, there were also lower bodies wearing pants and shoes that looked intact. After randomly picking a lower body to replace it, Zhou Yang felt the flesh and blood connecting him and regaining his feet, but he frowned. Aren't these legs a little short? After replacing another lower body, he nodded with satisfaction. This is about right. As for the lower body that he thought was a little short, it turned directly into a ball of blood and was poured into the sewer. However, looking at the tiny corpse spots on his calves, Zhou Yang said helplessly, well, it shouldn't be a problem to use it for a day. While staring at the title of the purple gold meritorious lord, he thought in his heart, let me think, who can manage the patrol team in Songyang City? Since suppressing the evil god, Zhou Yang has lost his lower body. No matter what kind of new body he replaces, it will quickly rot and turn into a corpse. But this is not a problem for a rich man like him. After all, Kongsa lacks everything, but not people. There are many poor people who are willing to sell their legs for money, and then exchange them for a pair of prosthetic limbs. But whether it is a prosthetic limb or an ordinary person's lower body, it is like clothes. Zhou Yang can change and throw it away at will. It can neither withstand his use nor help his practice. After all, many exercises require a complete body to practice and use. So he selected a lot of spare materials that fit him, placed them in different positions for practice, and let them roam around to use when needed. I didn't expect. Zhang Yu's figure appeared in Zhou Yang's mind. My lower body actually went to take the foundation building exam. Just when Zhou Yang was planning something, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had come to the examination room underground in Zhangyu City again. But Zhang Yu did not meet Bai Zhenzhen again this time. After all, starting from the second round of the foundation building exam, the exam was divided into 4 tracks: Dao Heart, Mana, Sports, and Martial Arts. In the end, one candidate was selected from each track to be awarded the foundation building qualification certificate. Zhen went to take the martial arts exam, right? Zhang Yu looked at the other 4 candidates in front of him and knew that this was the opponent he would face in the next physical exam. Among them were the top Zhangyu Yilin Xiao and Zhang Yu's old acquaintance Yu Xinghun. However, looking at Yu Xinghun's thin appearance, Zhang Yu thought to himself, you kid. You are not working overtime the day before the exam, are you? Then Zhang Yu felt Yilin Xiao's eyes looking at him again, which were full of fighting spirit. Yilin Xiao, you will use all your strength this round, Zhang Yu thought to himself. I am now different from me 2 months ago. The eyes of both sides collided in the air, and there seemed to be a strong fighting spirit stirring in them. Chapter 194 Good students should take medicine. Just as Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao were staring at each other, the figures of Deng Bingding, Wang Zichao and the other 5 examiners appeared one after another. Looking at the 5 examinees on the scene, Deng Bingding said calmly, in the second round of foundation building exams, the promotion rules for the physical track are very simple. In the next exam, the top 2 examinees will advance to the next round and compete for the foundation building qualification certificate in the last round of exams in January next year. 3 months later, the examinee ranked 3rd will receive recommendation points and will receive extra points when taking the foundation building qualification certificate exam in the future university. The examinee ranked 4th will receive extra points for the college entrance examination. After hearing these words, the students present also became energetic all of a sudden. Especially after hearing about the bonus points for foundation building and college entrance examination, students like Yu Xinghun, who had no hope of winning the duel, also ignited their fighting spirit all of a sudden. But at this moment, Zhang Yu raised his hand and said, Examiner, in addition to the opportunity to compete for the foundation building qualification certificate, are there no rewards for the 1st and 2nd place this time? Deng Bingding looked at him and smiled slightly, saying, getting the chance to compete for the foundation building qualification certificate in the end. Isn't that enough? It doesn't matter if you think it's not enough. After participating in the last round of exams in January next year, whether you get the foundation building qualification certificate or not, you will get very good rewards. Okay, Deng Bingding continued. Next, let's talk about the specific exam items. Today, the content you are going to take is divided into 2 rounds. The key to the first half is to spray medicine. Just as Zhang Yu, Yiling Xiao, and Yu Xinghan were listening to the introduction of the exam items. In another exam room, Bai Zhenzhen opened her eyes and found that there was no Zhang Yu around. Then she glanced around and found that she was standing in an underground square, and there were 4 other candidates besides herself. Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, the second round of foundation building exams will start with different tracks. It seems that Yuzi and I were assigned to different exam rooms as soon as we came in this time. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes swept over the number 11 plate on Yun Jing's body, and she thought to herself, this guy must be the second place in the last round, right? One of the most powerful Xiandu masters, feeling the thunder and lightning power in her body that was constantly surging, jumping, and endless, and could not be calmed down. Bai Zhenzhen said to herself, this guy is the biggest obstacle for me to get the foundation building qualification certificate next time. While Yun Jing was under Bai Zhenzhen's gaze, he suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation in the air, as if he was hit by static electricity. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Zhenzhen, thinking, is that the number 56 from the last round of exams? It seems that he is an outsider with number 55. Zhang Yu, Yun Jing still remembered that in the first round of foundation building exams, these 2 guys had hidden strengths in the first 2 levels. But they took the 3rd and 4th places in the last level, showing their strong ability to learn skills. But Yun Jing was still full of confidence, only because the family's investment in him in the past 2 months was far greater than before. With strong financial support, he made rapid progress and achieved qualitative transformation again and again. It is only with the investment of the Yun family that I can continue to achieve such a qualitative leap. When my Tao heart, magic power, and physical body have already reached the peak of key refining, and as long as I can pass the foundation building qualification certificate, there will be a chance to save the family's current decline, and the resources invested in me will be worthwhile, so I must not lose. What made Yun Jing feel fortunate was that Yiling Xiao was not in the same group with him. After all, as a fellow Xiandu, he knew that Yiling Xiao, the heir of the perfect bloodline, was also in a period of rapid improvement in high school. God knows what level his strength has reached now. Not being able to compete head-on with Yiling Xiao made his chances of passing the foundation building qualification certificate almost certain. At the same time, a flash of light and shadow appeared in front of him, and the figures of the 5 examiners, including Deng Bingding and Wang Zichao, had already emerged. The 5 gods used their divine power to incarnate in 4 examination halls, managing the examinations on 4 different tracks at the same time. For Deng Bingding, it was like controlling 4 bodies, 4 visions, and doing 4 things at the same time. But she had long been accustomed to such things. Since becoming a god, she had been working overtime while attending meetings, giving gifts while attending meetings, giving gifts while working overtime, doing many things at the same time, or even doing 100 things at the same time, which were all basic operations. Deng Bingding said, the content of this round of martial arts examination is very simple, which is a practical assessment. Next, the 5 of you will take turns to fight one-on-one in the ring. After everyone has finished a round, each game will be scored differently according to the results of wins, losses, and draws. The top 2 candidates in the total score will enter the next round and compete for the foundation building qualification certificate in the last round of examinations in January next year. 3 months later, 3rd place, extra points for foundation building, 4th place, extra points for the college entrance examination. Bai Zhenzhen understood, just play around with everyone. She moved her limbs, and with a flash of lightning, she was already doing warm-up exercises. Just as Bai Zhenzhen started to warm up, on the other side of the physical examination room, Deng Bingding was still explaining the assessment content on this track. As we all know, taking medicine is the key to physical education. If you can't bear the pain of taking medicine, you can't walk the path of immortality. For a long time, the body's tolerance to taking medicine and its absorption of medicine have been important indicators of how far a practitioner can go on the path of immortality. In the first half of the exam, you will have to take medicine as much as possible within an hour. As for what medicine to take, it's up to you to choose. Of course, you are not allowed to use spiritual roots or dharma bones during this process. As he spoke, he saw a row of huge light screens emerge, with rows of medicine lists on them, and each medicine had a score behind it. A total of 23 kinds of medicines will be provided on site. These medicines have different functions. We sort them from high to low according to the burden they put on the body, and give them different points. In general, the greater the burden on the body, the higher the points. The less burden on the body, the lower the points. After 1 hour of spraying medicine, the total points you get from spraying medicine will be your score for the first half of the exam. When Zhang Yu heard this, he felt a little worried. He just wanted to know if there was any charge for spraying medicine. If this crappy exam charges for medicine, then I can only borrow money from someone, and these medicines. Zhang Yu looked at the names of the medicines on the list and thought to himself, I haven't sprayed many of them. I don't know what their effects are, especially the 3 medicines with the highest points. Zhang Yu had never heard of them before, and they were completely in his knowledge blind spot. Fortunately, Deng Bingding's next words answered Zhang Yu's doubts. Deng Bingding said, all medicines for this exam are free of charge. You don't have to worry about the charges, and these 23 medicines, I know you may not be familiar with every one of them, so next we will play a drug evaluation video to let you know the effects of each drug. When he heard this, Zhang Yu's eyes were already shining. Free? Does that mean you can take the medicine by yourself? These righteous gods have finally done something serious. Wang Zichao on the side listened to Deng Bingding's words, but thought to himself, after all, those pharmaceutical companies have succeeded in doing this. They say that they will use medicine instead of exams, and use the amount of medicine taken to measure student strength and potential. In the end, won't they have to reimburse the Ministry of Gods? Let the Ministry of Gods pay for the medicine. In the end, isn't it the heavenly court that loses money? Isn't it the interests of Kangsu that are damaged? They didn't even give me a penny. Those bastards in the company really don't treat the 9th-rank gods as gods. However, it is thought that the policy of taking medicine instead of exams is not just one level, but involves exams on more than a dozen levels above. Being able to complete such a deal while the heavenly court cuts down on expenses, Wang Zichao knew that the water was deep and the interests involved made him tremble with fear. At this moment, he could only complain in his heart. At the same time, he saw the light screen playing the list of medicines flash slightly, and a video began to play. A man said in the video, "Hello everyone, today I will give you a review of 20 common medicines in daily practice." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned when he saw this video, and thought to himself, is this a drug review video of an internet celebrity? For such videos, the original Zhang Yu has seen many, such as drug reviews, exercise reviews, food supplement reviews, and unboxing videos of various exercise equipment, tonics, and spiritual roots. Although the current Zhang Yu has not seen much, he has some understanding, especially since he still retains the memory of the original body. For example, the internet celebrity Zhang Yu in the video in front of him has a deep impression, because in addition to various unboxing videos, the other party also had a series of videos of opening coffins that were very popular, which made the original Zhang Yu watch it several times. At first, the other party filmed a video of visiting the family cemetery, and also showed the status of corpses in different years such as 10 years, 30 years, 100 years, and 300 years. After this video became popular, the other party struck while the iron was hot and filmed the ancestral tombs of many local nobles, showing the parks, underground palaces, buildings, and mountains and various ancestral tombs. It was those videos that made Zhang Yu, the original body, feel the real gap between himself and the rich for the first time. It also let him know that some people's ancestral tombs can be bigger than his school, and understand that even if the rich lie in the coffin, the wealth added every day is faster than that of a poor ghost like him working. The memory in his mind flashed away, and at this moment Zhang Yu continued to watch the introduction of the medicine in the video. It has to be said that the introduction of the medicine by this internet celebrity is indeed very detailed and professional, but it can be explained in a simple and straightforward way, so that the audience can understand the effects and advantages and disadvantages of each medicine. Thanks to book friend 202006069210956 feet Wanshang. Chapter 195 3 Magical Medicines. These 20 kinds of drugs are very wide-ranging. Zhang Yu thought to himself, replenish energy, physical strength, mana, replenish ki and blood, and also increase muscle, strengthen bones, stimulate nerves. At the same time, another light curtain was generated, and the list of drugs for this exam emerged. Zhang Yu looked at the scores of the 20 drugs evaluated by the internet celebrity in this list. Some of them are high and some are low. From the lowest conventional supplements, such as stimulants and concentration agents, they all have 10 points. The more powerful muscle-building and bone-strengthening series of drugs are about 25 points. The more powerful ones are 50 points, 80 points, and 100 points. But this video only talks about 20 kinds, right? The examiner just said that there are 23 kinds of drugs to choose from in this exam. Zhang Yu looked at the 3 drugs with the highest score ranking and the strongest drug burden, and their scores were all 1,500 points. You missed 3 types? So why did you use this internet celebrity video to explain it? Yilin Xiao on the other side was not surprised by this. He thought to himself, this video became popular because the companies promoted these 20 main drugs. It seems that the reason why the exam uses medication this way is also related to the company's operation behind the scenes. Maybe it was to sell the 20 main drugs promoted by the company that they included them in the exam drugs. And finally use this video. By the way, as the descendant of the Yi family in Xiandu, Yilin Xiao certainly knows a lot about the complicated relationship between the company and the true gods. There are hostility, cooperation, disputes and business between the companies under the 10 major sects and the true gods. The relationship is so deep and complicated that Yilin Xiao can't explain it clearly. For example, the red envelope charms and goodwill charms that he had worked hard to study before, there are big secrets in them. He suspects that it involves money laundering between the company and the true gods. The woman I met at the beginning could use the goodwill charm to transfer money to others. Maybe she was involved in money laundering, Alice, but in the business of money laundering, even if you are favored by the gods for a while, I am afraid that there will be no good end in the end. Although the benefits are huge, it is precisely because he gradually felt the terrifying risks that Yilin Xiao finally gave up exploring in this area. At this time, as the video was played, Deng Bingding said, there are 3 drugs that have not been introduced in the video. I will add an explanation here. The reason why these 3 drugs are not introduced is that they are all cutting-edge products that are still in the laboratory and have not been promoted to the market on a large scale. The reason for this is that although the effects of these 3 drugs are very powerful, they have their own defects. It can be said that these 3 drugs are the most powerful among the 23 drugs, but they also have the highest burden on the body. Each of them is a difficult challenge to your physical endurance. First of all, this Daoji sustained release capsule. Zhang Yu listened to the other party's introduction and summarized it slightly in his mind. Daoji sustained release capsule. Function. This product contains calming and negative emotion blockers, which can temporarily increase the tenacity of the heart and absorb negative emotions. It needs to be taken for a long time. Adverse reactions. Not yet clear. Zhang Yu commented in his heart, forget it. The company has written that it is not yet clear. There may be a big bomb in it. Then Deng Bingding introduced a monovein injection, which also costs 1,500 points. Zhang Yu summarized it in his mind and listed the characteristics of this medicine. Monovein injection function. It imitates the spiritual stimulant produced by the operation of mana in the body of a person with natural spiritual roots. It can effectively inhibit the fatigue of the danshan and meridians, stimulate the operation of spiritual roots, and thus greatly accelerate the recovery and growth efficiency of mana. Adverse reactions. Anxiety, shortness of breath, convulsions, coma. Note, long-term injection may cause meridian cancer. When Zhang Yu first heard the introduction of the monovein injection, he thought it was good. It seemed that he could take a few injections and improve his mana in this examination room. But after hearing the last thing about meridian cancer, Zhang Yu immediately frowned. What the hell? This medicine can be used for exams. This exam really wants students to work hard, right? Then Deng Bingding introduced the last medicine. Imitation Phoenix Functional Element Function. This product contains nanoscale imitation phoenix cells, which can stimulate the growth of human muscles and bones, and provide phoenix hormones for the repair of physical injuries, greatly improving the efficiency of body training. Adverse reactions. Diarrhea, abdominal pain, dizziness, headache, drowsiness, insomnia, neuritis, fever, fatigue, high fever, anaphylactic shock. Finally, Deng Bingding added, the imitation phoenix functional element has many adverse reactions, but they are generally mild and short-term, and most of them do not affect practice. After hearing this, Zhang Yu didn't know whether to believe it or not for a while. But this phoenix-like functional element is finally the most reliable one among these 3 magical medicines. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I just don't know if I can bear it with my high school holy body and spring in autumn endless zen, but one has 1,500 points, which is far more than the score of other medicines. Once someone takes it, I can only fight. As the introduction of the medicine was completed, boxes of medicines were soon delivered to the examination room and placed in front of the 5 candidates. Deng Bingding finally reminded, next, detection patches will be installed on you to monitor your physical condition at all times. Once a situation that exceeds the body's load and threatens life occurs, it will be automatically eliminated. I hope everyone will do what they can and don't take medicine that exceeds their own physical load. Although he said so, when the exam officially started, Zhang Yu still saw Yu Xinghun rushing up and holding boxes of medicines in his arms, taking medicine and injecting medicine into a buffet. Yu Xinghun first picked up a row of dragon elephant preparations and secretly said in his heart, "It usually costs a lot of money, but today I can have a good time. Oh, it would be great if I could take it out." As more than 10 injections of dragon elephant preparations were injected into his body, Yu Xinghun's body swelled up almost visibly, and even his cheeks, which were originally a little sunken, became full again. Yu Xinghun's points also rose to more than 100 points at once. Then various supplements were injected into his body in turn. Yu Xinghun felt the blood and qi surging in his body, as if to make up for the loss of overtime work in the past period of time. Yu Xinghun secretly said in his heart, "I originally thought that this second round was just a formality, but I didn't expect to have a good time injecting medicine. I can go to Hongtu to work overtime again tomorrow when I go back." Thinking of this, Yu Xinghun couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he touched his body and felt a stagnation from his internal organs and his rapidly beating heart. 520 points, huh? I'm almost at my limit. I can stab it further, but it will hurt my body. Anyway, I'm not competing for the foundation building qualification certificate, so there's no need to fight so hard. Just as Yu Xinghun was thinking this, he saw a huge figure covering him. A hand bigger than Yu Xinghun's had passed over him and grabbed a row of needles in its hand. The one who made the move at this moment was number 18 Meng Tao, a native of Xiandu with a gluttony spirit root. In the last gluttony competition, although he ate very quickly, his performance was not good because of his slow digestion. But it was also after that defeat that Meng Tao realized something. The quality of my body is far inferior to that of Yuling Xiao, a child of heaven. Then if you want to get close to this level, you can only rely on quantity. It's like no matter how strong a 5-year-old child is, a 15-year-old boy can suppress him with one arm. This is the suppression of size and weight. Because of this, Meng Tao has undergone 8 transformation surgeries in the past 2 months. Combined with his own gluttony spiritual root, his height has skyrocketed to 3.2 meters and his weight has increased to more than 1,000 kilograms. If the quality is not good, then the quantity will make up for it. He wants to use his extraordinary body shape to exert extraordinary physical strength. He wants to use his super large body and weight to exert a stronger strength than his opponent. For example, in the drug injection test in front of him, Meng Tao knows that his current body shape and weight have great advantages and can definitely bear more drugs. As a top student in Xiandu, he already has experience in how to inject more drugs. Glancing at Yu Xinghun with disdain, Meng Tao thought to himself, an ignorant outsider who gets vaccinated wherever he wants. That's not how you inject medicine. If you want to inject more, you should first take some nutrient solution to whet your appetite, then take some capsules to fill your stomach and start digesting, then you should take injections. You must not take any stimulants or tranquilizers. After all, the brain's metabolism is the slowest. Yu Xinghun, who was standing aside, watched Meng Tao unpack box after box of medicines at a rapid pace. His points also soared, and in a blink of an eye, they had reached more than 1,200 points. Yu Xinghun thought to himself, what a terrifying guy. How many injections do these Xiandu people usually take? How many surgeries have they undergone? This number 18 is more than twice as heavy as the last time we met. Is this a pig farm? Come to think of it, these Xiandu people are also high school students, so naturally they are all in a period of rapid progress. When I am making progress, they are also improving rapidly. However, he was not nervous at the moment because he did not expect to pass the foundation building qualification certificate in the first year. He just turned his head and looked at Yuling Xiao. I remember that number 23, Yuling Xiao, is the strongest Xiandu student, huh? He actually went to get a 1,500-point monovein injection. In Yu Xinghun's surprised eyes, Yuling Xiao, whose points were still 0 and who had not taken any medicine, walked directly to the mana vein injection and injected this magic medicine into his body with a syringe. The next moment, Yiling Xiao's veins bulged all over his body, as if there were small snakes crawling under his skin. Then Yiling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and breathed violently, and his whole body trembled wildly. Asking for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 196, Two Pieces in One Bite. Yu Xing'an looked at Yiling Xiao's body with veins bulging and muscles twitching, and thought to himself, this mana vein injection is quite strong. Could it be that even this immortal lord can't bear it? Meng Tao, who was standing by, was also excited, and a trace of expectation surged in his heart. Yiling Xiao is careless. He had a look of joy in his eyes. This mana vein injection has not been sold to the public yet. Has he never used it before? I didn't expect that the drug was so strong after this injection that even he couldn't bear it, but in the next moment, Yiling Xiao, who was constantly twitching, smiled slightly. After taking a deep breath, he said with a face full of enjoyment, this is a very pure spirit-stimulating essence. I haven't encountered such a domineering good stuff for a long time. Yiling Xiao felt that his Danshan and meridians were highly excited under the stimulation of the spirit-stimulating essence. Not only did he not feel a little uncomfortable, but he even felt a special pleasure of the mana running wildly in his body. Although he had not used this mana vein injection, he had already used the spirit-stimulating essence in it for cultivation. He had even gotten used to the muscle twitches caused by the spirit-stimulating agent, which actually gave him some pleasure. But today is an exam after all, so it's enough to just play around a bit. Yiling Xiao had always been very serious about exams. From childhood to adulthood, whether it was the pedigree exam in kindergarten, the parent exam in elementary school, the general education exam in junior high school, or any other exams he had taken since childhood, Yiling Xiao would definitely fight for the first place in every one of them. For him, getting the first place in an exam was like a habit, and it was also a respect for Kung Fu and the rules of this world. The path to immortality is inseparable from repeated exams and repeated rankings. If you want to climb to the top of the immortal path, you need to continuously get the best results, pass layers of assessments, and always stand at the top of the rankings. This is the law of Kung Fu, the path to immortality. Yiling Xiao took a deep breath, and the next moment his flesh and blood, which had just been twitching, suddenly paused, and then suddenly expanded. Not only the muscles were expanding, but also the bones that had been forcibly contracted in the past were stretched out, making Yiling Xiao's height rise instantly, suddenly soaring to a full 3 meters and 5 meters in height. The muscles all over his body were like layers of armor stacked on his body. Meng Tao, who was watching this scene, was first slightly stunned. He forcibly stretched his muscles and expanded his body size. What's the use? But the next moment, seeing the other party's face full of ease, slowly shaking his hands and feet, stretching his muscles and bones, Meng Tao suddenly reacted. No. Yiling Xiao didn't forcibly expand his muscles, he untied the restraints of his body. The body shape in front of you is his true appearance. The small body shape he usually takes is because he deliberately suppresses his muscles and bones. Does he maintain a small body shape for cultivation? Meng Tao didn't know the answer, but he knew that Yiling Xiao's strength was far more terrifying than he had originally imagined. With the same body size, he was no match for the other party. And now he found that the other party was taller and stronger than him. This guy has at least twice as much meat as me, Meng Tao sighed in his heart. He is worthy of being praised by the Oasis group as the guy with the most perfect body in high school. In terms of physical strength alone, Meng Tao already thought that he was far inferior to him, and he knew that the heavier the weight and the more meat, the stronger the tolerance to drugs. However, Meng Tao was shocked to find that this was not Yiling Xiao's limit. Yiling Xiao twisted his body, and the mana in his Danshan was raised, and it had turned into longevity mana. Then, with the physical training of each movement, the longevity mana began to nourish the body and expel toxins. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen 10th level push. Endless Zen of Spring and Autumn. Meng Tao also recognized this technique, and his eyes were even more shocked. The strongest body, terrifying martial arts talent, plus endless money. God knows how many techniques this guy has learned. I'm afraid he can use different techniques to deal with any situation. Meng Tao sighed in his heart. Except Yunjing, there is probably no high school student in the entire Kung-Fu level who can compete with him. Just as Meng Tao was sighing in his heart, he found that another candidate next to him had pierced his arm with 3 needles in a row. Seeing that the other party was concentrating on piercing the medicine and looked serious, Meng Tao immediately came back to his senses. Yiling Xiao is powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he can only occupy the first place. Meng Tao thought to himself, I can still compete for second place. Even if I can't compete for second place, it's good to compete for third or fourth place to get extra points. He grabbed the injection in the medicine box and pierced it into his neck. Yu Xinghan, who was standing by, saw that they all started to take the medicine fiercely, and thought to himself, do you want to grab the second place, or get extra points? And watching Meng Tao's skull gradually bulge and his head become pointed after the brain expanded and metabolized, and looking at the other person who kept injecting into the muscles, making the flesh swollen. Yu Xinghan felt a chill in his heart. These people in Xiandu are simply reckless when taking medicine. If I fight with them like this, my body will definitely be seriously damaged. Thinking of this, Yu Xinghan turned his eyes to Zhang Yu, but found that the other party still had 0 points and had not taken any medicine. What is this guy doing? Zhang Yu had been waiting and observing Yiling Xiao's actions, because he was absolutely confident that there was only one opponent in today's foundation building exam, and that was Yiling Xiao. And when he saw Yiling Xiao inject the magic vein injection, Zhang Yu knew that he had to choose a magic medicine with 1,500 points to use. After a brief calculation, Zhang Yu made a decision, then let's try the Phoenix Imitation Functional Essence first. Not only does it look a little more reliable, but it can also improve my physical strength. At the same time, the gods watched Yiling Xiao's performance and expressed their feelings on the internet. Wang Zichao said, this perfect bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the first layer of Kung Fu. The development of the Yi family is also very good. Once the bloodline transformation service is officially sold, it will probably occupy a huge market immediately. Another god said, perhaps the competition for this foundation building qualification certificate is a prelude to the publicity of the perfect bloodline by the Yi family. The hype about Yiling Xiao next year will probably be very strong. Their company's stock should rise a lot. Talking to this point, the gods on the scene all smiled tacitly, and even Deng Bingding, who had always been the most serious, smiled. Wang Zichao continued, it seems that Yiling Xiao has won the first place with this injection. The rest of the people can only compete for the next place. Another righteous god said with emotion, this perfect bloodline can strengthen the body, change the body shape, and has extraordinary tolerance to drugs and the ability to learn skills. The physical track is completely Yiling Xiao's performance. What can others use to compete? At this time, Wang Zichao was slightly surprised and said, Zhang Yu is going to use the Imitation Phoenix Function Essence. Can he bear the side effects of the Imitation Phoenix Function Essence? At the same time, the other righteous gods present also had this question in their hearts, and they checked Zhang Yu's relevant data in an instant. The monthly test scores in the past 2 months have not improved at all, and have even declined. With the level he has shown, he should not be able to bear the Imitation Phoenix Function Essence. Humph, too impulsive. Get ready to save people. Just as the gods were thinking this, they saw Zhang Yu, who had swallowed a piece of Imitation Phoenix Function Essence, standing still in place, and swallowed another piece of Imitation Phoenix Function Essence a moment later. Zhang Yu thought to himself, the dosage of this medicine is not as high as it is said. The gods were suddenly shocked. What, 2 tablets at a time? This guy won't die here, will he? If a candidate dies in the examination room of the foundation building exam, it must be an accident. Deng Bingding, Wang Zichao and other gods all focused their attention on Zhang Yu. Their divine powers descended from the air, ready to go, ready to save people at any time. A god asked with concern, does this guy have medical insurance? Wang Zichao said helplessly, I checked, it's expired a long time ago. But the next moment, his eyes moved, and he suddenly said firmly, after all, I was the one who helped this student pass the test in the first place. Let me do the rescue work next, and I will pay for the medical expenses later. Hearing this, the other gods at the scene immediately looked at Wang Zichao with goodwill. Deng Bingding also nodded and said, don't forget to record the surveillance video. I will sign your reimbursement form when the time comes. Hearing Deng Bingding's words, Wang Zichao was slightly delighted, thinking that he had left a deeper impression in Lord Deng's heart. On the other side, after Zhang Yu swallowed 2 tablets of Phoenix-like functional essence in a row, he felt a wave of heat coming from his stomach, like a stream of flames rushing towards his limbs. At the same time, with the effect of the drug, Zhang Yu also felt a wave of abdominal pain in his stomach, as if a big hand was stirring back and forth in his stomach. The side effects of the 2 tablets of Phoenix-like functional essence are indeed much stronger, but I feel my body can bear it. After sensing the changes in his body for a while, Zhang Yu had already seized the time and began to practice Spring and Autumn Endless Zen while the drug power was surging. Unlike Yiling Xiao, whose mana and physical strength had already reached level 10, he used Spring and Autumn Endless Zen purely for detoxification and purification of the body. Zhang Yu's physical strength is now level 9.89. After taking 2 tablets of Phoenix-like functional essence, he was about to use the fierce medicinal power in it to improve his physical strength. He twisted his body and operated his immortality magic power, allowing his muscles and internal organs to be continuously nourished and purified in the cycle of spring and autumn. Chapter 197 High School Holy Body? Key Refining Holy Body. Zhang Yu could feel that with the practice of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, not only his body was strengthened, but also the abdominal pain from his stomach and intestines just now gradually disappeared. And the word Zen on his chest became darker and darker as he continued to absorb the drug poison. It was during this process that Zhang Yu gradually realized one thing, the value of the high school holy body. Or he had underestimated the role of the high school holy body before. After I used Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, although it nourished my body, increased my strength, and gathered the drug poison, but Zhang Yu compared the difference before and after the exercise in his mind, and said secretly, it seems that there is no improvement in the ability to metabolize drugs. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen did not improve drug metabolism? Zhang Yu could only think of 2 possibilities for this effect. One is that Spring and Autumn Endless Zen cannot metabolize the Phoenix functional element. The other possibility is, before the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen was used, his drug metabolism ability had already been raised to the limit, a limit that could not be raised. And Spring and Autumn Endless Zen can gather the drug poison, which means that the first possibility is not true. Then there is only the second possibility. Zhang Yu's mind flashed the role of the high school holy body. The drug load, absorption, and metabolic capacity have been improved to the peak of key refining. The peak of key refining can be understood in many ways. Some mortals would call the level of high school graduates the peak of key refining, while others would call the level of high school graduates 10 years after graduation the peak of key refining. Some even believe that college graduates who have not established a foundation are the peak of key refining. Originally, Zhang Yu thought that the peak of key refining was a vague range, similar to the level many years after high school graduation. But now it seems, this peak of key refining, is it about increasing my drug load, absorption, and metabolism capabilities to the limit of the key refining period? It is precisely because it is the limit of the key refining period that the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen has no effect. That is to say, even if I don't practice Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, is it possible that my drug metabolism ability is also at the limit of the key refining period in my normal state? Why didn't I notice this before? Zhang Yu thought about it and knew why. The medicine I took some time ago was too little and too ordinary. The medicinal properties were insufficient, and it was easily absorbed and metabolized, and I couldn't detect the difference at all. The medicinal properties of this Phoenix-like functional element are strong and turbulent enough, which made me realize the value of the high school saint body. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart surged with incomparable confidence. No matter how powerful the Xiandu Lord of number 23, Yiling Xiao, is, he is still a high school student after all. As long as his drug metabolism ability has not reached the limit of the key refining period, then I will win this exam. At this moment, Zhang Yu secretly sighed in his heart. How can the high school saint body be a high school saint body? This should simply be called the key refining saint body. Thinking of this, he hurriedly practiced the endless Zen of spring and autumn. And his flesh and blood gave off surging power, constantly honing his muscles, bones, and internal organs, and then nourishing them with the power of longevity. Although he could absorb and metabolize the phoenix-like functional element with his own holy body without practicing the endless Zen of spring and autumn, how could Zhang Yu miss the opportunity to take such a precious medicine for free to improve his physical strength? The gods were all slightly stunned when they saw Zhang Yu was so vigorous after taking the medicine, and his punches and kicks made bursts of roars. A god said, "This Zhang Yu took 2 tablets of phoenix-like functional element in one breath? It's impossible for him to do so with his grades." At the same time, other gods also read the data from the test patch. Wang Zichao said, "His current physical data definitely exceeds the monthly test results." This kid is hiding his strength in the monthly test, hiding his strength in the monthly test? The gods were slightly stunned when they heard this, but the next moment, they showed a clear look in their eyes. Although it sounds like it is impossible to hide one's strength in a high school where grades are respected and scores are king. But the gods present are all experienced people, and they know that there are many situations in the first floor of Kung Fu that will force students to hide their strength. Especially when the student is poor, then hiding one's strength, deliberately taking low scores, reducing one's presence, and not attracting the attention of the rich, that is not a rare thing. As for how to hide, there are different ways. Some poor students deliberately hurt themselves, some poor students take some drugs with huge side effects to reduce their strength, and some practice some exercises that can hide their strength. But this kind of hiding also requires a huge price. Either the injury will hinder the practice, or a lot of time and energy will be wasted, and because of the lack of grades, a lot of school benefits and assistance will be lost. These will greatly increase the difficulty of the practice of the practitioners. But the students who need to hide their strength are often poor and lack money to practice. So, under such circumstances, he was able to reach the level of competing for the high school foundation building certificate. This poor man suddenly rose. Wang Zichao's heart moved. It can't be related to the evil god, right? He checked the other party's body, data and various materials again, and he breathed a sigh of relief after finding no problems. However, Wang Zichao glanced at Deng Bingding and thought that he was too cautious. With his Lord Deng in charge of the overall situation, it was not his turn to discover any evil god believers. At the same time, a righteous god nodded slightly and commented, "This boy's immortal talent is limitless. If he can sign a good teacher after going to the second floor, it is not impossible for him to rush to the fifth floor in the future." Another righteous god said, "The key is that he is only a second-year high school student now. He can take another foundation building exam next year. This is already 1 foot into the threshold of the top 10, this talent is amazing." As time came to October, Zhang Yu had officially become a second-year high school student in September. While the righteous gods were discussing these, Wang Zichao did not interrupt, but recalled his past memories. In fact, Wang Zichao had seen about 5 or 6 geniuses of this level rise to the top, and the common feature of these people was talent. Talent is a bummer, Wang Zichao thought to himself. Talent is the most basic thing. The most important factor for all poor geniuses to rise is that there are people behind them. Can you rise to the top just by talent and hard work? Can you reach the peak of the immortal path? Only those mortals who have been brainwashed repeatedly by companies and the media would believe it. Wang Zichao knew this very well, because he had been in charge of education for many years. All the poor geniuses who could rise were either taken in by powerful people after showing their talents, or their talents themselves came from the layout of powerful people. Wang Zichao sighed in his heart, it's not ancient times anymore. How can you get ahead just by relying on your own talents? Deng Bingding on the other side also did not participate in the discussion, but just thought of the results of the last investigation of Zhang Pianpian. I don't know which great god has chosen Zhang Pianpian, and he has already ascended to the second level. Zhang Yu has made such a terrifying progress. Maybe there is a god behind him. After thinking of this, Deng Bingding's first reaction was, should I help Zhang Yu? Can I make friends with a great god behind him? But thinking of what happened to him last time after reading Zhang Pianpian's information, Deng Bingding quickly put away this idea. Every move and every word of the adults above must have a deep meaning. Maybe they are using this to hide Zhang Yu or to hone Zhang Yu. I'd better not do it, but maybe after today's exam is over, I can add him as a friend. Just as the gods were discussing Zhang Yu in the internal network, the candidates on the other side were also amazed at Zhang Yu's performance. Especially Yiling Xiao's eyes suddenly condensed. After seeing Zhang Yu eat 2 tablets of imitation Phoenix Function Essence in a row, his eyes showed a stronger fighting spirit. He thought to himself, is this your true strength? Sure enough, you had a lot in the last round of exams, but I won't lose to you. I am the perfect bloodline that the Yi family has spent countless efforts on. I am the future flagship product of the entire company. I am destined to win the foundation building certificate. Yiling Xiao knew that only by winning the foundation building certificate would the family arrange for him to build a foundation, and he could break through to the foundation building realm before entering college, making the most solid preparations for ascending to the second level in the future and becoming a disciple of a famous teacher. My immortal path is not just the top 10. Yiling Xiao picked up a monovein injection and stabbed it into his arm. As the injection was pushed into his body, Yiling Xiao felt the mana in his body roaring, like gasoline being ignited and constantly exploding. His heartbeat kept accelerating, his breathing became more and more rapid, and his meridians all over his body also showed signs of twitching slightly under the crazy impact of the mana. Huh? With a low shout, Yiling Xiao once again activated the 10th level of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, trying his best to dissolve the burden brought by the fierce drug power. No problem, with a blessing of perfect blood. Yiling Xiao's body was like a whale swimming in the sea, opening its mouth to swallow countless seawater and fish and shrimps in front of it. Every bit of flesh and blood, every inch of internal organs were frantically swallowing and spitting out the medicinal power, digesting, absorbing, and metabolizing it. Coupled with the blessing of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, Yiling Xiao could feel the surging medicinal power being metabolized by his continuous exercise, constantly turning into waste and accumulating harmlessly in his body. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just when Yiling Xiao felt that the surging medicinal power had passed the peak, an idea came to his mind. It should be okay to give him another injection, then give him another injection, completely widen the gap with him, and make him feel desperate. But just when Yiling Xiao picked up another mana vein injection, he glanced and saw Zhang Yu also walk to his side and directly picked up a mana vein injection. Zhang Yu muttered, "It's a waste to just practice physical training. Let's improve our magic power at the same time." Then, in front of Yiling Xiao's surprised eyes, Zhang Yu had already stabbed a needle into his arm. As the needle was pushed into his body, Zhang Yu couldn't help but twitch slightly. Then, the Sun Qi was violently running like a volcanic eruption, frantically collecting the spiritual energy around him. Chapter 198 Exam suspended? As the injection of the mana meridian injection was pushed into his body, Zhang Yu could feel that the mana in his body, which was already running 24 hours a day, was running more fiercely. Under the fierce collection of the great Sun Qi, the surrounding spiritual energy was like a sea that accepted hundreds of rivers, constantly swarming in, and finally transformed into a trace of mana in Zhang Yu's danshan. What a pity that I don't have spiritual roots. If I had spiritual roots, and I was in the spiritual veins, I could push my mana to the limit of 100 units of Qi refining today, right? At the same time, Zhang Yu could feel that the meridians in his body began to twitch slightly, his heart began to speed up, and his breathing became more rapid. Are there any side effects of the mana vein injection? It's different from the imitation phoenix functional element. It seems to put a greater burden on the respiratory system and blood circulation. Sure enough, different types of drugs put different burdens on the body, so if you want to get higher points and want to practice more comprehensively during this buffet, you should take more different types of drugs and make full use of the carrying capacity of different areas of the body, Tao heart, mana, and physical strength. You can take drugs that act on these three, which can not only share the side effects, but also improve your strength in an all-round way. Although he felt that the burden on his body was added, Zhang Yu did not stop, but continued to twist his body to practice the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, constantly improving his physical strength. Because he knew that the opportunity to take medicine for free today was too rare. The total self-service time is only 1 hour. In this hour, I have to seize the time to practice and try not to waste the efficacy of the medicine in my body. So under the effect of the great Sun Qi and the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, the efficacy of the mana vein injection and the imitation phoenix functional element was fully utilized, constantly improving Zhang Yu's practice efficiency and accelerating the growth rate of his mana and physical strength. Yiling Xiao, who was standing by, watched Zhang Yu take the injection of the mana vein injection, and followed suit. Feeling the drug entering his body, his blood, meridians, and mana all seemed to be boiling. Yiling Xiao knew that in a short period of time, his ability to carry the mana vein injection had reached its temporary limit. He tried hard to control his muscles from twitching violently, and thought to himself, then if I take the next medicine, I will have to choose Daoji sustained release capsules or Fang functional element, wait for me to digest the drug power in my body. So in the next few minutes, Yiling Xiao continued to use the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen to digest the drug power, while thinking about which medicine to take next. But before he could make a final choice, he saw Zhang Yu on the other side, after a round of digestion, grabbed another mana vein injection and inserted it into his body. Seeing this scene, Yiling Xiao's eyelids jumped. This guy, facing Zhang Yu's lead again, Yiling Xiao, who has always been the first since childhood and has always been the top in any exam, naturally could not admit defeat. He took a deep breath, grabbed the Daoji sustained release capsule beside him and swallowed one. In an instant, he felt that all the negative emotions in his heart were suppressed, and even the pain caused by the side effects in his body was mostly eliminated at once. Yiling Xiao, who felt this, was delighted. Sure enough, this Daoji sustained release capsule can effectively relieve my nervousness and reduce the mental impact of the side effects of the drug on me. Take this medicine first, so that I can perform better in the next exam. But what are the side effects of this medicine? No feeling? Could it be that this medicine has no side effects? But it is unlikely that this medicine has no side effects, so a few minutes later, when Zhang Yu gave himself another injection of monoveins and a tablet of imitation phoenix function element, Yiling Xiao directly took 2 more Daoji sustained release capsules. After more than half an hour of the exam, the scores of the two reached 9,000 points. Zhang Yu's mana and physical strength also improved in this process, reaching 97.6 mana and 9.90 level physical strength respectively, which is one step closer to the limit of key refining. Seeing the high scores of the two, the examinees beside them, whether Yu Xinghan or Meng Tao, were terrified. Although they did not take so many fierce drugs, just thinking about the terrifying drug power contained in Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao's bodies at the moment made them feel shocked. Meng Tao thought to himself, it's only been more than half of the time, and they have taken 6 rounds of magic drugs? Are the metabolism of these two guys so much stronger than mine? If today's drug eating competition is compared to a shit eating competition, when I see these two people, it's like a dung beetle seeing a septic tank. There's a world of difference. Yu Xinghan looked at Zhang Yu deeply. This kid actually kept up with the pace of the top Xianduai? It seems that he also hid his strength when he was selling seeds at Hongta. If this guy takes drugs and ships at the same time, his output will definitely exceed mine. At this moment, Zhang Yu grabbed a dragon elephant preparation and injected it into his body. Yiling Xiao, who was watching this scene, focused his eyes, and there seemed to be a gleam of light in his eyes. Dragon elephant preparation? Use dragon elephant preparation to temporarily surpass me. Watching this scene, Yiling Xiao felt as if he saw an opponent at the auction who had no balance left but added 100 yuan to surpass him. Has this guy reached his limit, and until now, he hasn't taken the Daoji sustained release capsule? Is he afraid of the unknown side effects? If that's the case, then I must pass this exam. Yiling Xiao grabbed a Daoji sustained release capsule, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Although until now, he still didn't know what the adverse reactions of this Daoji sustained release capsule were, he could see that his body had not reached its limit. The first will always be me, and only me, standing at the top, always taking the lead, and always grabbing the first place. This is not only the concept that Yiling Xiao was taught since childhood, but also the ancestral precepts passed down from generation to generation in the Yi family. In this Kung Fu, as long as you don't become the first, no matter if you are from a noble family or a genius, there will always be a day when you will be eliminated. Thinking of the Yi family's hard work from generation to generation, step by step approaching the goal of becoming the strongest noble family in the first layer of Kung Fu, Yiling Xiao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Especially thinking that after this foundation building exam, the family will use him to promote the perfect bloodline after building the foundation, and the news of the high school foundation building exam will be known to more and more people. This is not only an ambition, but also a confidence. It is just because the Yi family and several other Xiandu noble families that have joined forces believe that the average wealth and strength of the Xiandu nobles are now far beyond the other local forces in the first layer of Kung Fu, and no other local forces can threaten them. The foundation building exam no longer needs to be covered up. Instead, the winners of the foundation building qualification certificate every year can be used for publicity, to support the expansion of the company's business, and to facilitate their infiltration into other cities. Thinking that the Yi family will begin to break through Xiandu and expand to the entire first layer of Kung Fu, Yiling Xiao feels a great passion after generations of struggle. As a prodigy of the Yi family, how can I lose to an outsider here? Yiling Xiao opened his mouth and swallowed another Daoji sustained release capsule. On the other side, Zhang Yu had been observing Yiling Xiao's reaction after taking the Daoji sustained release capsule. The reason why he had not taken this medicine was because of the unclear adverse reactions. But Zhang Yu did not give up taking this medicine completely, but wanted to observe Yiling Xiao and see how Yiling Xiao reacted after taking the medicine, and then determine whether he should take this medicine. With a high school saint body, I must surpass Yilin Xiao in drug metabolism. As long as Yilin Xiao can hold on, I can also hold on. In Zhang Yu's observation, Yilin Xiao's muscles were swollen and congested, his face was purple, and there was a small bump on his head. It seems okay. I should be able to bear it. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yu saw that Yilin Xiao had no major problems except that the small bump on his head was a little more swollen, so he also planned to try this Daoji sustained release capsule. Seeing Zhang Yu pick up a Daoji sustained release capsule, Yilin Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Are you still not giving up?" He only heard him mutter, "I will catch up with you soon. When I take this imitation phoenix function element, you will not be able to catch up with me." Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, looked at the medicine in the other party's hand, and said, "You are holding a Daoji sustained release capsule, right?" Yilin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Take another Daoji sustained release capsule. The side effects of this medicine are really strong. I can't take it again. But the side effects of this medicine are actually nothing. When I take this Daoji sustained release capsule, I will completely suppress you." Hearing Yilin Xiao's words, Zhang Yu was immediately shocked. Did the other party just say human words? Was there something wrong with his understanding, or was there something wrong with the other party? Is this the side effect of Daoji sustained release capsule? Isn't it that the IQ has dropped? Using him, Mengtao and others on the side also heard Yilin Xiao's incoherent words, and looked at Yilin Xiao with some surprise. It was at this time that Wang Zichao suddenly stopped the exam. Wang Zichao said, "Contestant number 23, Yilin Xiao, is experiencing some health problems and needs to pause for 2 minutes." Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Do we need to treat Yilin Xiao? These righteous gods still have some conscience and are thinking about the health and safety of the examinees." Wang Zichao continued, "All examinees will sign a contract with me, requiring that the reaction of contestant number 23 after taking Daoji sustained release capsules be kept confidential, and that no negative information about this product be disclosed in the future." Damn it! Zhang Yu cursed in his heart. The exam was suspended because the company's drug side effects need to be kept confidential. Chapter 199, First Medication, Zuanming Heavy Water. Listening to Wang Zichao's request for confidentiality, Yu Xinghan boldly said, "Is there any reward for this contract?" Wang Zichao didn't say anything, but just glanced at him coldly, which immediately suppressed all of Yu Xinghan's courage. Wang Zichao thought to himself, "I can't even get any money, and you still want to get some?" Just as everyone signed the contract one by one, Yilin Xiao said, "How can I tell anyone about the foundation building exam? But I have to talk to the family before signing this contract." Deng Bingding pulled the corner of his mouth, glared at him, and said, "Hurry up and sign it." 2 minutes later, everyone signed the confidentiality contract and the exam continued. However, because the side effects of Daoji sustained release capsules are too strong, each person is limited to taking one. Zhang Yu simply gave up Daoji sustained release capsules. Who knows how long this IQ will be reduced? What if this broken thing permanently reduces IQ? So Zhang Yu simply picked up other drugs that can enhance the Dao heart, at least drugs with clear adverse reactions, and poured them into his mouth one by one. While taking the medicine and practicing, Zhang Yu felt that his Dao heart, magic power, and physical strength all surged. The score that was originally behind Yilin Xiao began to approach as he frantically took the medicine. On the other side, Yilin Xiao saw that the other party was getting closer and closer to his score, so he took 2 more tablets of Phoenix Functional Essence in more than 10 minutes. At this moment, his face looked red, and his blood vessels burst out of his body, as if they were about to explode at any time. There were waves of cramps in his internal organs, as if his intestines were melting. But what comforted him a little was that Zhang Yu in front of him finally stopped. Has it finally reached its limit? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Zhang Yu raise his hand and asked, "Examiner, can I go to the toilet? I feel too full. I want to go to the toilet before continuing to eat." Yu Xinghan was slightly stunned when he heard this, feeling full, so in the astonished eyes of everyone, after Zhang Yu went to the toilet, he took another tablet of Phoenix Functional Essence, took an injection of Monavein's injection, and then picked up cans of Dao Heart medicine and drank them. Yilin Xiao wanted to take another dose of magic medicine several times to stay ahead, but he felt that his body was on the verge of the limit, and finally he could only grit his teeth and give up helplessly, watching Zhang Yu's score surpass his own. As the 1-hour medication time ran out, the first half of the second round of the sports track of the foundation building exam ended. Yilin Xiao looked at the current points ranking, Looking at Zhang Yu in first place and himself in second place, and a trace of strong unwillingness emerged in his heart. It's okay. There's still the second half. With my strength, I can catch up in the second half, but with my strength, what if I can't catch up in the second half? With a loud bang, 5 round cylinders rose in the center of the examination room. Deng Bingding introduced, this cylinder is called Dinghe Pillar. Although it is only 5 meters high, the Zuanming heavy water in it can simulate the pressure of 1 meter to 10,000 meters underwater. Next, it depends on how much pressure you can withstand with your body while enduring the side effects of the medicine. Only the stronger the pressure resistance, the stronger the physical strength, and the stronger the physical skills, can you withstand deeper pressure in this Dinghe Pillar. The second half of the exam will test this kind of all-round physical strength, and the final results of today's second round of exams will be ranked based on the results of the first and second half. Everyone, get in the water. Zhang Yu put on an oxygen mask and jumped into the Dinghe Pillar. His whole body was immersed in the Zuanming heavy water and fell directly to the bottom of the Dinghe Pillar. Although he was already submerged in the water, he could not feel any pressure, as if the surrounding water was like air. Is this the Zuanming heavy water? It is as light as air, but the next moment, as the test officially began, a number -1 meter appeared on the top of the Dinghe Pillar. Zhang Yu suddenly felt his whole body tighten, and the Zuanming heavy water, which was just light and fluttering, pressed down on him, surrounding his body like ordinary water. Only the oxygen mask was still unaffected by the Zuanming heavy water, providing Zhang Yu with the necessary oxygen. Watching the numbers on the Dinghe Pillar constantly changing, gradually decreasing from -1 meter to -10 meters, and then to -100 meters, Zhang Yu gradually felt the increasingly heavy pressure, coming from all directions, pressing down on his whole body. Zhang Yu glanced at his feather book and thought, has my physical strength reached level 9.91 now? That number 23. Yiling Xiao, is a top-level immortal, so he is probably at level 10 in physical strength. He may have practiced more skills than me, so his control over his body is probably better than mine. He has a big advantage over me in this game. I hope this guy's IQ drops low enough so that he can make a few major mistakes. No. With my score in the first half, even if I lose to him in this game, it will be enough for me to be in the top 2 in total points today and advance to the next round of foundation building exams to compete for the foundation building qualification certificate. In that case, I will definitely pass this round of foundation building exams anyway, so I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to become stronger. Compared with temporary victory or defeat, Zhang Yu obviously pays more attention to long-term strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu slowly twisted his body in the Zuanming heavy water. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the simulation depth was not too low, and with the help of the medicinal power that was still surging in his body, he continued to practice spring and autumn endless Zen to further strengthen his physical strength. While Zhang Yu was practicing, the entire examination room was silent. All candidates were silently maintaining their physical strength while soaking in the Zuanming heavy water, resisting the pressure from it. At this moment, the expressions of the righteous gods such as Deng Bingding and Wang Zichao all moved slightly. They all saw the changes in another arena. In the martial arts arena. In front of the huge arena. Bai Zhenzhen was slowly moving his hands and feet, doing warm-up exercises, and his eyes kept scanning Bai Zhenzhen at the other end of the arena. At the same time, a row of numbers were displayed above their heads. Bai Zhenzhen had 1 million, and Bai Zhenzhen also had 1 million above her head, representing the amount of medical insurance they would receive in the next arena match. This is the amount of medical insurance provided by the examiners, the righteous gods, such as Deng Bingding, for the 5 candidates in the martial arts match. In today's martial arts exam, all candidates will have this 1 million medical insurance amount provided by the righteous gods, and it will be reset before each arena match. During the arena battle, every injury of the candidates on both sides will be instantly healed by the magic array arranged on the arena, and the medical insurance quota will be consumed. In other words, as long as the 1 million medical insurance quota of each game is not exhausted, the 2 sides fighting on the arena will always be in the peak state of their bodies. Once the medical insurance amount of either side is consumed to 0, they will lose the arena. If a player is knocked down or knocked unconscious, although he will be healed immediately, he will be judged as a loser just like being knocked out of the arena. During the period, each arena lasts a total of 10 minutes. If the winner is not determined after 10 minutes, the player with a higher medical insurance balance will win. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen looked at Bai Zhenzhen, and a trace of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. As a 6-ring inner Xianjiao in the 1.5th level of Xiandu, Dai Xingzi has always looked down on any outsiders. But Bai Zhenzhen in front of him is an exception. On the one hand, it is because the other party's performance in the last foundation building exam was remarkable. On the other hand, in the previous arena battle, the other party defeated 2 opponents one after another. Dai Xingzi thought to himself, this woman has defeated all the candidates except me and Yunjing. Considering that Yunjing will definitely win first place, then the victory between me and her will determine who will be the second. Although even if he won second place, Dai Xingzi did not think he could defeat Yunjing in the next round of foundation building exam and snatch the foundation building qualification certificate. But what Dai Xingzi can be sure of is that if you win second place, the reward for the next round of exams will definitely be more generous. From the battle just now, this woman is very fast, and her fighting style tends to use high-speed sword skills. Dai Xingzi has always been very confident in speed. If you ask why, it's naturally to save money. Although he is the Lord of Xiandu, Dai Xingzi will never have enough money to spend. So when choosing the direction of martial arts practice, compared to those strength type, horizontal training type, actual combat directions that consume huge medical expenses, Dai Xingzi chose the speed type, especially specializing in the direction of dodging. This is both his own choice and the inheritance of the family. When you encounter a fight, hide first. If you can't hide, run. If you can't run, exhaust. It's better to be uninjured than undefeated. If you lose, you can come back. If you are poor, it's hard to turn over. This is the thought passed down from generation to generation by the Dai family. So in order to avoid getting injured in battle after battle, the first martial arts that Dai Xingzi learned was footwork. In order to improve his acuity in battle and improve his evasiveness, the private sparring partners he invited were almost all speed-type martial arts masters. And things like dodging hidden weapons, sneak attacks, group attacks, are all his daily training projects. So in the 3-ring matches just now, his medical insurance amount has always been the least consumed. Even in the battle with Yunjing, he didn't consume any medical insurance at all, because he chose to admit defeat directly. Because Dai Xingzi realized one thing, if I get injured that even 1 million can't heal, I will have to enter the next ring with the injury, so I'm going to lose against Yunjing anyway. It's better to admit defeat directly, so as not to affect the next game. Now as long as I beat this woman, I will be the second place. With a call of the righteous god, Dai Xingzi and Bai Zhenzhen walked onto the ring together. And with every step he took, a phantom appeared around Dai Xingzi, and his figure became more and more erratic, as if he had turned into several clones to advance and retreat together. But what surprised Dai Xingzi was that Bai Zhenzhen on the other side sat down on the spot after walking onto the ring, as if she had no intention of making a move at all. This woman, Dai Xingzi's figure flashed around Bai Zhenzhen, but he found that the other party didn't even look at him. At this moment, he heard Bai Zhenzhen say, "You people from Xiandu are just lucky to be born in Xiandu. You can get into college by just studying casually. If it were us, I don't think you can even get into high school, asking for monthly tickets." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.